Part 1, Chapter 1 of The Roll Call by Arnold Bennett. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Evers. The Roll Call by Arnold Bennett, Part 1, Chapter 1, The New Lodging. In the pupils' room of the offices of Lucas and Enright, architects, Russell Square, Bloomsbury, George Edwin Cannon, an articled pupil, leaned over a large drawing-board and looked up at Mr. Enright, the head of the firm, who, with cigarette and stick, was on his way out after what he called a good day's work. It was past 6 o'clock on an evening in early July 1901. To George's right was an open door leading to the principal's room, and to his left another open door leading to more rooms and to the staircase. The lofty chambers were full of lassitude, but round about George, who was working late, there floated the tonic vapour of conscious virtue. Hame, the factotum, could be seen and heard moving in his cubicle which guarded the offices from the stairs. In the rooms shortly to be deserted and locked up, and in the decline of the day, the three men were drawn together like survivors. "I gather you're going to change your abode," said Mr. Enright, having stopped. "Did Mr. Orgreave tell you, then?" George asked. "Well, he didn't exactly tell me." John Orgreave was Mr. Enright's junior partner, and for nearly 2 years, since his advent in London from the Five Towns, George had lived with Mr. and Mrs. Orgreave at Bedford Park. The Orgreaves, too, sprang from the Five Towns. John's people and George's people were closely entwined in the local annals. Pupil and principal glanced discreetly at one another, exchanging in silence vague, malicious, unutterable critical verdicts upon both John Orgreave and his wife. "Well, I am," said George at length. "Where are you going to?" "Haven't settled a bit," said George. "I wish I could live in Paris." "Paris wouldn't be much good to you yet." Mr. Enright laughed benevolently. "I suppose it wouldn't. Besides, of course—" George spoke in a tone of candid, deferential acceptance, which flattered Mr. Enright very much, for it was the final proof of the prestige which the grizzled and wrinkled and peculiar fellow and member of the Council of the Royal Institute of British Architects had acquired in the estimation of that extremely independent, tossing sprig, George Edwin Cannon. Mr. Enright had recently been paying a visit to Paris, and George had been sitting for the intermediate examination. "You can join me here for a few days after the exam, if you care to," Mr. Enright had sent over. It was George's introduction to the Continent, and the circumstances of it were almost ideal. For a week the deeply experienced connoisseur of all the arts had had the fine, eager, responsive virgin mind in his power. Day after day he had watched and guided it amid entirely new sensations. Never had Mr. Enright enjoyed himself more purely, and at the close he knew with satisfaction that he put Paris in a proper perspective for George, and perhaps saved the youth from years of groping misapprehension. As for George, all his preconceived notions about Paris had been destroyed or shaken. In the quadrangles of the Louvre, for example, Mr. Enright, pointing to the under part of the stone bench that foots so much of the walls, had said, "Look at that curve." Nothing else. No ecstasies about the sculptures of Jean Goujon and Carpeaux, or about the marvellous harmony of the east façade, but a flick of the cane towards the half-hidden moulding. And George had felt with a thrill what an exquisite curve, and what an original curve, and what a modest curve that curve was. Suddenly and magically his eyes had been opened. Or it might have been a deceitful mist had rolled away, and the real Louvre had been revealed in its esoteric and soul-authentic beauty. "Why don't you try Chelsea?" said Mr. Enright over his shoulder, proceeding towards the stairs. "I was thinking of Chelsea." "You were?" Mr. Enright halted again for an instant. "It's the only place in London where the structure of society is anything like Paris. Why, dash it, in the King's Road the grocers know each other's business." Mr. Enright made the last strange remark to the outer door, and vanished. "Funny cove," George commented tolerantly to Mr. Hame, who passed through the room immediately afterwards to his nightly task of collecting and inspecting the scattered instruments on the principal's august drawing-board. But Mr. Hame, though possibly he smiled ever so little, would not compromise himself by an endorsement of the criticism of his employer. George was a mere incident in the eternal career of Mr. Hame at Lucas and Enright's. When the factotum came back into the pupil's room, George stood up straight and smoothed his trousers and gazed admiringly at his elegant, bright socks. "Let me see," said George in a very friendly manner. "You live somewhere in Chelsea, don't you?" "Yes," answered Mr. Hame. "Whereabouts, if it isn't a rude question?" "Well," said Mr. Hame, confidentially and benignantly, captivated by George's youthful charm, "it's near the Redcliffe Arms." He mentioned the Redcliffe Arms as he might have mentioned the Bank, Piccadilly Circus, or Gibraltar. "Alexandra Grove, No. 8. To tell you the truth, I own the house." "The deuce you do!" "Yes. The leasehold, that is, of course. No freeholds knocking about loose in that district." George saw a new and unsuspected Mr. Hame. He was impressed, and he was glad that he had never broken the office tradition of treating Mr. Hame with a respect not usually accorded to factotums. He saw a property owner, a taxpayer, and a human being behind the spectacles of the shuffling, rather shabby, ceremonious familiar that pervaded those rooms daily from before 10 till after 6. He grew curious about a living phenomenon that hitherto had never awakened his curiosity. "Were you really looking for accommodation?" demanded Mr. Hame suavely. George hesitated. "Yes." "Perhaps I have something that might suit you." Events, disguised as mere words, seemed to George to be pushing him forward. "I should like to have a look at it," he said. He had to say it. There was no alternative. Mr. Hame raised a hand. "Any evening that happens to be convenient." "What about tonight, then?" "Certainly," Mr. Hame agreed. For a moment George apprehended that Mr. Hame was going to invite him to dinner. But Mr. Hame was not going to invite him to dinner. "About 9, shall we say?" he suggested, with a courtliness softer even than usual. Later, George said that he would lock up the office himself and leave the key with the housekeeper. "You can't miss the place," said Mr. Hame on leaving. "It's between the workhouse and the Redcliffe." 2. At the corner dominated by the Queen's Elm, which on the great route from Piccadilly Circus to Putney was a public-house and halt, second only in importance to the Redcliffe Arms, night fell earlier than it ought to have done, owing to a vast rain-cloud over Chelsea. A few drops descended, but so warm and so gently that they were not like real rain, and sentimentalists could not believe that they would wet. People arriving mysteriously out of darkness gathered sparsely on the pavements, lingered a few moments, and were swallowed by omnibuses that bore them obscurely away. At intervals an individual got out of an omnibus and adventured hurriedly forth and was lost in the gloom. The omnibuses, all white, trotted on an inward curve to the pavement, stopped while the conductor, with hand raised to the bell-string, murmured apathetically the names of streets and of public-houses, and then they jerked off again on an outward curve to the impatient double ting of the bell. To the east was a high defile of hospitals, and to the west the workhouse tower faintly imprinted itself on the sombre sky. The drops of rain grew very large and heavy, and the travellers, instead of waiting on the curb, withdrew to the shelter of the wall of the Queen's Elm. George was now among the group, precipitated like the rest, as it were, out of the solution of London. George was of the age which does not admit rain, or which believes that it is immune from the usual consequences of exposure to rain. When advised, especially by women, to defend himself against the treacheries of the weather, he always protested confidently that he would be all right. Thus, with a stick and a straw hat, he would affront terrible dangers. It was a species of valour which the event often justified. Indeed, he generally was all right. But tonight, afoot on the way from South Kensington Station in a region quite unfamiliar to him, he was intimidated by the slapping menace of the big drops. Reality faced him. His scared thought ran, "Unless I do something at once, I shall get wet through." Impossible to appear drenched at old Hame's. So he had abandoned all his pretences to a magical invulnerability, and rushed under the eaves of the Queen's Elm to join the omnibus group. He did not harmonize with the omnibus group, being both too elegant and too high-spirited. His proper role in the circumstances would have been to jump into a hansom, but there were no empty hansoms, and moreover, for certain reasons of finance, he had sworn off hansoms until a given date. He regarded the situation as rather a lark, and he somehow knew that the group understood and appreciated and perhaps resented his superior and tolerant attitude. An omnibus rolled palely into the radiance of the Queen's Elm lamp, the horse's flanks and the lofty driver's apron gleaming with rain. He sprang towards the vehicle. The whole group sprang. "Full inside," snapped the conductor inexorably. Ting, ting! It was gone, glimmering with its enigmatic load into the distance. George turned again to the wall, humiliated. It seemed wrong that the conductor should have included him with the knot of common omnibus travellers and late workers. The conductor ought to have differentiated. He put out a hand. The rain had capriciously ceased. He departed gaily and triumphantly. He was re-endowed with a magical invulnerability. The background of his mind was variegated. The incidents of the tremendous motor-car race from Paris to Berlin, which had finished nearly a week earlier, still glowed on it. And the fact that King Edward VII had driven in a car from Pall Mall to Windsor Castle in 60 minutes was beautifully present. Then he was slightly worried concerning the Mediterranean fleet. He knew nothing about it, but as a good citizen he suspected in idle moments, like a number of other good citizens, that all was not quite well with the Mediterranean fleet. As for the war, he had only begun to be interested in the war within the last 6 months, and already he was sick of it. He knew that the Boers had just wrecked a British military train, and his attitude towards such methods of fighting was rather severe and scornful. He did not regard them as war. However, the apparent permanence of the war was splendidly compensated by the victory of the brothers Dirty over the American lawn tennis champions in the gentlemen's doubles at Wimbledon. Who could have expected the brothers to win after the defeat of R.H. by Mr. Gore in the singles? George had most painfully feared that the Americans would conquer, and their overthrowing by the twin brothers indicated to George, who took himself for a serious student of affairs, that Britain was continuing to exist, and that the new national self-depreciative yearning for efficiency might possibly be rather absurd after all. In the midst of these and similar thoughts, and of innumerable minor thoughts about himself, in the very centre of his mind, and occupying nearly the whole of it, was the vast thought, the obsession of his own potential power and its fulfilment. George's egotism was terrific, and as right as any other natural phenomenon. He had to get on. Much money was included in his scheme, but simply as a by-product. He had to be a great architect, and, equally important, he had to be publicly recognized as a great architect, and recognition could not come without money. For him, the entire created universe was the means to his end. He would not use it unlawfully, but he would use it. He was using it as well as he yet knew how, and with an independence that was as complete as it was unconscious. In regard to matters upon which his instinct had not suggested a course of action, George was always ready enough to be taught. Indeed, his respect for an expert was truly deferential. But when his instinct had begun to operate, he would consult nobody and consider nobody, being deeply sure that infallible wisdom had been granted to him. Nor did experience seem to teach him. Thus, in the affair of a London lodging, though he was still 2 years from his majority and had no resources save the purse of his stepfather, Edwin Clayhanger, he decided to leave the Augreys without asking or even informing his parents. In his next letter home he would no doubt inform them, casually, of what he meant to do or actually had done, and if objections followed, he would honestly resent them. A characteristic example of his independence had happened when at the unripe age of 17 he left the Five Towns for London. Upon his mother's marriage to Edwin Clayhanger, his own name had been informally changed for him to Clayhanger. But a few days before the day of departure, He'd announced that, as Clayhanger was not his own name, and that he preferred his own name, he should henceforth be known as Cannon, his father's name. He did not invite discussion. Mr. Clayhanger had thereupon said to him, privately, and as one man of the world to another, "But you aren't really entitled to the name Cannon, sonny." "Why?" "Because your father was what's commonly known as a bigamist, and his marriage with your mother was not legal. I thought I'd take this opportunity of telling you. You needn't say anything to your mother, unless, of course, you feel you must." To which George had replied, "No, I won't. But if Cannon was my father's name, I think I'll have it all the same." And he did have it. The bigamy of his father did not apparently affect him. Upon further inquiry, he learnt that his father might be alive, or might be dead, but that if alive, he was in America. A few words from Mr. Enright about Chelsea had sufficed to turn Chelsea into Elysium, paradise, almost into Paris. No other quarter of London was inhabitable by a rising architect. As soon as Hem had gone, George had begun to look up Chelsea in the office library, and, as Mr. Enright happened to be an active member of the Society for the Survey of the Memorials of Greater London, the libraries served him well. In an hour and a half he had absorbed something of the historical topography of Chelsea. He knew that the Fulham Road, upon which he was now walking, was a boundary of Chelsea. He knew that the Queen's Elm public house had its name from the tradition that Elizabeth had once sheltered from a shower beneath an elm tree which stood at that very corner. He knew that Chelsea had been a village of palaces, and what was the function of the Thames in the magnificent life of that village. The secret residence of Turner in Chelsea, under the strange alias of Admiral Booth, excited George's admiration. He liked the idea of hidden retreats and splendid, fanciful pseudonyms. But the master figure of Chelsea for George was Sir Thomas More. He could see Sir Thomas More walking in his majestic garden by the river, with the King's arm round his neck, and Holbein close by, and respectful august prelates and a nagging wife in the background. And he could see Sir Thomas More taking his barge for the last journey to the Tower, and Sir Thomas More's daughter coming back in the same barge with her father's head on board. Curious. He envied Sir Thomas More. Darn bad tower for a village of palaces, he thought, not of the Tower of London, but of the tower of the workhouse which he was now approaching. He thought he could design an incomparably better tower than that. And he saw himself in the future, the architect of vast monuments, strolling in a grand garden of his own at evening with other distinguished and witty persons. But there were high-sounding names in the history of Chelsea besides those of More and Turner. Not names of people. Cremorne and Ranelagh. Cremorne to the west and Ranelagh to the east. The legend of these vanished resorts of pleasure and vice stirred his longings and his sense of romantic beauty, especially Ranelagh with its rotunda. He wanted, when the time came, to be finely vicious, as he wanted to be everything. An architect could not be great without being everything. He projected himself into the rotunda, with its 60 windows, its countless refreshments boxes, its huge paintings, and the orchestra in the middle, and the expensive and naughty crowd walking round and round and round on the matting, and the muffled footsteps and the swish of trains on the matting, and the specious smiles and whispers, and the blare of the band, and the smell of the lamps and candles. Earl's Court was a poor, tawdry, unsightly thing after that. When he had passed under the workhouse tower, he came to a side street, which, according to Hame's description of the neighbourhood, ought to have been Alexandra Grove. The large lamp on the corner, however, gave no indication, nor in the darkness could any sign be seen on the blind wall of either of the corner houses in Fulham Road. Doubtless in daytime the street had a visible label, but the borough authorities evidently believed that night endowed the stranger with powers of divination. George turned hesitant down the mysterious gorge, which had 2 dim lamps of its own, and which ended in a high wall, whereat could be descried unattainable trees, possibly the Grove of Alexandra. Silence and a charmed stillness held the gorge, while in Fulham Road, not 100 yards away, omnibuses and an occasional hansom rattled along in an ordinary world. George soon decided that he was not in Alexandra Grove, on account of the size of the houses. He could not conceive Mr. Hame owning one of them. They stood lofty in the gloom, in pairs, secluded from the pavement by a stuccoed garden wall and low bushes. They were double-fronted, and their doors were at the summits of flights of blanched steps that showed through the bars of iron gates. They had 3 stories above a basement. Still, he looked for number 8. But just as the street had no name, so the houses had no numbers. Number 16 alone could be distinguished. It had figures on its faintly illuminated fanlight. He walked back, idly counting. Then, amid the curtained and shuttered facades, he saw, across the road, a bright beam from a basement. He crossed and peeped through a gate, and an interior was suddenly revealed to him. Near the window of a room sat a young woman bending over a table. A gas jet on a bracket in the wall, a few inches higher than her head and a foot distant from it, threw a strong radiance on her face and hair. The luminous, living picture, framed by the window in blackness, instantly entranced him. All the splendid images of the past faded and were confuted and invalidated and destroyed by this intense reality so present and so near to him. Nevertheless, for a moment he thought of her as the daughter of Sir Thomas More. She was drawing. She was drawing with her whole mind and heart. At intervals, scarcely moving her head, she would glance aside at a paper to her left on the table. She seemed to search it, to drag some secret out of it, and then she would resume her drawing. She was neither dark nor fair. She was comely, perhaps beautiful. She had beautiful lips, and her nose behind the nostrils joined the cheek in a lovely contour, like a tiny bulb. Yes, she was superb. But what mastered him was less her fresh physical charm than the rapt and extreme vitality of her existing. He knew from her gestures and the tools on the table that she could be no amateur. She was a professional. He thought, Chelsea, marvellous place, Chelsea. He ought to have found that out long ago. He imagined Chelsea full of such pictures, the only true home of beauty and romance. Then the impact of a single idea startled his blood. He went hot, he flushed. He had tingling sensations all down his back and in his legs and in his arms. It was as though he had been caught in a dubious situation. Though he was utterly innocent, he felt as though he had something to be ashamed of. The idea was, she resembled old Hame, facially. Ridiculous idea. But she did resemble old Hame, particularly in the lobal termination of the nose, and in the lips too, and there was a vague general resemblance. Absurd. It was a fancy. He would not have cared for anybody to be watching him then, to surprise him watching her. He heard unmistakable footsteps on the pavement. A policeman darkly approached. Policemen at times can be very apposite. George moved his gaze and looked with admirable casualness around. "Officer, is this Alexandra Grove?" His stepfather had taught him to address all policemen as officers. "It is, sir." "Oh, well, which is number 8? There's no numbers." "You couldn't be much nearer to it, sir," said the policeman dryly, and pointed to a large number, fairly visible, on the wide gate-post. George had not inspected the gate-post. "Oh, thanks." He mounted the steps, and in the thick gloom of the portico fumbled for the bell, and rang it. He was tremendously excited and expectant and apprehensive and puzzled. He heard rain flatly spitting in big drops on the steps. He had not noticed till then that it had begun again. The bell jangled below. The light in the basement went out. He flushed anew. He thought, trembling, "She's coming to the door herself." 3. "It had occurred to me some time ago," said Mr. Hame, "that if ever you should be wanting rooms, I might be able to suit you." "Really?" George murmured. After having been shown into the room by the young woman, who had at once disappeared, he was now recovering from the nervousness of that agitating entry, and resuming his normal demeanour of an experienced and well-balanced man of the world. He felt relieved that she had gone, and yet he regretted her departure extremely, and hoped against fear that she would soon return. "Yes," said Mr. Hame, as it were triumphantly, like one who had whispered to himself during long years, "The hour will come." The hour had come. Mr. Hayne was surprising to George. The man seemed much older in his own parlour than at the office, his hair thinner and greyer, and his face more wrinkled. But the surprising part of him was that he had a home, and was master in it, and possessed interests other than those of the firm of Lucas and Enright. George had never, until that day, conceived the man apart from Russell Square. And here he was, smoking a cigarette in an easy chair, and wearing red morocco slippers, and being called "father" by a really stunning creature in a thin white blouse and a blue skirt. The young girl, opening the front door, had said, "Do you want to see father?" And instantly the words were out, George had realized that she might have said, "Did you want to see father?" in the idiom of the shop girl or clerk, and that if she had said "did," he would have been gravely disappointed and hurt. But she had not. Of course she had not. Of course she was incapable of such elocution, and it was silly of him to have thought otherwise, even momentarily. She was an artist, entirely different from the blonde and fluffy Mrs. John Orgreave. And a good thing, too, for Mrs. John, with her eternal womanishness, had got on his nerves. Miss Hayne was without doubt just as much a lady, and probably a jolly sight more cultured, in the true sense. Yet Miss Hayne had not in the least revealed herself to him in the hall as she indicated the depository for his hat and stick and opened the door of the sitting-room. She had barely smiled. Indeed, she had not smiled. She had not mentioned the weather. On the other hand, she had not been prim or repellent. She had revealed nothing of herself. Her one feat had been to stimulate mightily his curiosity and his imagination concerning her, rampant enough even before he entered the house. The house, what he saw of it, suited her and set her off, and, as she was different from Mrs. John, so was the house different from the polished, conventional abode of Mrs. John at Bedford Park. To George's taste it knocked Bedford Park to smithereens. In the parlour, for instance, an oak chest, an oak settee, an oak gate-table, one tapestried easy-chair, several rush-bottomed chairs, a very small brass fender, a self-coloured wallpaper of warm green, 2 or 3 old engravings in maplewood or tarnished gilt frames, several small portraits in maplewood frames, brass candlesticks on the mantelpiece, and no clock, self-coloured brown curtains across the windows, 2 windows opposite each other at either end of the long room, sundry rugs on the dark stained floor, and so on. Not too much furniture, and not too much symmetry either. An agreeable and original higgledy-pigglediness. The room was lighted by a fairly large oil lamp, with a paper shade hand-painted in a design of Cupid's. Delightful, personal design, rough, sketchy, adorable. She had certainly done it. George sat on the oak settle, fronting the old man in the easy chair. It was a hard, smooth oak settle. It had no upholstering nor cushion, but George liked it. "May I smoke?" asked George. "Please do, said Mr. Hayne, who was smoking a cigarette himself with courteous hospitality. However, it was a match and not a cigarette that he offered to George, who opened his own dandiacal case. "I stayed rather late at the office tonight," said George, as he blew out those great clouds with which young men demonstrate to the world that the cigarette is actually lighted. And as Mr. Hayne, who was accustomed to the boastings of articled pupils, made no comment, George proceeded, lolling on the settle and showing his socks. "You know, I like Chelsea. I've always had a fancy for it." He was just about to continue cosmopolitanly, "It's the only part of London that's like Paris, people in the King's Road, etc." Unfortunately, he remembered that Mr. Hayne must have overheard these remarks of Mr. Enright, and ceased rather awkwardly. Whereupon Mr. Hayne suggested that he should see the house, and George said eagerly that he should like to see the house. "We've got 1 bedroom more than we want," Mr. Hayne remarked as he led George to the hall. "Oh, yes," said George politely. The hall had a small bracket lamp, which Mr. Hayne unhooked, and then he opened a door opposite to the door of the room which they had quitted. "Now this is a bedroom," said he, holding the lamp high. George was startled. A ground-floor bedroom would have been unthinkable at Bedford Park. Still, in a flat. Moreover, the idea had piquancy. The bedroom was sparsely furnished. Instead of a wardrobe, it had a corner curtained off with cretonne. A good-sized room, said Mr. Hayne. Very, said George. 2 windows, too, like the drawing-room. Then they went upstairs to the first floor and saw 2 more bedrooms, each with 2 windows. One of them was Miss Hame's. There was a hat hung on the looking-glass, and a table with a few books on it. They did not go to the second floor. The staircase to the second floor was boarded up at the point where it turned. That's all there is, said Mr. Hayne on the landing. The studio people have the second floor, but they don't use my front door. He spoke the last words rather defiantly. I see, said George untruthfully, for he was mystified. But the mystery did not trouble him. There was no bathroom, and this did not trouble him either, though at Bedford Park he could never have seriously considered a house without a bathroom. You could have your choice of ground floor or first floor, said Mr. Hayne confidentially, still on the landing. He moved the lamp about, and the shadows moved accordingly on the stairs. Oh, I don't mind in the least, George answered. Whichever would suit you best. We could give you breakfast and use of sitting-room, Mr. Hayne proceeded in a low tone, but no other meals. That would be all right, said George cheerfully. I often dine in town. Like that I can get in a bit of extra work at the office, you see. Except on Sundays, Mr. Hayne corrected himself. You want your meals on Sundays, of course. But I expect you're out a good deal, what with one thing or another. Oh, I am, George concurred. The place was perfect, and he was determined to establish himself in it. Nothing could balk him. A hitch would have desolated him completely. I may as well show you the basement while I'm about it, said Mr. Hayne. Do, said George ardently. They descended. The host was very dignified, as invariably at the office, and his accent never lapsed from the absolute correctness of an educated Londoner. His deportment gave distinction and safety even to the precipitous and mean basement stairs, which were of stone, worn as by the knees of pilgrims in a crypt. All kinds of irregular pipes ran about along the ceiling of the basement. Some were covered by ancient layers of wallpaper, and some were not. Some were painted yellow, and some were painted grey, and some were not painted. Mr. Hayne exhibited first the kitchen. George saw a morsel of red amber behind black bars, a white deal table, and a black cat crouched on a corner of the table, a chair and a tea-cloth drying over the back thereof. He liked the scene. It reminded him of the Five Towns, and showed reassuringly, if he needed reassurance, which he did not, that all houses are the same at heart. Then Mr. Hayne, flashing a lamp-ray on the coal-hole and the area door as he turned, crossed the stone passage into the other basement room. This is our second sitting-room, said Mr. Hayne, entering. There she was, at work, wrapped, exactly as George had seen her from the outside. But now he saw the right side of her face instead of the left. It was wonderful to him that within the space of a few minutes he should have developed from an absolute stranger to her into an acquaintance of the house, walking about in it, peering into its recesses, disturbing its secrets, which were hers. But she remained as mysterious, as withdrawn and intangible as ever. And then she shifted round suddenly on the chair, and her absorbed, intent face softened into a most beautiful, simple smile, a smile of welcome, an astonishing and celestial change. She was not one of those queer girls, as perhaps she might have been. She was a girl of natural impulses. He smiled back, uplifted. My daughter designs book-bindings, said Mr. Hayne. Happens to be very busy tonight on something urgent. He advanced towards her, George following. Awfully good, George murmured enthusiastically, and quite sincerely, though he was not at all in a condition to judge the design. Strange that he should come to the basement of an ordinary stock-sized house in Alexandra Grove to see book-bindings in the making. This was a design for a boy's book. He had possessed many such books, but it had never occurred to him that the gay bindings of them were each the result of individual human thought and labour. He pulled at his cigarette. There was a sound of pushing and rattling outside. "What's that?" exclaimed Mr. Hayne. "It's the area door. I bolted it. I dare say it's Mrs. Lobley," said the girl indifferently. Mr. Hayne moved sharply. "Why did you bolt it, Marguerite?" "No, I'll go myself." He picked up the lamp, which he had put down, and shuffled quickly out in his red morocco slippers, closing the door. Marguerite. Yes, it suited her, and it was among the most romantic of names. It completed the picture. She now seemed to be listening and waiting, her attention on the unseen area door. He felt shy, and yet very happy alone with her. Voices were distinctly heard. Who was Mrs. Lobley? Was Mr. Hame a little annoyed with his daughter, and was Marguerite exquisitely defiant? Time hung. The situation was slightly awkward, he thought, and it was obscure, alluring. He stood there below the level of the street, shut in with those beings unknown, provocative, and full of half-divined implications. And all Chelsea was around him, and all London around Chelsea. "Father won't be a moment," said the girl. "It's only the charwoman." "Oh, that's quite all right," he answered effusively, and turning to the design, "The outlining of that lettering fairly beats me, you know." "Not really. I get that from father, of course." Mr. Hame was famous in the office as a letterer. She sat idly, glancing at her own design, her plump small hands lying in the blue lap. George compared her, unspeakably to her advantage, with the kind, coarse young woman at the chop-house, whom he had asked to telephone to the Augreys for him, and for whom he had been conscious of a faint penchant. "I can't colour it by gaslight," said Margaret Hame. "I shall have to do that in the morning." He imagined her at work again early in the morning. Within a week or so he might be living in this house with this girl. He would be watching her life. Seducing prospect, scarcely credible. He remembered having heard when he first went to Lucas and Enright's that old Hame was a widower. "Do excuse me," said Mr. Hame, urgently apologetic, reappearing. A quarter of an hour later George had left the house, having accepted Mr. Hame's terms without the least argument. In 5 days he was to be an inmate of No. 8 Alexandra Grove. The episode presented itself to him as a vast romantic adventure, staggering and enchanting. His luck continued, for the rain-cloud was spent. He got into an Earl's Court bus. The dimly perceived travellers in it seemed all of them, in a new sense, to be romantic and mysterious. Yes, he thought, I did say good night to her, but I didn't shake hands. End of Part 1, Chapter 1. Part 1, Chapter 2. The Roll Call by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 2. Marguerite. 1. More than 2 months later, George came into the office in Russell Square an hour or so after his usual time. He'd been to South Kensington Museum to look up, for professional purposes, some scale drawings of architectural detail which were required for a restaurant then rising in Piccadilly under the direction of Lucas and Enright. In his room, Mr. Everard Lucas was already seated. Mr. Lucas was another articled pupil of the firm, being a remote cousin of the late senior partner. He had entered on special terms. Although a year older than George, he was less advanced, for whereas George had passed the intermediate, Mr. Lucas had not. But in manly beauty, in stylishness, in mature tact, and especially in persuasive charm, he could beat George. "Hello," Lucas greeted. "How do you feel? Fit?" "Fit?" said George enthusiastically. "I feel so fit I could push in the side of a house." "What did I tell you?" said Lucas. George rubbed his hand all over Lucas's hair, and Lucas thereupon seized George's other hand and twisted his arm, and a struggle followed. In this way they would often lovingly salute each other of a morning. Lucas had infected George with the craze for physical exercises as a remedy for all ills and indiscretions, including even late nights and excessive smoking. The competition between them to excel in the quality of fitness was acute, and sometimes led to strange challenges. After a little discussion about springing from the toes, Lucas now accused George's toes of a lack of muscularity, and upon George denying the charge, he asserted that George could not hang from the mantelpiece by his toes. They were both men of the world, capable of great heights of dignity, figures in an important business, aspirants to a supreme art and profession. They were, at that moment, in a beautiful late 18th century house of a stately and renowned square, and in a room whose proportions and ornament admittedly might serve as an exemplar to the student, and not the least lovely feature of the room was the high carved mantelpiece. The morning itself was historic, for it was the very morning upon which, President McKinley having expired, Theodore Roosevelt ascended the throne and inaugurated a new era. Nevertheless, such was their peculiar time of life, that George, a minute later, was, as a fact, hanging by his toes from the mantelpiece, while Lucas urged him to keep the blood out of his head. George had stood on his hands on a box and launched his toes on the mantelpiece, and then raised his hands, and Lucas softly pushed the box away. George's watch was dangling against his flushed cheek. "Put that box back, you cuckoo!" George exploded chokingly. Then the door opened, and Mr. Enright appeared. Simultaneously some shillings slipped out of George's pocket and rolled about the floor. The hour was Mr. Enright's customary hour of arrival, but he had no fair excuse for passing through that room instead of proceeding along the corridor direct to the principal's room. His aspect, as he gazed at George's hair and at the revealed sateen back of George's waistcoat, was unusual. Mr. Enright commonly entered the office full of an intense and aggrieved consciousness of his own existence, of his insomnia, of the reaction upon himself of some client's stupidity, of the necessity of going out again in order to have his chin lacerated by his favourite and hated Albanian barber. But now he had actually forgotten himself. "What is this?" he demanded. Lucas having quickly restored the box, George subsided dangerously thereon, and arose in a condition much disarrayed and confused, and beheld Mr. Enright with shame. I was just looking to see if the trap of the chimney was shut," said George. It was foolish in the extreme, but it was the best he could do, and after all it was a rather marvellous invention. Lucas sat down and made no remark. "You might respect the mantelpiece," said Mr. Enright bitterly, and went into the principal's room, where John Orgreave could be heard dictating letters. George straightened his clothes and picked up his money, and the two men of the world giggled nervously at each other. Mr. Hame next disturbed them. The shabby, respectable old man smiled vaguely with averted glance. "I think he's heard the result," said he. Both men knew that he was Mr. Enright, and that the result was the result of the open competition for the £150,000 law courts which a proud provincial city proposed to erect for itself. The whole office had worked very hard on the drawings for that competition throughout the summer, while cursing the corporation which had chosen so unusual a date for sending-in day. Even Lucas had worked. George's ideas for certain details upon which he had been engaged on the evening of his introduction to Mr. Hame's household had been accepted by Mr. Enright. As for Mr. Enright, though the exigencies of his beard and his regular morning habit of inveighing against the profession at great length, and his inability to decide where he should lunch, generally prevented him from beginning the day until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Mr. Enright had given many highly concentrated hours of creative energy to the design, and Mr. Hame had adorned the sheets with the finest lettering. The design was held to be very good. The principals knew the identity of all the other chief competitors and their powers, and they knew also the idiosyncrasies of the assessor, and their expert and impartial opinion was that the Lucas and Enright design ought to win and would win. This view, indeed, was widespread in the arcana of the architectural world. George had gradually grown certain of victory, and yet, at Mr. Hames's words, his hopes sank horribly away. "Have we won?" he asked sharply. "That I can't say, Mr. Cannon," answered Hame. "Well, then, how do you know he's heard? Has he told you?" "No," said the factotum mysteriously, "but I think he's heard." And upon this Mr. Hame slouched off quite calmly. Often he had assisted at the advent of such vital news in the office, news obtained in advance by the principals through secret channels, and often the news had been bad. But the firm's calamities seemed never to affect the smoothness of Mr. Hame's earthly passage. The door into the principal's room opened, and Mr. Enright's head showed. The gloomy, resenting eyes fixed George for an instant. "Well, you've lost that competition," said Mr. Enright, and he stepped into full view. His unseen partner had ceased to dictate, and the shorthand clerk could be heard going out by the other door. "No!" said George, in a long, outraged murmur. The news seemed incredible and quite disastrous, and yet at the same time had he not, in one unvisited corner of his mind, always foreknown it? Suddenly he was distressed, discouraged, disillusioned about the whole of life. He thought that Everard Lucas screwing up a compass was strangely unmoved. But Mr. Enright ignored Lucas. "Who's got it?" George asked. "Winburn." "That chap? Where are we?" "Nowhere." "Not placed?" "Not in it. Skelting second and Grant third. I shouldn't have minded so much if Grant had got it. There was something to be said for his scheme. I knew we shouldn't get it. I knew that perfectly well, not with Corver assessing." George wondered that his admired principal should thus state the exact opposite of what he had so often affirmed during the last few weeks. People were certainly very queer, even the best of them. The perception of this fact added to his puzzled woe. "But Winburn's design is grotesque," he protested, borrowing one of Mr. Enright's adjectives. "Of course it is." "Then why does Sir Hugh Corver go and give him the award? Surely he must know." "No," Mr. Enright growled, destroying Sir Hugh and his reputation and his pretensions with one single monosyllable. "Then why did they make him assessor? That's what I can't understand." "It's quite simple," rasped Mr. Enright. "They made him assessor because he's got so much work to do it takes him all his time to trot about from one job to another on his blooming pony. They made him assessor because his pony's a piebald pony. Couldn't you think of that for yourself? Or have you been stone deaf in this office for 2 years? It stands to reason that a man who's responsible for all the largest new eyesores in London would impress any corporation. Clever chap, Corver. Instead of wasting his time in travel and study, he made a speciality of learning how to talk to committees. And he was always full of ideas, like the piebald pony, ever since I knew him." "It's that facade that did for us," broke in another voice. John Orgreave stood behind Mr. Enright. He spoke easily. He was not ruffled by the immense disappointment, though the mournful greatness of the topic had drawn him irresistibly into the discussion. John Orgreave had grown rather fat and coarse. At one period in the Five Towns he had been George's hero. He was so no longer. George was still fond of him, but he had torn him down from the pedestal and established Mr. Enright in his place. George, in his heart, now somewhat patronized the placid Orgreave, regarding him as an excellent person who comprehended naught that was worth comprehending, and as a husband who was the dupe of his wife. "You couldn't have any other facade," Mr. Enright turned on him, "unless you're absolutely going to ignore the market on the other side of the square. Winburn's facade is an outrage, an outrage. Give me a cigarette. I must run out and get shaved." While Enright was lighting the cigarette, George reflected in desolation upon the slow evolving of the firm's design for the law courts. Again and again in the course of the work had he been struck into a worshipping enthusiasm by the brilliance of Mr. Enright's invention and the happy beauty of his ideas. For George, there was only one architect in the world. He was convinced that nobody could possibly rival Mr. Enright, and that no law courts ever had been conceived equal to those law courts. And he himself had contributed something to the creation. He had dreamed of the building erected, and had been able to stand in front of some detail of it and say to himself, "That was my notion, that was." And now the building was destroyed before its birth. It would never come into existence. It was wasted. And the prospect for the firm of several years' remunerative and satisfying labour had vanished. But the ridiculous, canny Winburn would be profitably occupied, and his grotesque building would actually arise, and people would praise it, and it would survive for centuries, at any rate for a century. Mr. Enright did not move. "It's no use regretting the facade, Orgreave," he said suddenly. "There's such a thing as self-respect." "I don't see that self-respect's got much to do with it," Orgreave replied lightly. "Of course you don't," George thought. "You're a decent sort, but you don't see, and then you never will see. Even Lucas doesn't see. I alone see." And he felt savage and defiant. "Better shove my self-respect away into this cupboard, I suppose," said Mr. Enright, with the most acrid cynicism. And he pulled open one door of a long, low cupboard
whose top formed a table for portfolios, dusty illustrated books, and other accumulations. The gesture was dramatic, and none knew it better than Mr. Enright. The cupboard was the cupboard which contained the skeleton. It was full of designs rejected in public competitions. There they lay, piles and piles of them, the earliest dating from the late 70s. The cupboard was crammed with the futility of Enright's genius. It held monuments enough to make illustrious a score of cities. Lucas and Enright was a successful firm, but, confining itself chiefly to large public works, it could not escape from the competition system, and it had lost in far more competitions than it had won. It was always, and always would be, at the mercy of an assessor. The chances had always been, and always would be, against the acceptance of its designs, because they had the fatal quality of originality combined with modest adherence to the classical tradition. When they conquered, it was by sheer force. George glanced at the skeleton, and he was afraid. Something was very wrong with architecture. He agreed with Mr. Enright's tarsomely reiterated axiom that it was the Cinderella of professions and the chosen field of ghastly injustice. He had embraced architecture. He had determined to follow exactly in the footsteps of Mr. Enright. He had sworn to succeed. But could he succeed? Suppose he failed? Yes, his faith faltered. He was intensely, miserably afraid. He was the most serious man in Russell Square, astounding that only a few minutes ago he had hung triumphantly by his feet from the mantelpiece. Mr. Enright kicked to the door of the cupboard. "Look here," he said to his partner. "I shan't be back just yet. I have to go and see Bentley. I'd forgotten it." Nobody was surprised at this remark. Whenever Mr. Enright was inconveniently set back, he always went off to visit Bentley, the architect of the new Roman Catholic Cathedral at Westminster, on the plea of an urgent appointment. "You had a look at the cathedral lately?" he demanded of George as he left. "No, I haven't," said George, who, by reason of a series of unaccountable omissions, and of the fullness of his life as an architect and a man of the world, had never seen the celebrated cathedral at all. "Well," said Mr. Enright sarcastically, "better take just a glance at it some time before they've spoilt the thing with decorations. There's a whole lot of them only waiting till Bentley's out of the way to begin and ruin it." 2. Before the regular closing hour of the office, the two articled pupils had left and were walking side by side through Bloomsbury. They skirted the oval garden of Bedford Square, which, lying off the main track to the northern termini, and with nothing baser to it than a consulate or so, took precedence in austerity and selectness over Russell Square, which had consented to receive a grand hotel or modern caravanserai and a shorthand school. Indeed, the aspect of Bedford Square, where the great institution of the basement and area still flourished in perfection, and wealthy menials with traditional manners lived sensually in caves beneath the spacious, calm salons of their employers and dupes. The aspect of Bedford Square gave the illusion that evolution was not, and that Bloomsbury and the whole impressive structure of British society could never change. Still, from a more dubious Bloomsbury, demure creatures with inviting, indiscreet eyes were already traversing the prim flags of Bedford Square on their way to the evening's hard diplomacy. Mr. Lucas made quiet remarks about their qualities, but George did not respond. "Look here, old man," said Lucas, "there's no use in all this gloom. You might think Lucas and Enright had never put up a building in their lives. Just as well to dwell now and then on what they have done instead of on what they haven't done. We're fairly busy, you know. Besides—" He spoke seriously, tactfully, with charm, and he had a beautiful voice. Quite right," George willingly agreed, swinging his stick and gazing straight ahead. And he thought, "This chap has got his head screwed on. He's miles wiser than I am, and he's really nice. I could never be nice like that." In a moment they were at the turbulent junction of Tottenham Court Road and Oxford Street, where crowds of Londoners, deeply unconscious of their own vulgarity, and of the marvellous distinction of Bedford Square, and of the moral obligation to harmonize socks with neckties, were preoccupying themselves with omnibuses and routes and constituting the spectacle of London. The high-heeled, demure creatures were lost in this crowd, and Lucas and George were lost in it. "Well," said Lucas, halting on the pavement, "you're going down to the cathedral?" "It'll please the old cock," answered George, anxious to disavow any higher motive. "You aren't coming?" Lucas shook his head. "I shall just go and snatch a hasty—" "Cup of tea," was the unuttered end of the sentence. "Puffins?" Lucas nodded. Puffins was a cosy house of sustenance in a half-new street on the site of the razed slums of St. Giles's. He would not frequent the orthodox tea-houses, which were all alike and which had other serious disadvantages. He adventured into the unusual, and could always demonstrate that what he found was subtly superior to anything else. "That affair still going on?" George questioned. "It's not off." "He's a nice little thing, that I will say." "It all depends," Lucas replied sternly. "I don't mind telling you she wasn't so jolly nice on Tuesday." "Wasn't she?" George raised his eyebrows. Lucas silently scowled, and his handsomeness vanished for an instant. "However," he said. As George walked alone down Charing Cross Road, he thought, "That girl will have to look out," meaning that, in his opinion, Lucas was not a man to be trifled with. Lucas was a wise and an experienced man, and knew the world, and what he did could not be other than right. This notion comforted George, who had a small affair of his own, which he had not yet even mentioned to Lucas. Delicacy as well as diffidence had prevented him from doing so. It was a very different affair from any of Lucas's, and he did not want Lucas to misesteem it. Neither did he want Lucas to be under the temptation to regard him as a ninny. Not the cathedral alone had induced George to leave the office early. The dissembler had reflected that if he called in a certain conventional tea-shop near Cambridge Circus at a certain hour, he would probably meet Marguerite Hame. He knew that she had an appointment with one of her customers, a firm of bookbinders, that afternoon, and that on similar occasions she had been to the tea-shop. In fact, he had already once deliciously taken tea with her therein. To-day he was disappointed, to the extent of the tea, for he met her as she was coming out of the shop. Their greetings were rather punctilious, but beneath superficial formalities shone the proofs of intimacy. They had had large opportunities to become intimate, and they had become intimate. The immediate origin of, an excuse for the intimacy, was a lampshade. George had needed a lampshade for his room, and she had offered to paint one. She submitted sketches, but George also could paint a bit. Hence discussions, conferences, rival designs, and lastly an agreement upon a composite design. Before long the lampshade craze increased in virulence. They had between them re-lampshaded the entire house. Then the charming mania expired, but it had done its work. During the summer holiday George had written twice to Marguerite, and he had thought pleasurably about her the whole time. He had hoped that she would open the door for him upon his return, and that when he saw her again he would at length penetrate the baffling secret of her individuality. She had opened the door for him exquisitely, but the secret had not yielded itself. It was astonishing to George how that girl could combine the candours of honest intimacy with a profound reserve. "Were you going in there for tea?" she asked, looking up at him gravely. "No," he said, "I don't want any tea. I have to wend my way to the Roman Catholic Cathedral. You know, the new one, near Victoria. I suppose you wouldn't care to see it?" "I should love to," she answered with ingenuous eagerness. "I think it might do me good." A strange phrase, he thought. What did she mean? "Would you mind walking?" she suggested. "Let me take that portfolio, then." So they walked. She had her usual serious expression, as it were, full of the consciousness of duty. It made him think how reliable she would always be. She held herself straight and independently, and her appearance was very simple and very trim. He considered it wrong that a girl with such beautiful lips should have to consult callous bookbinders and accept whatever they chose to say. To him she was like a lovely and valiant martyr. The spectacle of her was touching. However, he could not have dared to hint at these sentiments. He had to pretend that her exposure to the stresses of the labour market was quite natural and right. Always he was careful in his speech with her. When he got to know people, he was apt to be impatient and ruthless. For example, to John Orgreave and his wife, and to his mother and stepfather, and sometimes even to Everard Lucas. he would bear them down. But he was restrained from such freedoms with Enright, and equally with Marguerite Hame. She did not intimidate him, but she put him under a spell. Crossing Piccadilly Circus, he had a glimpse of the rising walls and the scaffolding of the new restaurant. He pointed to the building without a word. She nodded and smiled. In the Mall, where the red campanile of the cathedral was first descried, George began to get excited, and he perceived that Marguerite sympathetically responded to his excitement. She never even noticed the campanile before, and the reason was that the cathedral happened not to be on the route between Alexandra Grove and her principal customers. Suddenly, out of Victoria Street, they came up against the vast form of the Byzantine cathedral. It was hemmed in by puny six-storey blocks of flats, as ancient cathedrals also are hemmed in by the dwellings of townsfolk. But here, instead of the houses having gathered about the cathedral had excavated a place for itself amid the houses. Tier above tier, the expensively curtained windows of dark drawing-rooms and bedrooms inhabited by thousands of the well-to-do blinked up at the colossal symbol that dwarfed them all. George knew that he was late. If the watchman's gate was shut for the night, he would look a fool. But his confidence in his magic power successfully to run risks sustained him in a gallant and assured demeanour. The gate in the hoarding that screened the west front was open. With a large gesture he tipped the watchman a shilling, and they passed in like princes. The transition to the calm and dusty interior was instantaneous and almost overwhelming. Immense without, the cathedral seemed still more immense within. On one side of the nave was a steam engine, on the other some sort of a mill, and everywhere lay in heaps the wild litter of construction, among which moved here and there little parties of aproned pygmies engaged silently and industriously on subcontracts. The main army of labourers had gone. The walls rose massively clear out of the white powdered confusion into arches and high domes, and the floor of the choir, and a loftier floor beyond that, also rose clear. Perspectives ended in shadow and were illimitable, while the afternoon light through the stone grille of the western windows made luminous spaces in the gloom. The sensation of having the mysterious girl at his elbow in that wonder-striking interior was magnificent. He murmured with pride, "Do you know, this place has the widest nave of any cathedral in the world? It's a much bigger cathedral than St. Paul's. In fact, I'm not sure if it isn't the biggest in England." "You know," he said again, "in the whole of the 19th century only one cathedral was built in England." "Which was that?" "Truro. And you could put Truro inside this and leave a margin all round. Mr. Enright says this is the last cathedral that ever will be built outside America." They gazed, more and more aware of a solemn miracle. "It's marvellous, marvellous," he breathed. After a few moments, glancing at her, a strong impulse to be confidential mastered him. He was obliged to tell that girl. "I say, we've lost that competition for the law courts." He smiled, but the smile had no effect. "Oh!" She positively started. He saw that her eyes had moistened, and he looked quickly away, as though he had seen something that he ought not to have seen. She cared. She cared a great deal. She was shocked by the misfortune to the firm, by the injustice to transcendent merit. She knew nothing whatever about any design in the composition, but it was her religion that the Lucas and Enright design was the best, and by far the best. He had implanted the dogma, and he felt that she was ready to die for it. Mystery dropped away from her. Her soul stood bare to him. He was so happy and so proud that the intensity of his feeling dismayed him. But he was enheartened too, and courage to surmount 1,000 failures welled up in him as from an unimagined spring. "I wonder who that is," she said quietly and ordinarily, as if a terrific event had not happened. On the highest floor, at the other extremity of the cathedral, in front of the apse, a figure had appeared in a frock coat and a silk hat. The figure stood solitary, gazing around in the dying light. "By Jove, it's Bentley! It's the architect!" George literally trembled. He literally gave a sob. The vision of Bentley within his masterpiece, of Bentley whom Enright himself worshipped, was too much for him. Renewed ambition rushed through him in electric currents. All was not wrong with the world of architecture. Bentley had succeeded. Bentley, beginning life as an artisan, had succeeded supremely. And here he stood on the throne of his triumph. Genius would not be denied. Beauty would conquer despite everything. What completed the unbearable grandeur of the scene was that Bentley had cancer of the tongue and was sentenced to death. Bentley's friends knew it, the world of architecture knew it, Bentley knew it. Shall I tell her? George thought. He looked at her. He looked at the vessel which he had filled with emotion. He could not speak. A highly sensitive decency and abhorrence of crudity restrained him. No, he decided, I can't tell her now. I'll tell her some other time.
End of Part 1, Chapter 2, Part 1. Part 1, Chapter 2, Part 2 of The Roll Call by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 2, Part 2. 3. With no clear plan as to his dinner, he took her back to Alexandra Grove. The dusk was far advanced. Mounting the steps quickly, Marguerite rang the bell. There was no answer. She pushed up the flap of the letter aperture and looked within. Have you got your latchkey? She asked, turning round on George. Father's not come home. His hat's not hanging up. He promised me certain that he would be here at 6:30 at the latest. Otherwise I should have taken the big key. She did not show resentment against her father, nor was there impatience in her voice. But she seemed to be firmly and impassively judging her father as his equal, possibly even as somewhat his superior. And George admired the force of her individuality. It flattered him that a being so independent and so strong should have been so meltingly responsive to him in the cathedral. An adventurous idea occurred to him in a flash, and he impulsively adopted it.
His latchkey was in his pocket, but if the house door was once opened, he would lose her. He would have to go forth and seek his dinner, and she would remain in the house. Whereas, barred out of the house, she would be bound to him. They would be thrust together in exquisite contingencies into all the deep potentialities of dark London. Dash it, he said, first fumbling in one waistcoat pocket, and then ledging the portfolio against a step, and fumbling in both waistcoat pockets simultaneously. I must have left it in my other clothes.
It is doubtful whether his conscience troubled him, but he had a very exciting sense of risk and of romance and of rapture, as though he had done something wonderful and irremediable. Ah, well, she murmured, instantly acquiescent, and without the least hesitation descended the steps. How many girls, he demanded, would or could have made up their minds and faced the situation like that? Her faculty of decision was simply masculine. He looked at her in the twilight, and she was inimitable, unparalleled. And yet, by virtue of the wet glistening of her eyes in the cathedral, she had somehow become mystically his. He permitted himself the suspicion, perhaps she guesses that I'm only pretending about the latchkey. The suspicion which made her accessory to his crime did not lower her in his eyes. On the contrary, the enchanting naughtiness with which it invested her only made her variety more intoxicant and perfection more perfect. His regret was that the suspicion was not a certainty. Before a word could be said as to the next move, a figure in a grey suit and silk hat, and both arms filled with packages, passed in front of the gate and then halted. "Oh, it's Mr. Buckingham Smith!" exclaimed Marguerite. "Mr. Buckingham Smith, we are locked out till father comes." She completed the tale of the mishap, to George's equal surprise and mortification. Mr. Buckingham Smith, with Mr. Albert Prince, was tenant of the studio at the back of No. 8. He raised his hat as well as an occupied arm would allow. "Come and wait in the studio, then," he suggested bluntly. "You know Mr. Cannon, don't you?" said Marguerite, embarrassed. George and Mr. Buckingham Smith had in fact been introduced to one another weeks earlier in the Grove by Mr. Hame. Thereafter Mr. Buckingham Smith had, as George imagined, saluted George with a kind of jealous defiance and mistrust, and the acquaintance had not progressed. Nor, by the way, had George's dreams been realized of entering deeply into the artistic life of Chelsea. Chelsea had been no more welcoming than Mr. Buckingham Smith. But now Mr. Buckingham Smith grew affable and neighbourly. Behind the man's inevitable insistence that George should accompany Miss Hame into the studio was a genuine eager hospitality. The studio was lofty and large, occupying most of the garden space of number 8. Crimson rep curtains, hung on a thick blackened brass rod, divided it into 2 unequal parts. By the wall nearest the house, a staircase ran up to a door high in the gable, which door communicated by a covered bridge with the second floor of number 8, where the artists had bedrooms. The arrangement was a characteristic example of the manner in which building was added to building in London, contrary to the intention of the original laying out, and George, in his expert capacity, wondered how the plans had been kept within the by-laws of the borough, and by what chicane the consent of the ground landlord had been obtained. Mr. Albert Prince, whom also George knew slightly, was trimming a huge oil lamp which depended by a wire from the scarcely visible apex of the roof. When, at length, the natural perversity of the lamp had been mastered and the metal shade replaced, George got a general view of the immense and complex disorder of the studio. It was obviously very dirty. Even in the lamplight the dust could be seen in drifts on the moveless folds of the curtains. It was a pigsty, but it was romantic, with shadowed spaces and gleams of copper and of the pale arms of the etching press and glimpses of pictures. And the fellow desired a studio of his own. He was glad now that Mr. Buckingham Smith had invited them in. He wanted to keep Marguerite Hame to himself, but it was worth while to visit the studio, and it was especially worth while to watch her under the illumination of the lamp. "Lucky we have a clean tablecloth," said Mr. Buckingham Smith, opening his packages and setting a table. "Brawn, Miss Hame, and beer, Miss Hame, that is to say, Pilsner, from the only place in Chelsea where you can get it." And his packages really did contain brawn and beer, 4 bottles of the Pilsner, also bread and a slice of butter. The visitors learnt that they had happened on a feast which Mr. Buckingham Smith had conceived and ordained, a feast to celebrate the triumph of Mr. Albert Prince. An etching by Mr. Prince had been bought by Vienna. Mr. Buckingham Smith did not say that the etching had been bought by any particular gallery in Vienna. He said, by Vienna, giving the idea that all Vienna, every man, woman and child in that distant and enlightened city where etchings were truly understood, had combined for the possession of a work by Mr. Prince. Mr. Buckingham Smith opined that soon every gallery in Europe would be purchasing examples of Alfred Prince. He snatched from a side table and showed the identical authentic letter from Vienna to Mr. Albert Prince, with its official heading, foreign calligraphy, and stilted English. The letter was very complimentary. In George's estimation, Mr. Prince did not look the part of an etcher of continental renown. He was a small, pale man with a small brown beard, very shabby, and he was full of small, nervous gestures. He had the innocently red nose which pertains to indigestion. His trousers bagged horribly at the knees, and he wore indescribable slippers. He said little, in an extremely quiet, weak voice. His eyes, however, were lively and attractive. He was old, probably at least 35. Mr. Buckingham Smith made a marked contrast to him, tall, with newish clothes, a powerful voice, and decisive gestures. Mr. Buckingham Smith dominated, though he was younger than his friend. He tried to please, and he mingled the grand signorial style with the abrupt. It was he who played both the parlour-maid and the host. He forced Margaret to have some brawn, served her with a vast portion, but he could not force her to take Pilsner. "Now, Mr. Cannon," he said, pouring beer into a glass with an up-and-down motion of the bottle so as to put a sparkling head on the beer. "No, thank you," said George, decidedly. "I won't have beer." Mr. Buckingham Smith gazed at him challengingly out of his black eyes. "Oh, but you've got to," he said. It was as if he had said, "I am generous. I love to be hospitable, but I'm not going to have my hospitality thwarted, and you needn't think it." George accepted the beer and joined in the toasting of Mr. Albert Prince's health. "Old chap," Mr. Buckingham-Smith greeted his chum, and then to George and Marguerite informally and seriously. It was during the snack that Mr. Buckingham-Smith began to display the etchings of Mr. Alfred Prince, massed in a portfolio. He extolled them with his mouth half full of brawn, or between two gulps of Pilsner. They impressed George deeply. They were so rich and dark and austere. "Old Princey boy is one of the finest etchers in Europe today, if you ask me," said Mr. Buckingham-Smith offhandedly, and with the air of stating the obvious. And George thought that Mr. Prince was. The etchings were not signed Alfred Prince, but just Prince, which was quietly imposing. Everybody agreed that Vienna had chosen the best one. "It's a dry point, isn't it?" Marguerite asked, peering into it. George started. This single remark convinced him that she knew all about etching, whereas he himself knew nothing. He did not even know exactly what a dry point was. "Mostly," said Mr. Prince, "you can only get that peculiar quality of line in dry point." George perceived that etching was an entrancing subject, and he determined to learn something about it, everything about it. Then came the turn of Mr. Buckingham-Smith's paintings. These were not signed Smith, as the etchings were signed Prince. By no means. They were signed Buckingham-Smith. George much admired them, though less than he admired the etchings. They were very striking and ingenious, in particular the portraits of the still life subjects. He had to admit that these fellows to whom he had scarcely given a thought, these fellows who existed darkly behind the house, were prodigiously accomplished. "Of course," said Mr. Buckingham-Smith negligently, "you can't get any idea of them by this light. Though," he added warningly, "it's the finest artificial light going, better than all your electricity." There was a pause, and Mr. Prince sighed and said, "I was thinking of going up to the promenades tonight, but Buck won't go." George took fire at once. The Glazunov ballet music?" "Glazunov?" repeated Mr. Prince uncertainly. "No, I rather wanted to hear the new Elgar." George was disappointed, for he derived from Mr. Enright positive opinions about the relative importance of Elgar and Glazunov. "Go often?" he asked. "No," said Mr. Prince, "I haven't been this season yet, but I'm always meaning to." He smiled apologetically. "I thought tonight—"
Despite appearances, he was not indifferent after all to his great Viennese triumph. He had some mild notion of his own of celebrating the affair. "I suppose this is what etchings are printed with," said George to Mr. Buckingham-Smith, for the sake of conversation, and he moved towards the press. The reception given to the wonderful name of Glazunov in that studio was more than a disappointment for George. He felt obscurely that it amounted to a snub. Mr. Buckingham-Smith instantly became the urbane and alert showman. He explained how the pressure was regulated. He pulled the capstan-like arms of the motive wheel, and the blanketed steel bed slid smoothly under the glittering cylinder. Although George had often been in his stepfather's printing works, he now felt for the first time the fascination of manual work, of artisanship in art, and he regretted that the architect had no such labour. He could indistinctly hear Mr. Prince talking to Marguerite. "This is a monotype," said Mr. Buckingham-Smith, picking up a dusty print off the window-sill. "I do one occasionally." "Did you do this?" asked George, who had no idea what a monotype was, and dared not inquire. "Yes, they're rather amusing to do. You just use a match, or your finger, or anything." "It's jolly good," said George. "Do you know, it reminds me a bit of Cézanne." Of course, it was in Paris that he had heard of the great original, the martyr and saviour of modern painting. Equally, of course, it was Mr. Enright who had inducted him into the esoteric cult of Cézanne, and magically made him see marvels in what at the first view had struck him as a wilful and clumsy absurdity. "Oh," murmured Buck, stiffening. "What do you think of Cézanne?" "Roll it out," said Buck, with a warning, cantankerous inflection, firmly and almost brutally reproving his conversational delinquency of George's. "Roll it out, young man. We don't want any of that sort of mountebanking in England. We know what it's worth." George was cowed. More, his faith in Cézanne was shaken. He smiled sheepishly, and was angry with himself. Then he heard Mr. Prince saying calmly and easily to Miss Hame, The little old man could not in fact be so nervous as he seemed. "I suppose you wouldn't come with me to the prom?" George was staggered and indignant. It was inconceivable, monstrous, that those two should be on such terms as would warrant Mr. Prince's astounding proposal. He felt that he simply could not endure them marching off together for the evening. Her acceptance of the proposal would be an outrage. He trembled. However, she declined, and he was lifted from the rack. "I must really go," she said. "Father's sure to be home by now." "May I?" demanded Mr. Buckingham-Smith, stooping over Marguerite's portfolio of designs, and glancing round at her for permission to open it. Already his hand was on the tape. "On no account!" she cried. "No, no, Mr. Cannon, please take it from him." She was serious. "Oh, all right, all right." Mr. Buckingham-Smith rose to the erect good-humouredly. After a decent interval, George took the portfolio under his arm. Marguerite was given thanks for hospitality. They left. George was singularly uplifted by the fact that she never concealed from him those designs upon which Mr. Buckingham-Smith had not been allowed to gaze. And, certain contretemps and disappointments notwithstanding, he was impressed by the entity of the studio. It had made a desirable picture in his mind. The romantic paraphernalia, the etchings, the canvases, the lights and shadows, the informality, the warm odours of the lamp and of the Pilsner, the dazzling white of the tablecloth, the quick, positive tones of Buckingham-Smith, who had always to be convincing not only others but himself that he was a strong man whose views were unassailable. The eyes of Buckingham-Smith like black holes in his handsome face, the stylish gestures and coarse petulance of Buckingham-Smith, the shy assurance of little old Prince. He envied the pair. Their existence had a cloistral quality which appealed to something in him. They were continually in the studio, morning, afternoon, evening. They were independent. They had not to go forth to catch omnibuses and trains, to sit in offices, to utilize the services of clerks, to take orders, to consider the idiosyncrasies of superiors. They were self-contained, they were consecrated, and they were free. No open competitions for them, no struggles with committees and with contractors, and no waiting for the realization of an idea. They sat down and worked, and the idea came at once to life, complete, without the necessity of other human cooperation. They did not sit in front of a painting or etching and say, as architects had too often to say in front of their designs, "That is wasted, that will never come into being." Architecture might be the art of arts, and indeed it was, but there were terrible drawbacks to it. And next he was outside in the dark with Marguerite Hame, and new, intensified sensations thrilled him. She was very marvellous in the dark. Mr. Hame had not returned. "Well," she muttered, and then dreamily, "What a funny little man Mr. Prince is, isn't he?" She spoke condescendingly. "Anyhow," said George, who had been respecting Mr. Alfred Prince, "anyhow, I'm glad you didn't go to the concert with him." "Why?" she asked with apparent simplicity. "I adore the proms, don't you?" "Let's go then," he suggested. "We shan't be very late, and what else is there for you to do?" His audacity frightened him. There she stood with him in the porch, silent, reflective. She would never go. For sundry practical and other reasons she would refuse. She must refuse. "I'll go," she said, as if announcing a well-meditated decision. He could scarcely believe it. This could not be London that he was in. They deposited the portfolio under the mat in the porch. 4. When they got into the hall, the band was sending forth a tremendous volume of brilliant, exhilarating sound. A vast melody seemed to ride on waves of brass. The conductor was very excited, and his dark locks shook with the violence of his gestures as he urged onward the fingers and arms of the executants, flying madly through the maze of the music to a climax. There were flags, there was a bank of flowers, there was a fountain, there were the huge crimson-domed lamps that poured down their radiance, and there was the packed crowd of straw-hatted and floral-hatted erect figures gazing with upturned, intent faces at the immense orchestral machine. Then came a final crash, and for an instant the thin, silvery tinkle of the fountain supervened in an enchanted hush. And then terrific applause, with yells and thuds above and below the hand-clapping, filled and inflamed the whole interior. The conductor, recovering from a collapse, turned round and bowed low with his hand on his shirt-front. His hair fell over his forehead. He straightened himself and threw the hair back again, and so he kept on, time after time, casting those plumes to and fro. At last, sated with homage, he thought of justice, and pointed to the band, and smiled with an unconvincing air of humility, as if he was saying, "I am naught. Here are the true heroes." And on the end of his stick he lifted to their feet 80 men, whose rising drew invigorated shouts. Enthusiasm reigned. Triumph was accomplished. Even when the applause had expired, enthusiasm still reigned, and every person present had the illusion of a share in the triumph. It was a great night at the promenades. George and Marguerite looked at each other happily. They both were inspired by the feeling that life was a grand thing, and that they had reached suddenly one of the summits of existence. George, observing the excitement in her eyes, thought how wonderful it was that she too should be excited. "What was that piece?" she asked. "I don't quite know," he said. "There don't appear to be any programmes about." He wished he had been able to identify the piece, but he was too content to be ashamed of his ignorance. Moreover, his ignorance was hers also, and he liked that. The music resumed. He listened, ready to put himself into the mood of admiration if it was the Glazunov item. Was it Glazunov? He could not be certain. It sounded fine. Surely it sounded Russian. Then he had a glimpse of a programme held by a man standing near, and he peered at it. Number 4, Elgar, Sea Pictures. Number 5 was the Glazunov. "It's only the Elgar," he said with careless condescension, perceiving at once, by the mere virtue of a label, that the music was not fine and not Russian. He really loved music, but he happened to be at that age from which some people never emerge, at which the judgment depends almost completely on extraneous suggestion. "Oh," murmured Marguerite indifferently, responding to his tone. "Glazunov's next," he said. "I suppose we couldn't sit down?" she suggested. Yet it was she who had preferred the promenade to the grand circle or the balcony. "We'll find something," he said with his usual assurance. And in the corridor that surrounded the hemicycle they climbed up onto a narrow ledge in the wall, and sat side by side in perfect luxury, not dreaming that they were doing anything unusual or undignified. As a fact, they were not. Other couples were perched on other ledges, and still others on the cold steam pipes. A girl with a big face and heavy red lips sat alone, lounging, her head aslant. She had an open copy of Home Notes in one hand. Elgar had sent the simple creature into an ecstasy, and she never stirred. Probably she did not know anyone named Enright. Promenaders promenaded in and out of the corridor, and up and down the corridor, and nobody troubled to glance twice either at the heavy-lipped solitary girl or at the ledged couples. Through an arched doorway could be seen the orchestra and half the auditorium. "This is the best seat in the hall," George observed proudly. Marguerite smiled at him. When the Sea Pictures were finished, she gave a sigh of appreciation, having forgotten, it seemed, that persons who had come to admire Glazunov ought not to relish Elgar. And George, too, reflecting upon the sensations produced within him by Elgar, was ready to admit that, though Elgar could of course not be classed with the foreigner, there might be something to be said for him after all. "This is just what I needed," she murmured. "Oh?" "I was very depressed this afternoon," she said. "Were you?" He had not noticed it. "Yes, they've cut down my price from £1 to 17 6." They were the employing bookbinders, and the price was the fixed price for a design, side and back. He was shocked, and he felt guilty. How was it that he had noticed nothing in her demeanour? He had been full of the misfortune of the firm, and she had made the misfortune her own, keeping silence about the grinding harshness of bookbinders. He was an insensible egotist, and girls were wondrous. At any rate, this girl was wondrous. He had an intense desire to atone for his insensibility and his egotism by protecting her, spoiling her, soothing her into forgetfulness of her trouble. He understood now what she meant when she had replied to his suggestion as to visiting the cathedral. It might do me good. "How rotten!" he exclaimed, expressing his sympathy by means of disgust. "Couldn't you tell them to go to the dickens?" "You have to take what they'll give," she answered, "especially when they begin to talk about bad trade and that sort of thing." "Well, it's absolutely rotten." It was not the arbitrary reduction of her earnings that he resented, but the fact of her victimhood. Scandalous, infamous, that this rare and delicate creature should be defenceless against commercial brutes. The Glazunov ballet music, The Seasons, started. Knowing himself justified, he surrendered himself to it, to its exoticism, to its Russianism, to its wilful and disconcerting beauty. And there was no composer like Glazunov. Beneath the sensory spell of the music, his memory wandered about through the whole of his life. He recalled days in his mother's boarding-house at Brighton, musical evenings at which John Orgreave was present at his stepfather's house in the Five Towns, and in all kinds of scenes at the later home at Ladderedge Hall, scenes in which his mother again predominated, becoming young again and learning sports and horsewomanship as a girl might have learnt them. And they were all beautiful beneath the music. The music softened. The fountain was heard. The striking of matches was heard. Still all was beautiful. Then he touched Marguerite's hand as it rested a little behind her on the ledge. The effect of contact was surprising. With all his other thoughts he had not ceased to think of the idea of shielding and enveloping her. But now this idea utterly possessed him. The music grew louder, and as it were under cover of the music, he put his hand round her hand. It was a venturesome act for such a girl. He was afraid. The hand lay acquiescent within his. He tightened the pressure. The hand lay acquiescent. It accepted. The flashing realization of her compliance overwhelmed him. He was holding the very symbol of wild purity, and there was no effort to be free. None guessed, none could see. They, too, had the astonishing, the incredible secret between them. He looked at her profile, taking precautions. No sign of alarm or disturbance. Her rapt glance was fixed steadily on the orchestra framed in the arched doorway. Incredible, the soft, warm delicacy of the cotton glove. The applause at the end of the number awoke them. He released her hand. She slipped neatly down from the ledge. "I think I ought to be going back home. Father," she murmured. She met his eyes, but his embarrassed eyes would not meet hers. "Certainly," he agreed quickly, though they had been in the hall little more than half an hour. He would have agreed to any suggestion from her. It seemed to him that the least he could do at that moment was to fulfil unquestioningly her slightest wish. Then she looked away, and he saw that a deep blush gradually spread over her lovely face. This was the supreme impressive phenomenon. Before the blush, he was devotional.
5. They walked down Regent Street almost in silence, enjoying simultaneously the silence and solitude of the curving thoroughfare and the memory of the bright, crowded, triumphant scene which they had left. At Piccadilly Circus, George inquired for the new open motor buses which had just begun to run between the Circus and Putney, passing the Redcliffe Arms. Already, within a year, the time was historically distant when a policeman had refused to allow the automobile of our Member of Parliament to enter Palace Yard on the ground that there was no precedent for such a desecration. The new motor buses, however, did not run at night. Human daring had limits, and it was reported that at least one motor driver, succumbing to the awful nervous strain of guiding these fast expresses through the traffic of the West End, had been taken to the lunatic asylum. George called a hansom, of which there were dozens idling about. Marguerite seemed tacitly to object to this act as the germ of extravagance, but it was the only classic thing to do, and he did it. The hansom rolled rapidly and smoothly along upon that well-established novelty, India-rubber tires. Bits of the jingling harness oscillated regularly from side to side. At intervals the whip-thong dragged gently across the horse's back, and the horse lifted and shook its head. The shallow and narrow interior of the hansom was constructed with exactitude to hold two. Neither occupant could move in any direction, and neither desired to move. The splendidly lighted avenues, of which every detail could be discerned as by day, flowed evenly past the vehicle. "I've never been in a hansom before," said Marguerite timidly, because the situation was so dismaying in its enchantment. He, from the height of 2 years of hansom using, was touched delighted, even impressed. The staggering fact increased her virginal charm and its protectiveness. He thought upon the simplicity of her existence. Of course she had never been in a hansom. Hansoms were obviously outside her scheme. He said nothing, but he sought for and found her hand beneath the apron. She did not resist. He reflected, can she resist? She cannot. Her hand was in a living swoon. Her hand was his. It was admittedly his. She could never deny it now. He touched the button of the glove and undid it. Then, moving her passive hand, he brought both his to it, and with infinitely delicate, considerate gestures, he slowly drew off the glove, and he held her hand ungloved. She did not stir nor speak. Nothing so marvellous as her exquisite and confiding stillness had ever happened. The hansom turned into Alexandra Grove, and when it stopped he pushed the glove into her hand, which closed on it. As they descended, the cabman, accustomed to peer down on loves pure and impure, gave them a beneficent look. "He's not come in," said Marguerite, glancing through the flap of the front door. She was exceedingly self-conscious, but beneath her self-consciousness could be noticed an indignant accusation against old Hame. She had rung the bell and knocked. "Are you sure? Can you see the hat-stand?" "I can see it enough for that." "Look here," George suggested with false lightness. "I expect I could get in through my window." His room was on the ground floor, and not much agility was needed to clamber up to its ledge from the level of the area. He might have searched his pockets again and discovered his latchkey, but he would not. Sooner than admit of deception, he would have remained at the door with her all night. "Think you could?" "Yes, I could slide the window catch." He jumped down the steps and showed her how he could climb. In 2 minutes he was opening the front door to her from the inside. She moved towards him in the gloom. "Oh, my portfolio!" She stopped, and bent down to the mat. Then she busily lighted the little hall lamp with his matches, and hurried down, taking the matches, to the kitchen. After a few moments George followed her. He was obliged to follow her. She had removed her coat. It lay on the sole chair. The hat and blouse which she wore seemed very vivid in the kitchen, vestiges of past glorious episodes in concert halls and hansoms. She had lighted the kitchen lamp, and was standing apparently idle. The alarm clock on the black mantelpiece ticked noisily. The cat sat indifferently on the corner of the clean, bare table. George hesitated in the doorway. He was extremely excited, because the tremendous fact of what he had done and what she had permitted, with all the implications, had to be explicitly acknowledged between them. Of course it had to be acknowledged. They were both fully aware of the thing, she as well as he, but spoken words must authenticate its existence as only spoken words could. She said, beginning sternly and finishing with a peculiar smile, "I do think this business of Father and Mrs. Lobley is going rather far." And George had a sudden new sense of the purely feminine adroitness of women. In those words she had clearly conceded that their relations were utterly changed. Never before had she made even the slightest, most distant reference to the monstrous household actuality, unadmitted and yet patent, of the wooing of Mrs. Lobley the charwoman by her father, the widower of her mother. If Mr. Hame stayed away from home of an evening, Mrs. Lobley was the siren who deflected him from the straight domestic path. She knew it. George surmised it. The whole street had its suspicions. But hitherto Marguerite had given no sign. She now created George the confidant of her resentment. And her smile was not an earnest of some indulgence for her father. Her smile was for George alone. He went boldly up to her, put his arms round her, and kissed her. She did not kiss, but she allowed herself to be kissed, and she let her body loose in his embrace. She looked at him with her eyes nearly upon his, and her eyes glittered with a mysterious burning. He knew that she was content, that she should be content, that it should please her to let him have the unimaginable experience of holding that thrilled and thrilling body close to his, seemed to him to be a marvellous piece of sheer luck and overwhelming good fortune. She was so sensuous and yet so serious. Her gaze stimulated not only love but conscience. In him, ambition was superlatively vigorous. Nevertheless, he felt then as though he had never really known ambition till that moment. He thought of the new century and of a new life. He perceived the childishness and folly of his favourite idea that an artist ought to pass through a phase of Don Juanism. He knew that the task of satisfying the lofty and exacting and unique girl would be immense, and that he could fulfil it, but on the one condition that it monopolized his powers. Thus he was both modest and proud, anxious and divinely elated. His mind was the scene of innumerable impulses and sensations over which floated the banner of the male who has won an impassioned allegiance. "Don't let's tell anyone yet," she murmured. "No, I mean for a long time," she insisted. "No, we won't," he agreed, and added scornfully, "They'd only say we're too young." The notion of secrecy was an enchanting notion. She cut magic cake and poured out magic milk, and they ate and drank together, for they were hungry. And at this point the cat began to show an interest in their doings. And after they were both in their beds, but not after they were asleep, Mr. Hame, by the clicking of a latchkey in a lock, reminded them of something which they had practically forgotten: his disordered existence.
End of Part 1, Chapter 2, Part 2. Part 1, Chapter 3 of The Roll Call by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Ellers. Part 1 of Chapter 3,
The Charwoman. 1. George entered Alexandra Grove very early the next evening, having dined inadequately and swiftly, so that he might reach the neighbourhood of Marguerite at the first moment justifiable. He would have omitted dinner and trusted to Marguerite's kitchen, only that, in view of the secrecy resolved upon, appearances had to be preserved. The secrecy in itself was delicious, but even the short experiences of the morning had shown both of them how extremely difficult it would be for two people who were everything to each other to behave as though they were nothing to each other. George hoped, however, that Mr. Hame would again be absent, and he was anticipating exquisite hours. At the precise instant when he put his latchkey in the door was pulled away from him by a hand within, and he saw a woman of about 35, plump but not stout, in a blue sateen dress, bonneted but not gloved. She had pleasant, commonplace features and brown hair. Several seconds elapsed before George recognized in her Mrs. Lobley, the charwoman of number 8, and when he did so, he was a little surprised at her presentableness. He had met her very seldom in the house. He was always late for breakfast, and his breakfast was always waiting for him. On Sundays he was generally out. If he did catch sight of her, she was invariably in a rough apron, and as a rule on her knees. Their acquaintance had scarcely progressed far enough for him to call her Mrs. Lobb with any confidence. He had never seen her at night, though upon occasion he had heard her below in the basement, and for him she was associated with mysterious nocturnal goings and comings by the basement door. That she should be using the front door was as startling as that she should be so nobly attired in blue sateen. "Good evening, Mr. Cannon," she said in her timid voice, too thin for her body. He noticed that she was perturbed. Hitherto she had always addressed him as Sir. "Excuse me," she said, and with an apologetic air she slipped past him and departed out of the house. Mr. Hame was visible just within the doorway of the sitting-room, and behind him the table with the tea-things still on it. George had felt considerably self-conscious in Mr. Hame's presence at the office, and he was so preoccupied by his own secret mighty affair that his first suspicion connected the strange apparition of a new Mrs. Lobley and the peculiar look on Mr. Hame's face with some disagreeable, premature and dramatic explosion of the secret mighty affair. His thoughts, though absurd, ran thus because they could not run in any other way. "Ah, Mr. Cannon," said Mr. Hame queerly. "You're in early tonight." "A bit earlier," George admitted with caution. "Have to read, you know." He was using the word read in the examination sense. "If you could spare me a minute," smiled Mr. Hame. "Certainly." "Have a cigarette," said Mr. Hame, as soon as George had deposited his hat and come into the room. This quite unprecedented offer reassured George, who in spite of reason had continued to fear that the landlord had something in his mind about his daughter and his lodger. Mr. Hame presented his well-known worn cigarette case, and then, with precise and calm gestures, carefully shut the door. "The fact is," said he, "I wanted to tell you something. I told Mr. Enright this afternoon, as I thought was proper, and it seems to me that you are the next person who ought to be informed." "Oh, yes?" "I'm going to be married." "The deuce you are!" The light words had scarcely escaped from young George before he perceived that his tone was a mistake, and that Mr. Hame was in a state of considerable emotion, which would have to be treated very carefully. And George, too, now suddenly partook of the emotion. He felt himself to be astonished and even shaken by Mr. Hame's news. The atmosphere of the interview changed in an instant. Mr. Hame moved silently on slippered feet to the mantelpiece, out of the circle of lamplight, and dropped some ash into the empty fireplace. "I congratulate you," said George. "Thank you," said Mr. Hame brightly, seizing gratefully on the fustian phrase, eager to hallmark it as genuine and put it among his treasures. Without doubt he was flattered. "Yes," he proceeded, as it were reflectively, "I've asked Mrs. Lobley to be my wife, and she has done me the honour to consent." He had the air of having invented the word specially to indicate that Mrs. Lobley was descending from a throne in order to espouse him. It could not have occurred to him that they had ever been used before, and that the formula was classic. He smiled again and went on. "Of course, I've known and admired Mrs. Lobley for a long time. What we should have done without her valuable help in this house, I don't like to think. I really don't." Her help in this house, thought the ruthless George, behind cigarette smoke. Why doesn't he say right out she's the charwoman? If I was marrying a charwoman, I should say I was marrying a charwoman. Then he had a misgiving. Should I? I wonder whether I should. And he remembered that ultimately the charwoman was going to be his own mother-in-law. He was aware of a serious qualm. "Mrs. Lobley has had an uphill fight since her first husband's death," said Mr. Hame. "He was an insurance agent at the Prudential. She's come out of it splendidly. She always kept up a little home, though it was only 2 rooms, and she'll only leave it because I can offer her a better one. I've always admired her, and I'm sure the more you know her, the more you'll like her. She's a woman in 1,000, Mr. Cannon." "I expect she is," George agreed feebly. He could not think of anything to say. "And I'm thankful I can offer her a better home. I don't mind telling you now that at one time I began to fear I shouldn't have a home. I've had my ambitions, Mr. Cannon. I was meant for a quantity surveyor. I was one, you may say, but it was not to be. I came down in the world, but I kept my head above water. And then in the end, with a little money I had, I bought this house. £575. It needed some negotiation. Ground rent £10 per annum, and 70 years to run. You see, all along I'd had the idea of building a studio in the garden. I was one of the first to see the commercial possibilities of studios in Chelsea. But of course I know Chelsea. I made the drawings for the studio myself. Mr. Enright kindly suggested a few improvements. With all my experience, I was in a position to get it put up as cheaply as possible. You'd be surprised at the number of people in the building lying anxious to oblige me. It cost under £300. I had to borrow most of it, but I paid it off. What's the consequence? The consequence is that the rent of the studio and the top rooms brings me in over 8% on all I spent on the house and the studio together, and I'm living rent-free myself. But jolly good. Yes, if I'd had capital, Mr. Cannon, I could have made thousands out of studios. Thousands. I fancy I've the gift, but I've never had the capital, and that's all there is to it." He smacked his lips and leaned back against the mantelpiece. "You may tell me I've realized my ambitions. Not all of them, Mr. Cannon, not all of them. If I'd had money, I should have had leisure, and I should have improved myself. Reading, I mean. Study, literature, music, painting, history of architecture, all that sort of thing. I've got the taste for it. I know I've got the taste for it. But what could I do? I gave it up. You'll never know how lucky you are, Mr. Cannon. I gave it up.
However, I've nothing to be ashamed of. At any rate, I hope not. George nodded appreciatively. He was touched. He was even impressed. He admitted the naivety of the ageing man, his vanity, his sentimentality. But he saw himself to be in the presence of an achievement. And, though the crown of Mr. Hame's achievement was to marry a charwoman, still the achievement impressed. And the shabby man with the lined, common face was looking back at the whole of his life. There was something positively formidable in that alone. He was at the end. George was at the beginning. And George felt callow and deferential. The sensation of callowness at once heightened his resolve to succeed. All George's sensations seemed mysteriously to transform themselves into food for this great resolve. "And what does Miss Hame say to all this?" he asked, rather timidly and wildly. It was a venturesome remark. It might well have been called an impertinence. But the image of Marguerite was involved in all the workings of his mind, and it would not be denied expression. Mr. Hame lifted his back from the mantelpiece sharply. Then he hesitated, moving forward a little. "Mr. Cannon," he said, it's curious you should ask that." His voice trembled, and at the vibration George was suddenly apprehensive. Mr. Hame had soon recovered from his original emotion, but now he seemed to be in danger of losing control of himself. George nervously cleared his throat and apologized. "I didn't mean—" "I better tell you," Mr. Hame interrupted him, rather loudly. "We've just had a terrible scene with my daughter, a terrible scene." He seldom referred to Marguerite by her Christian name. "Mr. Cannon, I had hoped to get through my life without a scandal, and especially an open scandal. But it seems as if I shouldn't, if I know my daughter. It was not my intention to say anything, far from it. Outsiders ought not to be troubled. I like you, Mr. Cannon. She left us a few moments ago, and if she didn't put her hat on, she must be either at the studio or at Agg's." "She went out of the house?" George questioned awkwardly. Mr. Hame nodded, and then without warning he dropped like an inert lump onto a chair and let his head fall onto his hand. George was frightened as well as mystified. The spectacle of the old man, at one moment boasting ingenuously of his career, and at the next almost hysterical with woe, roused his pity in a very disconcerting manner, and from his sight the Lucas and Enright factotum vanished utterly, and was supplanted by a tragic human being. But he had no idea how to handle the unexampled situation with dignity. He realized painfully his own lack of experience, and his overmastering impulse was to get away while it was still possible to get away. Moreover, he desired intensely to see and hear Marguerite. "Perhaps I had better find out where she is," he absurdly suggested, and departed from the room feeling like a criminal reprieved. The old man did not stir. 2. "Can I come in?" said George, hatless, pushing open the door of the studio, which was ajar. There were people in the bright and rather chilly studio, and none of them moved until the figure arriving out of the darkness was identified. Mr. Prince, who in the far corner was apparently cleaning or adjusting his press, then came forward with a quiet, shy, urbane welcome. Marguerite herself stood nearly under the central lamp, talking to Agg, who was seated. The somewhat celebrated Agg immediately rose, and said in her somewhat deep voice to Marguerite, "I must go." Agg was the eldest daughter of the Agg family, a broad-minded and turbulent tribe who acknowledged the nominal headship of a hard-working and successful barrister. She was a painter, and lived and slept in semi-independence in a studio of her own in Manresa Road, but maintained close and constant relations with the rest of the tribe. In shape and proportions fairly tall and fairly thin, she counted in shops among the stock sizes, but otherwise she was entitled to call herself unusual. She kept her hair about as short as the hair of a boy who has postponed going to the barber's for a month after the proper time, and she incompletely covered the hair with the smallest possible hat. Her coat was long and straight, and her skirt short. Her boots were high, reaching well up the calf, but they had high heels and were laced in some hundreds of holes. She carried a cane in a neatly gloved hand. She was 27. In style, Marguerite and Agg make a great contrast with one another. Each was fully aware of the contrast, and liked it. "Good evening, Mr. Cannon," said Agg firmly, not shaking hands. George had met her once in the way of small talk at her father's house. Having yet to learn the important truth that it takes all sorts to make a world, he did not like her, and wondered why she existed. He could understand Agg being somewhat fond of Marguerite, but he could not understand Marguerite being fond of Agg, and the friendship between these two, now that he actually for the first time saw it in being, irked him. "Is anything the matter? Have you seen father?" asked Marguerite in a serious, calm tone, turning to him. Like George, she had run into the studio without putting on any street attire. George perceived that there was no secret in the studio as to the crisis in the Hame family. Clearly the topic had been under discussion. Prince, as well as Agg, was privy to it. He did not quite like that. He was vaguely jealous of both Prince and Agg. Indeed, he was startled to find that Marguerite could confide such a matter to Prince, at any rate without consulting himself. While not definitely formulating the claim in his own mind, he had somehow expected of Marguerite that, until she met him, she would have existed absolutely sole, without any sentimental connections of any sort, in abeyance, waiting for his miraculous advent. He was glad that Mr. Buckingham Smith was not of the conclave. He felt that he could not have tolerated Mr. Buckingham Smith. "Yes, I've seen him," George answered. "Did he tell you?" "Yes." Mr. Prince, after a little hovering, retired to his press, and a wheel could be heard creaking. "What did he tell you?" "He told me about the marriage, and I gathered there had been a bit of a scene." "Nothing else?" "No." Agg then interjected, fixing her blue eyes on George. "Marguerite is coming to live with me in my studio." And her challenging gaze met George's. "Oh!" George could not suppress his pained inquietude at this decision having been made without his knowledge. Both girls misapprehended his feeling. "That's it, is it?" "Well," said Agg, "what can Mr. Hame expect? Here's Marguerite been paying this woman 2 shillings a day, and her food, and letting her take a parcel home at nights, and then all of a sudden she comes dressed up for tea and sits down, and Mr. Hame says she's his future wife. What does he expect? Does he expect Marguerite to kiss her and call her mamma? The situation's impossible." "But you can't stop people from falling in love, Agg, you know. It's not a crime," said Mr. Prince in his weak voice, surprisingly, from the press. "I know it's not a crime," said Agg sharply, "and nobody wants to stop people from falling in love. If Mr. Hame chooses to go mad about a charwoman, when his wife, and such a wife, has been dead barely 3 years, that's his concern. It's true the lady isn't much more than half his age, and that the whole business would be screamingly funny if it wasn't disgusting. But still, he's a free agent, and Marguerite's a free agent too, I hope. Of course, he's thunderstruck to discover that Marguerite is a free agent. He would be." "He certainly is in a state," said George, with an uneasy short laugh. Agg continued, "And why is he in such a state? Because Marguerite says she shall leave the house? Not a bit. Only because of what he thinks is the scandal of her leaving. Mr. Hame is a respectable man. He's simply all respectability. Respectability's his God, Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, always has been. He'd sacrifice everything to respectability, except the lovely Lobley. It's not respectable in a respectable family for a girl to leave home on account of her stepmother. And so he's in a state, if you please. If he wanted to carry on with Mrs. Lobley, let him carry on with her. But no, that's not respectable. He's just got to marry her." Agg sneered. George was startled, perhaps excusably, at the monstrous doctrine implied in Agg's remarks. He had thought himself a man of the world, experienced, unshockable. But he blenched, and all his presence of mind was needed to preserve a casual, cool demeanour. The worst of the trial was Marguerite's tranquil acceptance of the attitude of her friend. She glanced at Agg in silent, admiring approval. He surmised that until that moment he had been perfectly ignorant of what girls really were. "I see," said George, courageously. And then, strangely, he began to admire too. And he pulled himself together. "I think I shall leave tomorrow," Marguerite announced. "Morning. It will be much better. She can look after him. I don't see that I owe any duty." "Yes, you do, dear," Ag corrected her impressively. "You owe a duty to your mother, to her memory. That's the duty you owe. I'll come round for you tomorrow myself in a four-wheeler. Let me see, about 11? George hated the sound of the word duty. "Thank you, dear," Marguerite murmured, and the girls shook hands. They did not kiss. "Bye-bye, Princey." "Bye-bye, Ag." "Good night, Mr. Cannon." Ag departed, slightly banging the door. "I think I'll go back home now," said Marguerite in a sweet, firm tone. "Had they gone out?" "Who, your father and what's-her-name? She's gone, but he hasn't. If you don't want to meet him tonight again, hadn't you better—" "Oh, if she's gone, he'll be gone too by this time. Trust him." Mr. Prince approached them, urging Marguerite soothingly to stay as long as she liked. She shook her head and pressed his hand affectionately. 3. When George and Marguerite re-entered number 8 by the front door, Mr. Hayne was still sitting overcome at the tea-table. They both had sight of him through the open door of the parlour. Marguerite was obviously disturbed to see him there, but she went straight into the room. George moved into the darkness of his own room. He heard the voices of the other two. "Then you mean to go?" Hayne asked accusingly. Marguerite answered in a calm, good-humoured, sweet tone. "Of course, if you mean to marry Mrs. Lobley." "Marry Mrs. Lobley? Of course I shall marry her." Hayne's voice rose. "What right have you to settle where I shall marry and where I shan't?" "I fixed everything up with Celia Ag," said Marguerite very quietly. "You've soon arranged it." No reply from Marguerite. The old man spoke again. "You've no right. It'll be an open scandal." Then a silence. George now thought impatiently that a great fuss was being made about a trifle, and that a matter much more important deserved attention. His ear caught a violent movement. The old man came out of the parlour, and, instead of taking his hat and rushing off to find the enchantress, he walked slowly and heavily upstairs, preceded by his immense shadow thrown from the hall lamp. He disappeared round the corner of the stairs. George, under the influence of the apparition, was forced to modify his view that all the fuss was over a trifle. He tiptoed into the parlour. Marguerite was standing at the table. As soon as George came in, she began to gather the tea things together on the tray. "I say," whispered George. Marguerite's bent, tranquil face had a pleasant look as she handled the crockery. "I shall get him a nice breakfast tomorrow," she said, also in a whisper. "And as soon as he's gone to the office, I shall pack. It won't take me long, really." "But won't Mrs. Lobley be here?" "What if she is? I've nothing against Mrs. Lobley. Nor, as far as that goes, against poor father either. You see what I mean." "He told me you'd had a terrible scene. That's what he said, a terrible scene." "It depends what you call a scene," she said smoothly. "I was rather upset just at first. Who wouldn't be? But—" She stopped, listening with a glance at the ceiling. There was not the slightest sound overhead. "I wonder what he's doing." She picked up the tray. "I'll carry that," said George. "No, it's all right. I'm used to it. You might bring me the tablecloth. But you won't drop the crumbs out of it, will you?" He followed her with the bunched-up tablecloth down the dangerous basement steps into the kitchen. She passed straight into the little scullery, where the tray with its contents was habitually left for the attention of Mrs. Lobley the next morning. When she turned again, he halted her, as it were, at the entrance from the scullery with a question. "Shall you be all right?" "With Ag?" "Yes." "How do you mean, all right?" "Well, for money and so on." "Oh, yes." She spoke lightly and surely, with a faint, confident smile. "I was thinking as they cut down your prices." "Oh, I shall have heaps. Ag and I, why, we can live splendidly for next to nothing. You'll see." He was rebuffed. He felt jealous of both Ag and Prince, but especially of Prince. It still seemed outrageous to him that Prince should have been taken into her confidence. Prince had known of the affair before himself. He was more than jealous, he had a greater grievance. Margaret Beat appeared to have forgotten all about love, all about the mighty event of their betrothal. She appeared to have put it away as casually as she had put away the tray. Yet ought not the event to count supreme over everything else, over no matter what? He was desolate and unhappy. "Did you tell Ag?" he asked. "What about?" "Our being engaged, and so on." She started towards him. "Dearest," she protested, not in the least irritated or querulous, but kindly, affectionately. "Without asking you first? Didn't we agree we wouldn't say anything to anybody? But we shall have to think about telling Ag." He met her and suddenly seized her. They kissed, and she shut her eyes. He was ecstatically happy. "Oh," she murmured in his embrace, "I'm so glad I've got you." And she opened her eyes, and tears fell from them. She cried quietly, without excitement and without shame. She cried with absolute naturalness. Her tears filled him with profound delight. And in the exquisite subterranean intimacy of the kitchen, he saw with his eyes and felt with his arms how beautiful she was. Her face, seen close, was incredibly soft and touching. Her nose was the most wonderful nose ever witnessed. He gloated upon her perfection, for literally to him she was perfect. With what dignity and with what a sense of justice she had behaved in the studio, in the parlour, and here! He was gloriously reassured as he realized how in their joint future he would be able to rely upon her fairness, her conscientiousness, her mere pleasantness, which nothing could disturb. Throughout the ordeal of the evening she had not once been ruffled. She had not said an unkind word, nor given an unkind gesture, nor exhibited the least trace of resentment. Then she had taste, and she was talented. But perhaps the greatest quality of all was her adorable beauty and charm. And yet no, the final attraction was that she trusted him, depended on him, cried in his embrace. He loosed her with reluctance, and she deliciously wiped her eyes on his handkerchief, and he took her again. "I suppose I must leave here too now," he said. "Oh, George!" she exclaimed, "you mustn't. Why should you? I don't want you to." "Don't you? Why?" "Oh, I don't, truly. You'll be just as well looked after as if I was here. I do hope you'll stay." That settled it, and Manresa Road was not far off. She sat on the table and leaned against him a long time. Then she said she must go upstairs to her room. She had so much to do. He could not forbid, because she was irresistible. She extinguished the kitchen lamp, and side by side they groped up the stairs to the first floor. The cat nonchalantly passed them in the hall. "Put the lights out here, will you, when you go to bed?" she whispered. He felt flattered. She offered her face. The lovely thing slipped away upstairs with unimaginable, ravishing grace. She vanished. There was silence. After a moment George could hear the clock ticking in the kitchen below. He stood motionless amid the dizzying memories of her glance, her gestures, the softness of her body. What had happened to him was past belief. He completely forgot the existence of the old man in love. End of Part 1, Chapter 3. Part 1, Chapter 4, Part 1 of The Roll Call by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 1 of Chapter 4, The Luncheon. 1. George, having had breakfast in bed, opened his door for the second time that morning, and duly found on the mat the can of hot water, covered with a bit of old blanket, and the can of cold water which comprised the material for his bath. There was no sound in the house. The new spouse might be upstairs, or she might be downstairs. He could not tell. But the cans proved that she was imminent and regardful. Indeed, she never forgot anything. And George's second state at number 8 was physically even better than his first. In the transition through autumn from summer to winter, a transition which, according to the experience of tens of thousands of London lodgers, is capable of turning comparative comfort into absolute discomfort, Mrs. Hame had behaved with benevolence and ingenuity. For example, the bedroom fire, laid overnight, was now burning up well from the mere touch of the lodger's own match. Such things are apt to count, and they counted with George. As for Mr. Hame, George knew that he was still in bed, because, since his marriage, Mr. Hame had made a practice of staying in bed on Sunday mornings. The scheme was his wife's. She regarded it as his duty to himself to exercise this grand male privilege of staying in bed. To do so gave him majesty, magnificence, and was a sign of authority. A copy of The Referee, fresh as fruit new dropped from the bough, lay in the hall at the front door. Mr. Hame had read The Referee since The Referee was. He began his perusal with the feature known as Mustard and Cress, which not only amused him greatly, but convinced him that his own ideas on affairs were really very sagacious. His chief and most serious admiration, however, was kept for Our Handbook. "It's my Bible," he had once remarked, "and I'm not ashamed to say it, and there are scores and scores of men who'd say the same." Church bells could not be heard at number 8. The Referee, lying in the hall, was the gracious sign of Sabbath morning. Presently Mrs. Hame would carry it upstairs, respectfully. For her, it was simply and unanalysably the Referee. She did not dream of looking into it. Mr. Hame did not expect her to look into it. Her mission was to solace and to charm, his alone to supply the intellectual basis upon which their existence reposed. George's nose caught the ascending, beautiful odour of bacon. He picked up his cans and disappeared. When he was dressed, he brought forward the grindstone to the fire and conscientiously put his nose to it, without even lighting a cigarette. It had been agreed between himself and Marguerite that there should be no more cigarettes until after lunch. It had also been agreed that he should put his nose to the grindstone that Sunday morning, and that she should do the same away in Manresa Road. George's grindstone happened to be Mears and Crosskey's The Soil in Relation to Health. He was preparing for his final examination. In addition to the vast imperial subject of design, the final comprised 4 other subjects: construction, hygiene, properties and uses of building materials, and ordinary practice of architecture. George was now busy with one branch of the second of these subjects. Perhaps he was not following precisely the order of tactics prescribed by the most wily tacticians, for as usual he had his own ideas, and they were arbitrary. But he was veritably and visibly engaged in the slow but exciting process of becoming a great architect. And he knew and felt that he was. And the disordered bed, and the untransparent bath-water, and the soap tin by the side of the bath, and the breakfast tray on a chair, were as much a part of the inspiring spectacle as himself, tense and especially dandiacal in the midst. Nevertheless, appearances deceived. On the table were the 13-folio and quarto glorious illustrated volumes of Ongagna's Basilica di San Marco, which Mr. Enright had obtained for him on loan, and which had come down to number 8 in a big box by Carter Patterson van. And while George sat quite still, with his eyes and his volition centred fiercely on Mears and Crosskey, his brain would keep making excursions across the room to the Church of St. Mark at Venice. He brought it back again and again with a jerk, but he could not retain it in place. The minutes passed, the quarters passed, until an hour and a half had gone. Then he closed Mears and Crosskey. He had sworn to study Mears and Crosskey for an hour and a half. He had fought hard to do so, and nobody could say that he had not done so. He was aware, however, that the fight had not been wholly successful. He had not won it. On the other hand, neither had he lost it. Honour was saved, and he could still sincerely assert that in regard to the final examination he had got time fiercely by the forelock. He rose and strolled over to the Basilica di San Marco, and opened 1 or 2 of those formidable and enchanting volumes. Then he produced a cigarette and struck a match, and he was about to light the cigarette, when, squinting down at it, he suddenly wondered, "Now how the deuce did that cigarette come into my mouth?" He replaced the cigarette in his case, and in a moment he had left the house. He was invited to Mrs. John Orgreave's new abode at Bedford Park for lunch. In the early part of the year, Mrs. John had inherited money, again, and the result had been an increase in the spaciousness of her existence. George had not expected to see the new house, for he had determined to have nothing more to do with Mrs. John. He was, it is to be feared, rather touchy. He and Mrs. John had not openly quarrelled, but in their hearts they had quarrelled. George had for some time objected to her attitude towards him as a boarder. She would hint that, as she assuredly had no need of boarders, she was conferring a favour on him by boarding him. It was, of course, true, but George considered that her references to the fact were offensive. He did not understand and make allowances for Adela. Moreover, he thought that a woman who had been through the divorce court ought to be modest in demeanour towards people who had not been through the divorce court. Further, Adela resented his frequent lateness for meals, and she had said with an uncompromising glance, "I hope you'll turn over a new leaf when we get into the new house." And he had replied with an uncompromising glance, "Perhaps I shan't get into the new house." Nothing else, but that ended it. After that, both felt that mutual detestation had set in. John Orgreave was not implicated in the discreet rupture. Possibly he knew of it, possibly he didn't. He was not one to look for trouble, and he accepted the theory that it was part of George's vital scheme to inhabit Chelsea. And then Adela, all fluffiness and winsomeness, had called, in the previous week, at Russell Square, and behaved like a woman whose sole aim in life is to please and cosset men of genius. "I shall be dreadfully hurt if you don't come to one of my Sunday lunches, George," she had said, and also, "We miss you, you know," and had put her head on one side. Marguerite had thoroughly approved his acceptance of the invitation. She thought that he ought to accept. He had promised, as she had an urgent design to do, not to arrive at the studio before 8 p.m, and he had received a note from her that morning to insist on the hour. 2. The roads were covered with a very even, very thin coating of mud. It was as though a corps of highly skilled house-painters had laid on the mud, and just vanished. The pavements had a kind of yellowish-brown varnish. Each of the few trees that could be seen, and there were a few, carried about 6 surviving leaves. The sky was of a blue-black, with golden rents and gleams that travelled steadily eastwards. Except for the man with newspapers at the corner of Alexandra Grove, scarcely a sign of life showed along the vistas of Fulham Road. But the clock over the jeweller's was alive and bearing the usual false witness. From the upper open galleries of the workhouse, 1 or 2 old men and old women in uniform looked down indifferently on the free world which they had left for ever. Then an omnibus appeared faintly advancing from the beautiful grey distance of the straight and endless street. George crossed the road on his way towards Redcliffe Gardens and Earl's Court. He was very smart, indeed smarter than ever, having produced in himself quite naturally and easily a fair imitation of the elegant figures which, upon his visits to the restaurant building in Piccadilly, he had observed airing themselves round about Bond Street. His hair was smooth like polished marble. His hat and stick were at the right angle, his overcoat was new, and it indicated the locality of his waist. The spots of colour in his attire complied with the operative decrees. His young face had in it nothing that obviously separated him from the average youth of his clothes. Nobody would have said of him, at a glance, that he might be a particularly serious individual, and most people would have at once classed him as a callow, pleasure-seeking person in the act of seeking pleasure. Nevertheless, he was at that moment particularly serious, and his seriousness was growing. His secret engagement had affected him, in part directly, and in part by the intensification of ambitious endeavour which had resulted from contact with that fount of seriousness, Marguerite. Although still entirely dependent, even to cigarette money, upon the benevolence of a couple of old individuals 150 miles off, he reckoned that he was advancing in the world. The intermediate examination was passed, and already he felt that he had come to grips with the final, and would emerge victorious. He felt, too, that his general knowledge and the force and variety of his ideas were increasing. At times, when he and Marguerite talked, he was convinced that both of them had achieved absolute knowledge, and that their criticisms of the world were and would always be unanswerable. After the final, he hoped, his uncle would buy him a share in the Lucas and Enright practice. In due season his engagement would be revealed, and all would be immensely impressed by his self-restraint and his good taste, and the marriage would occur, and he would be a London architect, an established man, at the mature age of, say, 22. No cloud would have obscured the inward radiance caused by the lovely image of Marguerite and by his confidence in himself, had it not been for those criticisms of the world. He had moods of being rather gravely concerned as to the world, and as to London. He was recovering from the first great attack of London. He saw faults in London. He was capable of being disturbed by, for example, the ugliness and the inefficiency of London. He even thought that something ought to be done about it. Upon this Sunday morning, fresh from visions of Venice, and rendered a little complacent by the grim execution of the morning's programme of work, he was positively pained by the aspect of Redcliffe Gardens. The Redcliffe Arms public-house, locked and dead, which was the daily paradise of hundreds of human beings, and had given balm and illusion to whole generations, seemed simply horrible to him in its Sunday morning coma. The large and stuffy unsightliness of it could not be borne. However, the glimpse of a barmaid at an upper window interested him pleasantly for a moment. And the Redcliffe Arms was the true gate to the stucco and areas of Redcliffe Gardens. He looked down into the areas, and saw therein the furtive existence of squalor behind barred windows. All the obscene apparatus of London life was there, and, as he raised his eyes to the drawing-room and bedroom stories, he found no relief. His eyes could discover nothing that was not mean, ugly, frowsy, and unimaginative. He pictured the heavy, gloomy, lethargic life within. The slatternly servants pottering about the bases of the sooty buildings sickened and saddened him. The solitary Earl's Court omnibus that lumbered past with its sinister, sparse cargo seemed to be a spectacle absolutely tragic. He did not know why. The few wayfarers were obviously prim and smug. No joy, no elegance anywhere. Only, at intervals, a feeling that mysterious and repulsive wealth was hiding itself like an ogre in the eternal twilight of fastnesses beyond the stuccoed walls and the grimy curtains. The city worked 6 days in order to be precisely this on the 7th. Truly it was very similar to the Five Towns, and in essentials not a bit better. A sociological discovery which startled him. He wanted to destroy Redcliffe Gardens, and to design it afresh and rebuild it under the inspiration of St. Mark's and of the principles of hygiene as taught for the final examination. He had grandiose ideas for a new design. As for Redcliffe Square, he could do marvels with its spaces. He arrived too soon at Earl's Court Station, having forgotten that the Underground Railway had a treaty with the Church of England and all the nonconformist churches not to run trains while the city, represented by possibly 2% of its numbers, was at divine worship. He walked to and fro along the platforms in the vast echoing cavern, peopled with wandering lost souls, and at last a train came in from the void, and it had the air of a miracle, because nobody believed that any train ever would come in. And at last the Turnham Green train came in, and George got into a smoking compartment, and Mr. Enright was in the compartment. Mr. Enright also was going to the Orgreave luncheon. He was in what the office called one of his moods. The other occupants of the compartment had a stiff and self-conscious air. Some apparently were proud of being abroad on Sunday morning. Some apparently were ashamed. Mr. Enright's demeanour was as free and natural as that of a child. His lined and drawn face showed worry and self-absorption in the frankest manner. He began at once to explain how badly he had slept. Indeed, he asserted that he had not slept at all, and he complained with extreme acerbity of the renewal of his catarrh. Constant secretion was the phrase he used to describe the chief symptom. Then, by a forced transition, he turned to the profession of architecture, and restated his celebrated theory that it was the Cinderella of professions. The firm had quite recently obtained a very important job in a manufacturing quarter of London, without having to compete for it. But Mr. Enright's great leading ideas never fluctuated with the fluctuation of facts. If the multiplicity of his lucrative jobs had been such as to compel him to run round from one to another on a piebald pony in the style of Sir Hugh Corver, his view of the profession would not have altered. He spoke with terrible sarcasm apropos of a rumour current in architectural circles that a provincial city intended soon to invite competitive designs for a building of really enormous proportions, and took oath that in no case should his firm enter for the competition. In short, his condition was markedly pessimistic. George loved him and was bound to humour him, and in order to respond sympathetically to Enright's pessimism, he attempted to describe his sensations concerning the London Sunday, and in particular the Sunday morning aspect of Earl's Court streets. He animadverted with virulence, and brought forward his new startling discovery that London was in truth as provincial as the provinces. "Well, I don't think it is," said Enright, instantly becoming a judicial truth-seeker. "Why don't you?" "Simply because it's bigger, so much bigger. That's the principal difference, and you'll never get over it. You must appreciate size. An elephant is a noble animal, but it wouldn't be if it was only as big as a fly. London's an elephant, and forget it not." "It's frightfully ugly, most of it, anyhow, and especially on Sunday morning," George persisted. "Is it? I wonder whether it is now. The architecture's ugly. But what's architecture? Architecture isn't everything. If you can go up and down London and see nothing but architecture, you'll never be an A1 architect." He spoke in a low, kindly, and reasonable tone. "I like London on Sunday mornings. In fact, it's marvellous. You say it's untidy and all that, slatternly and so on. Well, so it ought to be when it gets up late. Jolly bad sign if it wasn't. And that's part of it. Why, dash it, look at a bedroom when you trail about getting up. Look how you leave it. The existence of a big city while it's waking up, lethargy business, a sort of shamelessness. It's like a great animal. I think it's marvellous, and I always have thought so." George would not openly agree, but his mind was illuminated with a new light, and in his mind he agreed, very admiringly. The train stopped. People got out, and the two were alone in the compartment. "I thought all was over between you and Adela," said Mr. Enright, confidentially and quizzically. George blushed a little. "Oh, no." "I don't know what I'm going to her lunch for, I'm sure. I suppose I have to go." "I have too," said George. "Well, she won't do you any good, you know. I was glad when you left there." George looked worldly. "Rum sort, isn't she?" "I'll tell you what she is now. You remember Aida at the parish opera? The procession in the second act where you lost your head and said it was the finest music ever written? And those girls in white waving palms in front of the hero. What's his name? There are some women who are born to do that, and nothing else. Thin lips, fixed, idiotic smile. They don't think a bit about what they're doing. They're thinking about themselves all the time. They simply don't care a damn about the hero or about the audience or anything, and they scarcely pretend to. Arrogance isn't the word. It's something more terrific. It's stupendous. Mrs. John's like that. I thought of it as I was coming along here." "Is she?" said George negligently. "Perhaps she is. I never thought of her like that." Turnham Green Station was announced. End of Part 1, Chapter 4, Part 1. Part 1, Chapter 4, Part 2 of The Roll Call by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers.
Book 1, Chapter 4, Part 2.
3. Despite the fresh, pinky horrors of its external architecture, and despite his own desire and firm intention to the contrary, George was very deeply impressed by the new Orgreave home. It was far larger than the previous house. The entrance was spacious, and the drawing-room, with a great fire at either end, immense. He had never been in an interior so splendid. He tried to be off-hand in his attitude towards it, but did not fully succeed. The taste shown in the decoration and furniture was almost unexceptionable. White walls, Hepplewhite; chintz, black, crackling chintz strewn with tens of thousands of giant roses. On the walls were a few lithographs, John's contribution to the general effect, John having of late years begun to take himself seriously as a collector of lithographs. 1/3 of the room was divided from the rest by an arched and fretted screen of red lacquer, and within this open cage stood Mrs. John, surveying winsomely the expanse of little tables, little chairs, big chairs, huge chairs, sofas, rugs, flower vases, and knick-knacks. She had an advantage over most blondes nearing the 40s, in that she had not stoutened. She was, in fact, thin as well as short, but her face was too thin. Still it dimpled, and she held her head knowingly on one side, and her bright hair was wonderfully done up. Dressed richly as she was, and assisted by the rejuvenating magic of jewels, she produced, in the shadow of the screen, a notable effect of youthful vivacity, which only the insult of close inspection could destroy. With sinuous gestures she waved Mr. Enright's metaphorical palm before the approaching George. Her smile flattered him. Her frail, dinging hand flattered him. He had known her in her harsh morning moods. He had seen that persuasive manufactured mask vanish for whole minutes, to reveal a petty egotism, giving way, regardless of appearances, to rage. He clearly observed now the hard, preoccupied eyes. Nevertheless, the charm which she exercised was undeniable. Her husband was permanently under its spell. There he stood, near her, big, coarsening, good-natured, content, proud of her. He mixed a cocktail, and he threw a match into the fire, in exactly the old Five Towns manner which he would never lose. But as for her, she had thrown off all trace of the Five Towns. She had learnt London deliberately, thoroughly. And even George, with the unmerciful, ruthless judgment of his years, was obliged to admit that she possessed a genuine pertinacity and a marvellously accomplished an ambition. She had held John Orgreave for considerably over a decade. She had had the tremendous courage to leave the heavy provincial manufacturer, her first husband. She had passed through the divorce court as a respondent without blenching. She had slowly darned her reputation with such skill that you could scarcely put your finger on the place where the hole had been. And lo, she was reigning in Bedford Park, and had all she wanted, except youth. Nor did she in the least show the resigned, disillusioned air of women who have but recently lost their youth. She bore herself just as though she still had no fear of strong lights, and as though she was still the dazzling, dashing blonde of whom John in his earliest 20s used to say, with ingenuous enthusiasm, that she was ripping, the ripping Mrs. Chris Hampson, an epical creature. This domestic organism created by Mrs. John inspired George, and instantly he was wrapped away in dreams of his own future. He said to himself again, and more forcibly, that he had a natural taste for luxury and expensiveness, and that he would have the one and practice the other. He invented gorgeous interiors which would be his, and in which he would be paramount and at ease. He positively yearned for them. He was impatient to get back home and resume the long labours that would lead him to them. Every grand adjunct of life must be his, and he could not wait. Absurd to apprehend that Marguerite would not rise to his dreams. Of course she would. She would fit herself perfectly into them, completing them. She would understand all the artistic aspects of them, because she was an artist. And in addition she would be mistress, wife, hostess, commanding impeccable servants, receiving friends with beauty and unsurpassable sweet dignity, wearing costly frocks and jewels as though she had never worn anything else. She had the calm power, she had the individuality to fulfil all his desires for her. She would be the authentic queen of which Mrs. John was merely the imitation. He wanted intensely to talk to her about the future. And then he had the seductive idea of making presentable his bed-sitting room at Mr. Hames. He saw the room instantaneously transformed. He at once invented each necessary dodge for absolutely hiding during the day the inconvenient fact that it had to serve as a bedroom at night. He refurnished it. He found the money to refurnish it. And, just as he was impatient to get back home in order to work, so he was impatient to get back home in order to transform his chamber into the ideal. Delay irked him painfully, and yet he was extremely happy in the excitement of the dreams that ached to be fulfilled. "Now, Mr. Enright," said Mrs. John in an accent to draw honey out of a boulder, "you haven't told me what you think of it." Enright was wandering about by himself. "He's coming on with his lithographs," he replied, as if after a decision. One or two of these are rather interesting." "Oh, I don't mean the lithographs. You know those are all Jack's affairs. I mean, well, the room. Now do pay me a compliment." The other guests listened. Enright gave a little self-conscious smile, characteristic of him in these dilemmas, half kind and half malicious. "You must have taken a great deal of trouble over it," he said, with bright amiability, and then relapsing from the effort, "It's all very nice and harmless." "Oh, Mr. Enright, is that all?" She pouted, though still waving the palm. "And you so fond of the 18th century, too?" "But I heard a rumour at the beginning of this year that we're living in the 20th, said Enright. "And I thought I should please you," sighed Adela. "What ought I to have done?" "Well, you might have asked me to design you some furniture. Nobody ever has asked me yet." He rubbed his eyeglasses and blinked. "Oh, you geniuses! Janet, darling." Mrs. John moved forward to meet Miss Orgreave, John's appreciably elder sister, spinster, who lived with another brother, Charles, a doctor at Ealing. Janet was a prim, emaciated creature, very straight and dignified, whose glance always seemed to hesitate between benevolence and fastidiousness. Janet and Charles have consented to forget the episode of the divorce court. Marian, however, the eldest Orgreave sister, mother of a family of daughters, had never received the divorcee. On the other hand, the divorcee, obeying her own code, had obstinately ignored the wife of Jim Orgreave, a younger brother, who, according to the universal opinion, had married disgracefully. When the sisters-in-law had embraced, with that unconvincing fulsomeness which is apt to result from a charitable act of oblivion, Janet turned lovingly to George and asked after his mother. She was his mother's most intimate friend. In the past he had called her Auntie, and was accustomed to kiss her and be kissed. Indeed, he feared that she might want to kiss him now, but he was spared. As with negligence of tone he answered her fond inquiries, he was busily reconstructing quite anew his scheme for the bed-sitting-room, for it had actually been an 18th century scheme and inspired by the notions of Mrs. John. At the lunch-table George found that the party consisted of 10 persons, of whom one, seated next to himself, was a youngish, somewhat plump woman who had arrived at the last moment. He had not been introduced to her, nor to the 4 other strangers, for it had lately reached Bedford Park that introductions were no longer the correct prelude to a meal. A hostess who wished to be modern should throw her guests in ignorance together, and leave them to acquire knowledge by their own initiative. This device added to the piquancy of a gathering. Moreover, there was always a theory that each individual was well known, and that therefore to introduce was subtly to insult. On Mrs. John's right was a beautifully braided gentleman of 40 or so, in brown, with brown necktie and hair to match, and the hair was so perfect and ended so abruptly that George at first took it for a wig, but soon afterwards he decided that he had been unkind. Mr. Enright was opposite to this brown gentleman. Mrs. John began by hoping that the brown gentleman had been to church. "I'm afraid I haven't," he replied, with gentle regret in his voice. And in the course of the conversation he was frequently afraid. Nevertheless, his attitude was by no means a fearful attitude. On the contrary, it was very confident. He would grasp the edge of the table with his hands, and narrate at length, smiling amiably, and looking from side to side regularly, like a public speaker. He narrated in detail the difficulties which he had in obtaining the right sort of cutlets rightly cooked at his club, and added, "But of course there's only one club in London that would be satisfactory in all this, shall I say, finesse, and I'm afraid I don't belong to it." "What club's that?" John Orgreave sent the inquiry down the table. "The Orleans." "Oh, yes, the Orleans. I suppose that is the best." And everybody seemed glad and proud that everybody had known of the culinary supremacy of the Orleans. "I'm afraid you'll all think I'm horribly greedy," said the brown gentleman apologetically. And then at once, having noticed that Mr. Enright was gazing up at the great sham oak rafters that were glued onto the white ceiling, he started upon this new architectural picturesqueness which was to London and the beginning of the 20th century what the enamelled milking stool had been to the provinces and the end of the 19th century. Namely, a reminder that even in an industrial age romance should still survive in the hearts of men. The brown gentleman remarked that with due deference to "you professional gentlemen,"
He was afraid he liked the sham rafters, because they reminded him of the good old times and all that sort of thing. He was not only a conscientious conversationalist, but he originated talk in others and listened to them with his best attention. And he invariably stepped into gaps with praiseworthy tact and skill. Thus the chat meandered easily from subject to subject. The Automobile Club's tour from London to Southsea, the latest hotel, Richter, the war, which the brown gentleman treated with tired respect as some venerable survival that had forgotten to die, the abnormally early fogs, and the abnormally violent and destructive gales. An argument arose as to whether these startling weather phenomena were or were not a hint to mankind from some undefined higher power that a new century had in truth begun, and that mankind had better mind what it was about. Mrs. John favoured the notion, and so did Miss Orgreave, whereas John Orgreave coarsely laughed at it. The brown gentleman held the scales admirably. He was chivalrously sympathetic to the two ladies, and yet he respected John's materialism. He did, however, venture to point out the contradictions in the character of our host, who was very, very responsive to music and art, but who seemed curiously to ignore certain other influences, etc., etc. "How true that is," murmured Mrs. John. The brown gentleman modestly enjoyed his triumph. With only 3 people had he failed, Mr. Enright, George, and the youngish woman next to George. "And how's Paris, Miss Ingram?" he pointedly asked the last. George was surprised. He had certainly taken her for a married woman, and one of his generalizations about life was that he did not like young married women. Hence he had not liked her. He now regarded her with fresh interest. She blushed a little, and looked very young indeed. "Oh, Paris is all right," she answered shortly. The brown gentleman, after a long, musing smile, discreetly abandoned the opening. But George, inquiring in a low voice if she lived in Paris, began a private talk with Miss Ingram, who did live in Paris. He had his doubts about her entire agreeableness, but at any rate they got on to a natural, brusque footing, which contrasted with the somewhat ceremonious manner of the general conversation. She exceeded George in brusqueness, and tended to patronize him as a youngster. He noticed that she had yellow eyes. "What do you think of his wig?" she demanded in an astonishing whisper when the meal was over and chairs were being vacated. "Is it a wig?" George exclaimed ingenuously. "Oh, you boys!" she protested with superiority. "Of course it's a wig." "But how do you know it's a wig?" George insisted stoutly. "Is it a wig?" she scorned him. "Well, I'm not up in wigs," said George. "Who is he, anyhow?" "I forget his name. I've only met him once, here at tea. I think he's a tea merchant. He seemed to remember me all right." "A tea merchant! I wonder why Mrs. John put him on her right, then, and Mr. Enright on her left." George resented the precedence. "Is Mr. Enright really very great, then?" "Great? You bet he is. I was in Paris with him in the summer. Whereabouts do you live in Paris?" She improved, especially at the point where she said that Mr. Enright's face was one of the most wonderful faces that she had ever seen. Evidently she knew Paris as well as George knew London. Apparently she had always lived there, but their interchanges concerning Paris on a sofa in the drawing-room were stopped by a general departure. Mr. Enright began it. The tea merchant instantly supported the movement. Miss Ingram herself rose. The affair was at an end. Nothing interesting had been said in the general talk, and little that was sincere. No topic had been explored, no argument taken to a finish. No wit worth mentioning had glinted. But everybody had behaved very well, and had demonstrated that he or she was familiar with the usages of society, and with aspects of existence with which it was proper to be familiar. And everybody, even Mr. Enright, thanked Mrs. John most heartily for her quite delightful luncheon. Mrs. John insisted warmly on her own pleasure, and her appreciation of her guest's extreme good nature in troubling to come. And she was, beyond question, joyously triumphant. And George, relieved, thought, as he tried to rival the rest in gratitude to Mrs. John, what was it all about? What did they all come for? I came because she made me. But why did the others come? The lunch had passed like a mild nightmare, and he felt as though, with the inconsequence of dream people, these people had gone away without having accomplished some essential act which had been the object of their gathering. 4. When George came out of the front door, he beheld Miss Ingram on the curb in the act of getting into a very rich fur coat. A chauffeur in a very rich livery was deferentially helping her. Behind them stretched a long, open motor car. This car, existing as it did at a time when the public acutely felt that automobiles splashed respectable footfarers with arrogant mud and rendered unbearable the lives of the humble in village streets, was of the immodest kind described abusively as powerful and luxurious. The car, of course, drew attention because it had yet occurred to but few of anybody's friends that they might themselves possess even a modest car, much less an immodest one. George had not hitherto personally known a single motor car owner. But what struck him even more than the car was the fur coat, and the haughty and fastidious manner in which Miss Ingram accepted it from the chauffeur, and the disdainful, accustomed way in which she wore it, as though it were a cheap rag, when once it was on her back. In her gestures he glimpsed a new world. He had been secretly scorning the affairs of the luncheon and all that it implied, and he had been secretly scorning himself for his pitiful lack of brilliancy at the luncheon. These two somewhat contradictory sentiments were suddenly shrivelled in the fire of his ambition, which had flared up anew at contact with a spark. And the spark was the sight of the girl's costly fur coat. He must have a costly fur coat, and a girl in it, and the girl must treat the fur coat like a cheap rag. Otherwise he would die a disappointed man. "Hello!" cried Miss Ingram. "Hello!" She had climbed into the car and turned her head to look at him. He saw that she was younger even than he had thought. She seemed quite mature when she was still, but when she moved she had the lithe motions of immaturity. As a boy, he now infallibly recognized a girl. "Which way are you going?" "Well, Chelsea, more or less." "I'll give you a lift." He ought to have said, "Are you sure I shall be taking you out of your way?" But he said merely, "Oh, thanks, awfully." The chauffeur held the door for him, and then arranged a fur rug over the knees of the boy and the girl. To be in the car gave George intense pleasure, especially when the contrivance thrilled into life and began to travel. He was thankful that his clothes were as smart as they ought to be. She could not think ill of his clothes, no matter who her friends were. "This is a great car," he said. "Had it long?" "Oh, it's not mine," answered Miss Ingram. "It's Miss Wheeler's." "Who's Miss Wheeler, if I may ask?" "Miss Wheeler? She's a friend of mine. She lives in Paris, but she has a flat in London, too. I came over with her. We brought the car with us. She was to have come to the Orgreaves today, but she had a headache. So I took the car, and her furs as well. They fit me, you see. I say, what's your Christian name? I hate surnames, don't you?" "George. What's yours?" "Mine's Lois." "What? How do you spell it?" She spelt it, adding, "Of course." He thought it was somehow a very romantic name. He decidedly liked the name. He was by no means sure, however, that he liked the girl. He liked her appearance, though she was freckled. She was unquestionably stylish. She had ascendancy. She imposed herself. She sat as though the world was the instrument of her individuality. Nevertheless, he doubted if she was kind, and he knew that she was patronizing. Further, she was not a conversationalist. At the luncheon she had not been at ease, but here in the car she was at ease absolutely, yet she remained taciturn. "Do you drive?" he inquired. "Yes," she said. "Look here, would you like to sit in front, and I'll drive?" "Good," he agreed vigorously, but he had the qualm about the safety of being driven by a girl. She abruptly stopped the car, and the chauffeur swerved to the pavement. "I'm going to drive, Cuthbert," she said. "Yes, miss," said the chauffeur willingly. "It's a bit side-slippy, miss." She gave no answer to this remark, but got out of the car with a preoccupied, frowning air, as if she was being obliged to take a responsible post, which she could fill better than anybody else, rather against her inclination. A few persons paused to watch. She carefully ignored them. So did George. As soon as she had seized the wheel, released the brake, and started the car, she began to talk, looking negligently about her. George thought, "She's only showing off." Still, the car travelled beautifully, and there was a curious illusion that she must have the credit for that. She explained the function of handles, pedals, and switches, and George deemed it proper to indicate that he was not without some elementary knowledge of the subject. He leaned far back, as Lois leaned, and as the chauffeur had leaned, enjoying the brass fittings, the indicators, and all the signs of high mechanical elaboration. He noticed that Lois sounded her horn constantly, and often upon no visible provocation. But once, as she approached crossroads at unslackened speed, she seemed to forget to sound it, and then sounded it too late. Nothing untoward happened. Sunday traffic was thin, and she sailed through the danger zone with grand intrepidity. "I say, George," she remarked, looking now straight in front of her. "She's a bit of a caution," he reflected happily. "Have you got anything special on this afternoon?" "Nothing what you might call deadly special," he answered. He wanted to call her Lois, but his volition failed at the critical moment. "Well, then, won't you come and have tea with Miss Wheeler and me? There'll only be just a few people, and you must be introduced to Miss Wheeler." "Oh, I don't think I'd better." He was timid. "Why not?" "All right, then. Thanks, I should like to. By the way, what's your surname?" "She is a caution," he reflected. "I wasn't quite sure," she said, when he had told her. He was rather taken aback, but he reassured himself. No doubt girls of her environment did behave as she behaved. After all, why not? They entered Hammersmith. It was a grand and inspiring sensation to swing through Hammersmith, thus aristocratically repudiating the dowdy Sunday crowd that stared in ingenuous curiosity. And there was a wonderful quality in the spectacle of the great, formidable car being actuated and controlled by the little gloved hands and delicately shod feet of this frail, pampered, wilful girl. In overtaking a cab that kept nearly to the middle of the road, Lois hesitated in direction, appeared to defy the rule, and then corrected her impulse. "It's rather confusing," she observed with a laugh. "You see, in France you keep to the right and overtake things on their left." "Yes, but this is London," said George dryly. Half a minute later, just beyond the node of Hammersmith, where bright hats and frocks were set off against the dark shuttered fronts of shops, Lois, at quite a good speed, inserted the car between a tram-car and an omnibus, meeting the tram and overtaking the omnibus. The tram went by like thunder, all its glass and iron rattling and shaking. The noise deafened, and the wind blew hard like a squall. There appeared to be scarcely an inch of space on either side of the car. George's heart stopped. For one horrible second he expected a tremendous smash. The car emerged safe. He saw the omnibus driver gazing down at them with reproof. After the roar of the tram died, he heard the trotting of the omnibus horses and Lois's nervous giggle. She tried, and did not fail, to be jaunty, but she had had a shock, and the proof was that by mere inadvertence she nearly charged the posts of the next street refuge. George switched off the current. She herself had shown him how to do it. She now saw him do it. The engine stopped, and Lois, remembering in a flash that her dignity was at stake, raised her hand and drew up fairly neatly at the pavement. "What's the matter?" she demanded imperiously. "Are you going to drive this thing all the way into London, Lois?" he demanded in turn. They looked at each other. The chauffeur got down. "Of course." "Not with me in it, anyhow." She sneered. "Oh, you boys, you've got no pluck." "Perhaps not," he returned viciously. "Neither have you got any sense of danger. Girls like you never have. I've noticed that before." Even his mother with horses had no sense of danger. "You're very rude," she replied, "and it was very rude of you to stop the car." "I dare say, but you shouldn't have told me you could drive." He was now angry, and she not less so. He descended and slammed the door. "Thanks so much," he said, raising his hat, and walked away. She spoke, but he did not catch what she said. He was saying to himself, "Pluck, indeed!" He did not like her accusation. Pluck, indeed! Of all the damned cheek! They might all have been killed, or worse. The least she could have done was to apologize, but no. Pluck, indeed! Women oughtn't to be allowed to drive. It's too infernally silly for words. He glanced backward. The chauffeur had started the car again and was getting in by Lois's side. Doubtless he was a fatalist by profession. She drove off. "Yes," thought George, "and you'd drive home yourself now, even if you knew for certain you'd have an accident. You're just that stupid kind." The car looked superb as it drew away, and she reclined in the driver's seat with a superb effrontery. George was envious. He was pierced by envy. He hated that other people, and especially girls, should command luxuries which he could not possess. He hated that violently. "You wait," he said to himself. "You wait. I'll have as good a car as that, and a finer girl than you in it, and she won't want to drive either. You wait." He was more excited than he knew by the episode.
End of Part 1, Chapter 4, Part 2. Part 1, Chapter 5, Part 1 of The Roll Call by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers.
Part 1, Chapter 5, Part 1.
The Tea. 1.
"Tea is ready, Mr. Cannon," said Mr. Hame in his most courteous style, coming softly into George's room. And George looked up at the old man's wrinkled face, and down at his crimson slippers, with the benevolent air of a bookworm permitting himself to be drawn away from an ideal world into the actual. Glasses on the end of George's nose would have set off the tableau, but George had outgrown the spectacles which had disfigured his boyhood. As a fact, since his return that afternoon from Mrs. John's, he had, to the detriment of modesty and the fostering of conceit, accomplished some further study for the final, although most of the time had been spent in dreaming of women and luxury. "All right," said he, "I'll come." "I don't think that lamp's been very well trimmed to-day," said Mr. Hame apologetically, sniffing. "Does it smell?" "Well, I do notice a slight odour." "I'll open the window," said George heartily. He rose, pulled the curtains, and opened the front French window with a large gesture. The wild, raw, damp air of Sunday night rushed in from the nocturnal grove, and instantly extinguished the lamp. "Oh!" exclaimed Mr. Hame, rather nervously. "Save me the trouble," said George. As he emerged after Mr. Hame from the dark room, he was thinking that it was ridiculous not to have electricity, and that he must try to come to some arrangement with Mr. Hame for the installation of electricity. Fancy oil lamps in the middle of London in the 20th century! Shocks were waiting in George's mind for Mr. Hame. He intended, if he could, to get the room on the first floor, empty since the departure of Marguerite, and to use it for a bedroom, while keeping the ground floor room exclusively for work and for society. His project would involve shocks also for Mr. Edwin Clayhanger in the Five Towns, who would be called upon to pay, but George had an airy confidence in the ability of his stepfather to meet such shocks in a satisfactory manner. To George's surprise, Mr. Alfred Prince was in the sitting-room. Shabby and creased, as usual, he looked far more like a clerk in some establishment where clerks were not morally compelled to imitate dandies than like an etcher of European renown. But also, as usual, he was quietly at ease and conversational, and George at once divined that he had been invited with the object of relieving the social situation created by the presence of a brilliant young lodger at tea. This tea was the first meal to be taken by George with Mr. and Mrs. Hame, for he was almost never at home on Sunday afternoons, and he was not expected to be at home. The table showed, as Mr. Hame's nervousness had shown, that the importance of the occasion had been realized. It was an obviously elaborate table. The repast was ready in every detail. The teapot was under the cosy, the cover was over the hot crumpets. Mrs. Hame alone lacked. "Where's Mrs.?" asked George lightly. Mr. Hame had not come into the room. "I don't know," said Mr. Prince. "She brought the tea in a minute ago. You been working this afternoon?" At that moment Mr. Hame entered. He said, "Mrs. Hame isn't feeling very well. She's upstairs. She says she's sure she'll be all right in a little while. In the meantime, she prefers us to go on with our tea." Mr. Prince and Mr. Hame looked at each other, and George looked at Mr. Hame. The older man showed apprehension. The strange idea of unconquerable destiny crossed George's mind, destiny clashing ruthlessly with ambition and desire. The three males sat down in obedience to the wish of the woman who had hidden herself in the room above. All of them were dominated by the thought of her. They did not want to sit down and eat and drink, and they were obliged to do so by the invisible volitional force of which Mr. Hame was the unwilling channel. Mr. Hame, highly self-conscious, began to pour out the tea. Mr. Prince, highly self-conscious, suggested that he should make himself useful by distributing the crumpets while they were hot. George, highly self-conscious, accepted a crumpet. Mr. Prince chatted. George responded in a brave, worldly fashion. Mr. Hame said, "Yes, yes," very absently. And then Mrs. Hame appeared, smiling in the doorway. "Ah!" breathed everybody, assuaged. "Ah!" Mr. Hame moved from in front of the tea tray to the next seat. Mrs. Hame was perhaps somewhat pale, but she gave a sincere, positive assurance that she was perfectly well again. Reassurance spread throughout the company. Forebodings vanished, hearts lightened, gladness reigned, the excellence of crumpets became apparent. And all this swift, wonderful change was brought about by the simple entry of the woman. But beneath the genuine relief and satisfaction of the men, there stirred vaguely the thought of the mysteriousness of women, of the entire female sex. Mrs. Hame, charwoman, was just as mysterious as any other woman. As for George, despite the exhilaration which he could feel rising in him, effortless and unsought, he was preoccupied by more than women's mysteriousness. The conception of destiny lingered and faintly troubled him. It was as though he had been walking on a clear path through a vast and empty and safe forest, and the eyes of a tiger had gleamed for an instant in the bush and gone. Not a real tiger, and if a real tiger, then a tiger that would never recur, and the only tiger in the forest. Yet the entire forest was transformed. Mrs. Hame was wearing the blue sateen. It was a dress unsuited to her because it emphasized her large bulk. But it was her best dress. It shone and glittered. It imposed. Her duty was to wear it on that Sunday afternoon. She was shy without being self-conscious. To preside over a society consisting of young bloods, etchers of European renown, and pillars of the architectural profession, was an ordeal for her. She did not pretend that it was not an ordeal. She did not pretend that the occasion was not extraordinary. She was quite natural in her calm confusion. She was not even proud, being perhaps utterly incapable of social pride. Her husband was proud for her. He looked at her earnestly, wistfully. He could not disguise his anxiety for her success. Was she equal to the role? She was. Of course she was. He had never doubted that she would be, he said to himself. His pride increased, scarcely escaped being fatuous. "I must congratulate you on the new front doormat, Mrs. Hame," said Mr. Prince, with notable conversational tact. "I felt it at once in the dark." Mrs. Hame smiled. "I do like a good doormat," she said. "It saves so much work, I always think. I told Mr. Hame I thought we needed a new one, and bless me if he didn't take me straight out to buy one." The new doormat expressed Mrs. Hame's sole and characteristic criticism of the organism into which she had so unassumingly entered. Secure in the adoration of Mr. Hame, she might safely have turned the place upside down and proved to the Grove that she could act the mistress with the best of them. But she changed nothing except the doormat. The kitchen and scullery had already been hers before the eye of Mr. Hame had fallen upon her. She was accustomed to them, and had largely fashioned their arrangements. Her own furniture, such of it as was retained, had been put into the spare bedroom and the kitchen, and was hardly noticeable there. The dramatic thing for her to do would have been to engage another charwoman. But Mrs. Hame was not dramatic. She was accommodating. She fitted herself in. The answer to people who asked what Mr. Hame could see in her was that what Mr. Hame first saw was her mere way of existing, and that in the same way she loved. At her tea-table, as elsewhere, she exhibited no special quality. She said little. She certainly did not shine. Nevertheless, the three men were quite happy and at ease, because her way of existing soothed and re-inspired them. George, especially, got gay, and he narrated the automobile adventure of the afternoon with amusing gusto. He was thereby a sort of hero, and he liked that. He was bound by his position in the world, and by his clothes and his style, to pretend to some extent that the adventure was much less extraordinary to him than it seemed to them. The others made no pretence. They were open-mouthed. Their attitude admitted frankly that above them was a world to which they could not climb. They were not familiar with it, and knew nothing about it. They admired George. They put it to his credit that he was acquainted with these lofty matters, and moved carelessly and freely among them. And George, too, somehow thought that credit was due to him, and that his superiority was genuine. "And do you mean to say she's never met you before?" exclaimed Mr. Hame. "Never in this world," Mr. Prince remarked calmly. "You must have had a very considerable effect on her, then." His eyes twinkled. George flushed slightly. The idea had already presented itself to him with great force. "Oh, no." He negligently pooh-poohed it. "Well, does she go about asking every man she meets what his Christian name is?" "I expect she just does." There was silence for a moment. Mrs. Hame refilled a cup. "Something will have to be done soon about these motor cars," observed Mr. Hame at length, sententiously, in the vein of mustard and cress. "That's very evident." "They cost so much," said Mr. Prince. "Why, they cost as much as a house, some of them." "More," said George. "Nay, nay," Mr. Hame protested. The point had come at which his imagination halted. "Anyhow, you had a lucky escape," said Mr. Prince. "You might have been lamed for life, or anything." George laughed. "I am always lucky," said he. He thought, "I wonder whether I am." He was afraid. Mrs. Hame was halfway towards the door when any of the men noticed what she was about. She had risen silently and quickly. She could manoeuvre that stout frame of hers with surprising facility. There was a strange, silly look on her face as she disappeared, and the face was extremely pale. Mr. Hame showed alarm, and Mr. Prince concern. Mr. Hame's hands clasped the arms of his chair. He bent forward hesitatingly. "What?" Then was heard the noise of a heavy substance, apparently on the stairs. George was out of the room first, but the other two were instantly upon him. Mrs. Hame had fallen at the turn of the stairs. Her body was distributed along the little half-landing there. "My God, she's fainted!" muttered Mr. Hame. "You'd better get her into the bedroom," said Mr. Prince with awe. The trouble had come back, but in a far more acute form. The prostrate and unconscious body, all crooked and heaped in the shadow, intimidated the three men, convicting them of helplessness and lack of ready wit. George stood aside and let the elder pair pass him. Mr. Hame hurried up the stairs, bent over his wife, and seized her under the arms. Mr. Prince took her by the legs. They could not lift her. They were both thin little men, quite unaccustomed to physical exertion. Mrs. Hame lay like a giantess, immovably recumbent between their puny, straining figures. "Here, let me try," said George eagerly, springing towards the group. With natural reluctance, Mr. Hame gave way to him. George stooped and braced himself to the effort. His face was close to the blanched, blind face of Mrs. Hame. He thought she looked very young, astonishingly young in comparison with either Hame or Prince. Her complexion was damaged, but not destroyed. Little fluffy portions of her hair seemed absolutely girlish. Her body was full of nice curves, which struck George as most enigmatically pathetic. But indeed the whole of her was pathetic, very touching, very precious, and fragile. Even her large, shiny, shapeless boots and the coarse sateen stuff of her dress affected him. A lump embarrassed his throat. He suddenly understood the feelings of Mr. Hame towards her. She was inexpressibly romantic. He lifted her torso easily, and pride filled him because he could do easily what others could not do at all. Her arms trailed limp. Mr. Hame and Mr. Prince jointly raised her lower limbs. George staggered backwards up the remainder of the stairs. As they steered the burden into the bedroom, where a candle was burning, Mrs. Hame opened her eyes, and, gazing vacantly at the ceiling, murmured in a weak, tired voice, "I'm all right. It's nothing. Please put me down." "Yes, yes, my love," said Mr. Hame, agitated. They deposited her on the bed. She sighed, then smiled. A slight flush showed on her cheek under the light of the candle which Mr. Prince was holding aloft. Mysterious creature, with the mysterious forces of life flowing and ebbing incomprehensibly within her. To George she was marvellous, she was beautiful, as she lay defenceless and silently appealing. "Thank you, Mr. Cannon, thank you very much," said Mr. Hame, turning to the strong man. It was a dismissal. George modestly departed from the bedroom, which was no place for him. After a few minutes, Mr. Prince also descended. They stood together at the foot of the stairs in the draught from the open window of George's room. "Hadn't I better go for a doctor?" George suggested. "That's what I said," replied Mr. Prince, "but she won't have one." "But, well, she won't." The accommodating, acquiescent dame, with scarcely strength to speak, was defeating all three of them on that one point. "What is it?" asked George confidentially. "Oh, I don't suppose it's anything really." 2. That George should collect the tea things together on the tray, and brush, and fold the cloth, and carry the loaded tray downstairs into the scullery, was sufficiently strange. But it was very much more strange that he should actually have the idea of washing up the tea things himself. In his time, in the domestic crises of Bursley, he had boyishly helped ladies to wash up, and he reckoned that he knew all about the operation. There he stood between this kitchen and the scullery, elegantly attired, with an inquiring eye upon the kettle of warm water on the stove, debating whether he should make the decisive gesture of emptying the kettle into the large tin receptacle that lay on the slopstone. Such was the miraculous effect on him of Mrs. Hame's simplicity, her weakness, and her predicament. Mrs. Hame was a different woman for him now than when he had carried her upstairs and laid her all limp and girlish on the solemn conjugal bed. He felt quite sure that old Hame was incapable of washing up. He assuredly did not want to be caught in the act of washing up, but he did want to be able to say in his elaborately nonchalant manner, answering a question about the disappearance of the tea things, "I thought I might as well wash up while I was about it." And he did want Mrs. Hame to be put in a flutter by the news that Mr. George Cannon had washed up for her. The affair would probably cause a sensation. He was about to begin, taking the risks of premature discovery, when he heard a noise above. It was Mr. Hame at last descending the stairs to the ground floor. George started. He had been alone in the lower parts of the house for a period which seemed long. Mr. Prince had gone to the studio, promising to return later. The bedroom containing Mr. and Mrs. Hame had become for him the abode of mystery. The entity of the enchanted house had laid hold of his imagination. He had thought of Marguerite as she used to pervade the house, and of his approaching interview with her at the Manresa Road studio. He had thought very benevolently of Marguerite, and also of Mr. and Mrs. Hame. He had involved them all three in his mind in a net of peace and goodwill. He saw the family quarrel as something inevitable, touching, absurd, the work of a maleficent destiny which he might somehow undo and exorcise by the magic act of washing up, to be followed by other acts of a more diplomatic and ingenious nature. And now the dull, distant symptoms of Mr. Hame on the stairs suddenly halted him at the very outset of his benignant machinations. He listened. If the peace of the world had depended upon his washing up, he could not have permitted himself to be actually seen in the role of kitchen girl by Mr. Hame, so extreme was his lack of logic and right reason. There was a silence, a protracted silence, and then Mr. Hame unmistakably came down the basement stairs, and George thanked God that he had not allowed his impulse to wash up run away with his discretion to the ruin of his dignity. Mr. Hame, hesitating in the kitchen doorway, peered in front of him as if at a loss. George had shifted the kitchen lamp from its accustomed place. "I'm here," said George, moving slightly in the dim light. "I thought I might as well make myself useful and clear the table for you. How is she going on?" He spoke cheerfully, even gaily, and he expected Mr. Hame to be courteously appreciative, perhaps enthusiastic in gratitude. "Mrs. Hame is quite recovered, thank you. It was only a passing indisposition," said Mr. Hame, using one of his ridiculously stilted phrases. His tone was strange. It was very strange. "Good!" exclaimed George, with a gaiety that was now forced, a bravado of gaiety. He thought, "The old chump evidently doesn't like me interfering. Silly old pompous ass." Nevertheless, his attitude towards the huffy landlord, if scornful, was good-humoured and indulgent. Then he noticed that Mr. Hame held in his hand a half-sheet of notepaper which disturbingly seemed familiar. "What is the meaning of this, Mr. Cannon?" Mr. Hame demanded, advancing towards the brightness of the lamp and extending the paper. He was excessively excited. Excitement always intensified his age. The offered document was the letter which George had that morning received from Marguerite. The missive was short, a mere note, but its terms could leave no doubt as to the relations between the writer and the recipient. Moreover, it ended with a hieroglyphic sign, several times repeated, whose significance is notorious throughout the civilized world. "Where did you get that?" muttered George, with a defensive menace half formed in his voice. He faltered it. His mood had not yet become definitive. Mr. Hame answered, "I have just picked it up in the hall, sir. The wind must have blown it off the table in your room, and the door was left open. I presume that I have the right to read papers I find lying about in my own house." George was dashed. On returning home from Mrs. John's lunch, he had changed his suit for another one, almost equally smart, but of Angora, and therefore more comfortable. He liked to change. He had taken the letter out of a side pocket of the jacket and put it with his watch, money, and other kit on the table while he changed, and he placed everything back into its proper pockets, everything except the letter. Carelessness. A moment of negligence had brought about the irremediable. The lovely secret was violated. The whole of his future life, and of Marguerite's future life, seemed to have been undermined and contaminated by that single act of omission. Marguerite wrote seldom to him because of the risks, but precautions had been arranged for the occasions when she had need to write, and she possessed a small stock of envelopes addressed by himself, so that Mr. Hame might never by chance, picking up an envelope from the hall floor, see George's name in his daughter's hand. And now Mr. Hame had picked up an actual letter from the hall floor, and the fault for the disaster was George's own. "May I ask, sir, are you engaged to my daughter?" demanded Mr. Hame, getting every instant still more excited. George had once before seen him agitated about Marguerite, but by no means to the same degree. He trembled. He shook. His dignity had a touch of the grotesque, yet it remained dignity, and it enforced respect. For George, destiny seemed to dominate the kitchen and the scullery like a presence. He and the old man were alone together in that presence, and he was abashed. He was conscious of awe. The old man's mien accused him of an odious crime, of something base and shameful. Useless to argue with himself that he was entirely guiltless, that he had the right to be the betrothed of either Mr. Hame's daughter or any other girl, and to publish or conceal the betrothal as he chose and as she chose. Yes, useless. He felt, inexplicably, a criminal. He felt that he had committed an enormity. It was not a matter of argument, it was a matter of instinct. The old man's frightful and irrational resentment was his condemnation. He could not face the old man. He thought grievously, "I'm up against this man. All politeness and conventions have vanished. It's the real inmost me and the real inmost him." Nobody else could take a part in the encounter. And he was sad, because he could not blame the old man. Could he blame the old man for marrying a charwoman? Why, he could only mar him for marrying the charwoman. In marrying the charwoman, the old man had done a most marvellous thing. Could he blame Marguerite? Impossible. Marguerite's behaviour was perfectly comprehensible. He understood Marguerite, and he understood her father. He sympathized with both of them. But Marguerite could not understand her father, and her father could not understand either his daughter or George. Never could they understand. He alone understood. And his understanding gave him a melancholy, hopeless feeling of superiority, without at all lessening the strange conviction of guilt. He had got himself gripped by destiny. Destiny had captured all three of them, but not the fourth. The charwoman possessed the mysterious power to defy destiny. Perhaps the power lay in her simplicity. Fool! An accursed negligence had eternally botched his high plans for peace and goodwill. "Yes," he said, "I am." "And how long have you been engaged, sir?" "Oh, since before Marguerite left here." He tried to talk naturally and calmly. "Then you've been living here all this time like a spy, a dirty spy. My daughter behaves to us in an infamous manner. She makes an open scandal, and all the time you're—" George suddenly became very angry, and his anger relieved and delighted him. With intense pleasure he felt his anger surging within him. He frowned savagely, his eyes blazed, but he did not move. "Excuse me," he interrupted, with cold and dangerous fury. "She didn't do anything of the kind." Mr. Hayne went wildly on, intimidated possibly by George's defiance, but desperate. "And all the time, I say, you stay on here, deceiving us, spying on us, going every night to that wicked, cruel, shameful girl, and tittle-tattling. Do you suppose that if we'd have the slightest idea—" George walked up to him. "I'm not going to stand here and listen to you talking about Marguerite like that." Their faces were rather close together. George forced himself away by a terrific effort and left the kitchen. "Jackanapes!" George swung round, very pale. Then with a hard laugh he departed. He stood in the hall and thought of Mrs. Hayne upstairs. The next moment he got his hat and overcoat and was in the street. A figure appeared in the gloom. It was Mr. Prince. "Hello, going out? How are things?" "Oh, fine." He could scarcely articulate. A ghastly sob impeded the words. Tears gushed into his eyes. The dimly glowing oblongs and the dark facades of the Grove seemed unbearably tragic.
End of Part 1, Chapter 5, Part 1. Part 1, Chapter 5, Part 2 of The Roll Call by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 1, Chapter 5, Part 2. 3. Number 6, Romney Studios, Manresa Road, Chelsea, was at the end of the narrow alley, which, running at right angles to the road, had a blank wall on its left and Romney Studios on its right. The studios themselves were nondescript shanties, which reminded George of nothing so much as the office of a clerk of the works, nailed together anyhow on ground upon which a large building is in course of erection. They were constructed of brick, wood, waterproof felting, and, that adaptable material, corrugated iron. No two were alike. None had the least pretension to permanency, comeliness, or even architectural decency. They were all horribly hot in summer, and they all needed immense stoves to render them habitable in winter. In putting them up, however, cautiously and one by one, the landlord had esteemed them to be the sort of thing that was good enough for artists, and that artists would willingly accept. He had not been mistaken. Though inexpensive, they were dear, but artists accepted them with eagerness. None was ever empty. Thus it was demonstrated once more that artists were exactly what capitalists and other sagacious persons had always accused them of being. When George knocked on the door of number 6, the entire studio, and number 5 also, vibrated. As a rule, Ag, the female Cerberus of the shanty, answered any summons from outside. But George hoped that tonight she would be absent. He knew by experience that on Sunday nights she usually paid a visit to her obstreperous family in Alexandra Grove. The door was opened by a young man in a rich but torn and soiled 18th-century costume, and he looked, in the half-light of the entrance, as though he was just recovering from a sustained debauch. The young man stared haughtily in silence. Only after an appreciable hesitation did George see through the disguise and recover himself sufficiently to remark with the proper nonchalance, "Hello, Ag, what's the meaning of this?" "You're before your time," said she, shutting the door. While he took off his overcoat, Ag walked up the studio. She made an astonishingly lifelike young man. George and Ag were now not unfriendly, but each constantly criticized the other in silence, and both were aware of the existence of this vast body of unspoken criticism. Ag criticized more than George, who had begun to take the attitude that Ag ought to be philosophically accepted as incomprehensible rather than criticized. He had not hitherto seen her in male costume, but he would not exhibit any surprise. "Where's Marguerite?" he inquired, advancing to the stove and rubbing his hands above it. "Restrain your ardour," said Agg lightly. "She'll appear in due season. I've told you, you're before your time." George offered no retort. Despite his sharp walk, he was still terribly agitated and preoccupied, and the phenomena of the lamp-lit studio had not yet fully impressed his mind. He saw them, including Agg, as hallucinations gradually turning to realities. He could not be worried with Agg. His sole desire was to be alone with Marguerite immediately, and he regarded the fancy costume chiefly as an obstacle to the fulfilment of that desire, because Agg could not depart until she had changed it for something else. Then his gaze fell upon a life-size oil sketch of Agg in the 18th century male dress. The light was bad, but it disclosed the sketch sufficiently to enable some judgment on it to be formed. The sketch was exceedingly clever, painted in the broad, synthetic manner which Steer and Sickert had introduced into England as a natural reaction from the finicky, false exactitudes of the previous age. It showed Agg, glass in hand, as a leering, tottering young drunkard in frills and velvet. The face was odious, but it did strongly resemble Agg's face. The hair was replaced by a bag wig. "Who did that?" "I did, of course," said Agg. She pointed to the large mirror at the opposite side of the studio. "The dickens you did," George murmured, struck. But now that he knew the sketch to be the work of a woman, he at once became more critical, perceiving in it imitative instead of original qualities. "What is it? I mean, what's the idea at the back of it, if it isn't a rude question, Agg?" "Title, Bonnie Prince Charlie," said Agg, without a smile. She was walking about in a convincingly masculine style. Unfortunately, she could not put her hands in her pockets, as the costume was without pockets. "Is that your notion of the gent?" "Didn't you know I'm supposed to be very like him?" cried Agg, vain. The stern creature had frailties. Then she smiled grimly. "Look at my cold blue eyes, my sharp chin, my curly lips, my broad forehead, my clear complexion. And I hope I'm thin enough. Look!" She picked up the bag wig, which was lying on a chair, and put it on, and posed. The pose was effective. "You seem to know a lot about this, Charlie." "Well, our beloved brother Sam is writing a monograph on him, you see, besides everyone—" "But what's the idea? What's the scheme? Why is he drunk?" "He always was drunk. He was a confirmed drunkard at 30. Both his fair ladies had to leave him because he was just a violent brute." And so on and so on. I thought it was about time Charlie was shown up in his true colours, and I'm doing it. After all the sugar-stick Academy pictures of him, my picture will administer a much-needed tonic to our dear public. I expect I can get it into next year's New English Art Club, and if I do, it will be the sensation of the show. I haven't done with it yet. In fact, I only started yesterday. There's going to be a lot more realism in it. All those silly Jacobite societies will furiously rage together. And it's a bit of pretty good painting, you know." "It is," George agreed, "but it's a wild scheme." "Not so wild as you think, my minstrel boy. It's very much needed. It's symbolic, that picture is. It's a symbolic antidote. Shall I tell you what put me on to it? Look here." She led him to Marguerite's special work table under the curtained window. There, on a sheet of paper stretched upon a drawing-board, was the finished design which Marguerite had been labouring at for 2 days. It was a design for a book-binding, and the title of the book was The Womanly Woman, and the author of the book was Sir Amurath Onway, M.D., D.Sc., F.R.S., a famous specialist in pathology. Marguerite, under instruction from the bookbinders, had drawn a sweet picture, in quiet colours, of a womanly woman in a tea-gown, sitting in a cosy corner of a boudoir. The volume was destined to open the spring season of a publishing firm of immense and historic respectability. "Look at it! Look at it!" Agg insisted. "I've read the book myself. Poor Marguerite had to go through the proofs, so that she could be sure of getting the spirit of the binding right. Do you know why he wrote it? He hates his wife, that's why. His wife isn't a womanly woman, and he puts all his hatred of her into this immortal rubbish. Read this great work, and you will be made to see what fine, noble creatures we men are." She strode to and fro. "And how a woman's first duty is to recognize her inferiority to us, and be womanly. Dammy! As soon as I saw what poor Marguerite had to do, I told her I should either have to go out and kill someone, or produce an antidote. And then it occurred to me to tell the truth about one of the leading popular heroes of history. She bowed in the direction of the canvas. I began to feel better at once. I got the costume from a friend of the learned Sam's, and I've ruined it. I'm feeling quite bright tonight. She gazed at George with her cold blue eyes, arraigning in his person the whole sex which she thought she despised, but which her deepest instinct it was to counterfeit. George, while admiring, was a little dismayed. She was sarcastic. She had brains and knowledge and ideas. There was an intellectual foundation to her picture, and she could paint like a witch. She was ruthlessly clever. Well, he did not like her. What he wanted, though he would not admit it, was old Omway's womanly woman. And especially in that hour he wanted the womanly woman. "What's Marguerite up to?" he asked quietly. "After the heat and the toil of the day, she's beautifying herself for your august approval," said Agg icily. "I expect she's hurrying all she can, but naturally you expect her to be in a permanent state of waiting for you, fresh out of the cotton wool." The next instant Marguerite appeared from the cubicle or dressing-room which had been contrived in a corner of the studio to the left of the door. She was in her plain, everyday attire, but she had obviously just washed, and her smooth hair shone from the brush. "Well, George?" "Well, Marguerite." Both spoke casually. Celia Agg was the only person in the world privy to their engagement, but they permitted themselves no freedoms in front of her. As Marguerite came near to George, she delicately touched his arm, nothing more. She was smiling happily, but as soon as she looked close at his face under the lamp, her face changed completely. He thought, "She understands there's something up." She said, not without embarrassment, "George, I really must have some fresh air. I haven't had a breath all day. Is it raining?" "No. Would you like to go for a walk?" "Oh, I should." He was very grateful, and also impressed by the accuracy of her intuitions and her quick resourcefulness. She had comprehended at a glance that he had a profound and urgent need to be alone with her. She was marvellously comforting, precious beyond a price. All his susceptibilities, wounded by the scene at Alexandra Grove and further irritated by Agg, were instantaneously salved and soothed. Her tones, her scarcely perceptible gesture of succour, produced the assuaging miracle. She fulfilled her role to perfection. She was a talented and competent designer, but as the helpmeet of a man, she had genius. His mind dwelt on her with rapture. "You'll be going out as soon as you've changed, dear?" she said affectionately to Agg. "Yes," answered Agg, who at the mirror was wiping from her face the painted signs of alcoholism. She had thrown off the bag wig. "You'd better take the key with you. You'll be back before I am." She sat down on one of the draped settees which were beds in disguise, and Marguerite got a hat, cloak, and gloves. While George was resuming his overcoat, which Marguerite held for him, Agg suddenly sprang up and rushed towards them. "Good night, Flora MacDonald," she murmured in her deep voice in Marguerite's ear, put masculine arms round her, and kissed her. It was a truly remarkable bit of male impersonating, as George had to admit, though he resented it. Then she gave a short, harsh laugh. "Good night, old Agg," said Marguerite with sweet responsiveness, and smiled ingenuously at George. George, impatient, opened the door, and the damp wind swept anew into the studio. 4. It was a fine night. The weather had cleared, and the pavements were drying. George, looking up in a pause of the eager conversational exchanges, drew tonic air mightily into his lungs. "Where are we?" he asked. "Tite Street," said Margaret. "That's the Tower House." And she nodded towards the formidable skyscraper which another grade of landlord had erected for another grade of artists who demanded studios from the capitalist. Marguerite, the Chelsea girl, knew Chelsea if she knew nothing else. Her feet turned corners in the dark with assurance, and she had no need to look at street signs. George regarded the short thoroughfare made notorious by the dilettantism, the modishness, and the witticisms of art. It had an impressive aspect. From the portico of one highly illuminated house, A crimson carpet stretched across the pavement to the gutter. Some dashing blade of the brush had maliciously determined to affront the bourgeois Sabbath. George stamped on the carpet. He hated it because it was not his carpet, and he swore to himself to possess that very carpet, or its indistinguishable brother. "I was a most frightful ass to leave that letter lying about," he exclaimed. "Oh, George," she protested lovingly, "it could so easily happen, a thing like that could. It was just bad luck." A cushion. The divinest down cushion. That was what she was. She was more. She defended a man against himself. She restored him to perfection. Her affectionate faith was a magical inspiration to him. It was really the greatest force in the world. Most women would have agreed with him, however tactfully, that he had been careless about the letter, and Adela would certainly have berated him in her shrewish, thin tones. Alois would have been sarcastic, scornfully patronizing him as a boy. And what would Ag have done? They might have forgiven and even forgotten, but they would have indulged themselves first. Marguerite was exteriorly simple. She would not perhaps successfully dominate a drawing-room. She would cut no figure playing with lives at the wheel of an automobile. After all, she would no doubt be ridiculous in the costume of Bonnie Prince Charlie. But she was finer than the other women whose images floated in his mind, and she was worth millions of them. He was overpowered by the sense of his good fortune in finding her. He went cold at the thought of what he would have missed if he had not found her. He would not try to conceive what his existence would be without her, for it would be unendurable. Of this he was convinced. "Do you think you'll go talking about it?" George asked, meaning of course Mr. Hane. "More likely she will," said Marguerite. He positively could feel her lips tightening. Futile to put in a word for Mrs. Hane. When he described the swoon, Marguerite had shown neither concern nor curiosity, not the slightest. Antipathy to her stepmother had radiated from her almost visibly in the night, like the nimbus round a street lamp. Well, she did not understand. She was capable of injustice. She was quite wrong about Mrs. Hane. What matter? Her whole being was centralized on himself. He was aware of his superiority. He went on quietly. "If the old man gets chattering at the office, the Augreys will know, and the next minute the news will be in the Five Towns. I can't possibly let my people hear from anybody else of my engagement before they hear from me. However, if it comes to the point, we'll tell everybody. Why not?" "Oh, but dearest, it was so nice it being a secret. It was the loveliest thing in the world." "Yes, it was jolly." "Perhaps father will feel differently in the morning, and then you can—" "He won't," said George flatly. "You don't know what a state he's in. I didn't tell you. He called me a spy in the house, a dirty spy. Likewise a jackanapes. Doubtless a delicate allusion to my tender years." "He didn't." "He did, honestly." "So that was what upset you so?" Marguerite murmured. It was her first admission that she had noticed his agitation. "Did I look so upset then?" "George, you looked terrible. I felt the only thing to do was for us to go out at once." "Oh, but surely I wasn't so upset as all that," said George, finding in Marguerite's statement a reflection upon his ability to play the part of an imperturbable man of the world. "Ag didn't seem to see anything." "Ag doesn't know you like I do." She insinuated her arm into his. He raised his hand and took hold of hers. In the left pocket of his overcoat he could feel the somewhat unwieldy key of the studio. He was happy. The domestic feel of the key completed his happiness. "Of course I can't stay on there," said he. "At father's? Oh, I do wish father hadn't talked like that." She spoke sadly, not critically. "I suppose I must sleep there tonight, but I'm not going to have my breakfast there tomorrow morning, no fear. I'll have it up at town. Lucas will be able to put me up to some new digs. He always knows about that sort of thing. Then I'll drive down and remove all my worldly in a four-wheeler." He spoke with jauntiness in his role of male who is easily equal to any situation. But she said in a low, tenderly commiserating voice, "It's a shame." "Not a bit," he replied. Then he suddenly stood still and brought her to a halt. Under his erratic guidance they had turned along Dilke Street and northwards again past the Botanical Garden. "And this is Paradise Row," he said, surveying the broad street which they had come into. "Paradise Row?" she corrected him softly. "No, dear, it's Queen's Road. It runs into Pimlico Road." "I mean, it used to be Paradise Row," he explained. "It was the most fashionable street in Chelsea, you know. Everybody, if there was anybody, lived here." "Oh, really?" She showed an amiable desire to be interested, but her interest did not survive more than a few seconds. "I didn't know. I know Paradise Walk. It's that horrid little passage down there on the right." She had not the historic sense, and she did not understand his mood, did not in the slightest degree suspect that events had been whipping his ambition once more, and that, at that moment, he was enjoying the 17th and even the 16th centuries, and thinking of Sir Thomas More and Miss More, and all manner of grandiose personages and abodes, and rebelling obstinately against the fact that he was as yet a nonentity in Chelsea, whereas he meant in the end to yield to nobody in distinction and renown. He knew that she did not understand, and he would not pretend to himself that she did. There was no reason why she should understand. He did not particularly want her to understand. "Let's have a look at the river, shall we?" he suggested, and they moved towards Cheyne Walk. "Dearest," she said, "you must come and have breakfast at the studio tomorrow morning. I shall get it myself." "But Ag won't like me poking my nose in for breakfast." "You great silly, don't you know she simply adores you?" He was certainly startled by this remark, and he began to like Ag. "Old Ag? Not she," he protested, pleased but a little embarrassed. "Will she be up?" "You'll see whether she'll be up or not. 9 o'clock's the time, isn't it?" They reached the gardens of Cheyne Walk. 3 bridges hung their double chaplets of lights over the dark river. On the southern shore the shapes of high trees waved mysteriously above the withdrawn woodland glades that in daytime were Battersea Park. Here and there a tiny red gleam gave warning that a pier jutted out into the stream, but nothing moved on the water. The wind that swept clean the pavements had unclouded 10 million stars. It was a wind unlike any other wind that ever blew, at once caressing and roughly challenging. The two, putting it behind them, faced eastward, and began to pass one by one the innumerable inwrought gas lamps of Chelsea Embankment, which stretched absolutely rectilinear in front of them for a clear mile. No soul but themselves was afoot. But on the left rose gigantic and splendid houses, palaces designed by modern architects, vying with almost any houses in London, some dark, others richly illuminated and full of souls, luxurious, successful, and dominant. As the girl talked creatively about the breakfast, her arm pressed his, and his fingers clasped her acquiescent fingers, and her chaste and confiding passion ran through him in powerful voltaic currents from some inexhaustible source of energy in her secret heart. It seemed to him that since their ride home in the hansom from the Promenade concert, her faculty for love had miraculously developed. He divined great deeps in her, and deeps beyond those deeps. The tenderness which he felt for her was inexpressible. He said not a word, keeping to himself the terrific resolve to which she, and the wind, and the spectacular majesty of London inspired him. He and she would live regally in one of those very houses, and people should kowtow to her because she was the dazzling wife of the renowned young architect George Cannon. And he would show her to Mrs. John Orgreave and to Lois, and those women should acknowledge in her a woman incomparably their superior. They should not be able to hide their impressed astonishment when they saw her. Nothing of all this did he impart to her, as she hung, supported and inspiring, on his arm. He held it all in reserve for her. And then, thinking again for a moment of what she had said about Ag's liking for him, he thought of Ag's picture, and of Marguerite's design which had originated the picture. It was a special design, new for Marguerite, whose bindings were generally of conventional patterns. It was to be paid for at a special price because of its elaborateness. She had worked on it for nearly 2 days. In particular, she had stayed indoors during the whole of Sunday to finish it, and it was efficient, skilful, as good as it could be. It had filled her life for nearly 2 days, and and he had not even mentioned it to her. In the ruthless egotism of the ambitious man he had forgotten it, and forgotten to imagine sympathetically the contents of her mind. Sharp remorse overcame him. She grew noble and pathetic in his eyes. Contrast her modest and talented industry with the exacting, supercilious, incapable idleness of a Lois. "That design of yours is jolly good," he said shortly, without any introductory phrases. She perceptibly started. "Oh, George, I'm so glad you think so. I was afraid. You know, it was horribly difficult. They give you no chance." I know. You've come out of it fine." She was in heaven. He also, because it was so easy of him to put her there. He glanced backwards a few hours into the past, and he simply could not comprehend how it was that he had been so upset by the grotesque scene with Mr. Hame in the basement of number 8. Everything was all right. Everything was utterly for the best.
End of Part 1, Chapter 5, Part 2. Part 1, Chapter 6, Part 1 of The Roll Call by Arnold Bennett.
This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers.
Part 1, Chapter 6, Part 1.
The Dinner. 1. Early on the morning of a Tuesday in the second half of June 1903, George Cannon was moving fast on a motor bicycle westwards down the slope of Piccadilly. At any rate, he had the sensation of earliness, and was indeed thereby quite invigorated. It almost served instead of the breakfast which he had not yet taken. But thousands of people, travelling in the opposite direction in horse omnibuses and in a few motor buses, seemed to regard the fact of their being abroad at that hour as dully normal. They had fought, men and girls, for places in the crowd vehicles. They had travelled from far lands such as Putney. They had been up for hours, and the morning, which was so new to George, had lost its freshness for them. They were well used to the lustrous summer glories of the Green Park. What they chiefly beheld in the Green Park was the endless lines of wayfarers radiating from Victoria along the various avenues, on the way, like themselves, to offices, warehouses, and shops. Of the stablemen, bushwashers, drivers, mechanics, chauffeurs, and conductors, who had left their beds much in advance even of the travellers, let us not speak. Even they had begun the day later than their wives, mothers, or daughters. All this flying population, urged and preoccupied by pitiless time, gazed down upon George and saw a gay young swell, without a care in the world, rushing on one of those motor bikes to freedom. George was well aware of the popular gaze, and he supported it with negligent pride. He had the air of having been born to greatness. Cigarette smoke and the fumes of exploded petrol and the rattle of explosions made a fine wake behind his greatness. In 2 years since he had walked into Mr. Hame's parlour, his body had broadened, his eyes had slightly hardened, and his complexion and hair had darkened. And there was his moustache, very sprightly, and there was a glint of gold in his teeth. He had poor teeth, but luxuriant hair, ruthlessly cut and disciplined and subjugated. His trousers were clipped tightly at the ankles, and his jacket loosely buttoned by the correct button. His soft felt hat achieved the architect's ideal of combining the perfectly artistic with the perfectly modish. But the most remarkable and envy-raising portion of his attire was the loose, washable yellow gloves, with large gauntlets, designed to protect the delicately tended hands when they had to explore among machinery. He had obtained the motor bicycle in a peculiar way. On arriving at Axe Station for the previous Christmas holidays, he had seen 2 low-hung lamps brilliantly flashing instead of the higher and less powerful lamps of the dog-cart, and there had been no light-reflecting flanks of a horse in front of the lamps. The dark figure sitting behind the lamps proved to be his mother. His mother herself had driven him home. He noted calmly that as a chauffeur she had the same faults as the contemned Louise Ingram. Still, she did drive, and they reached Ladderedge Hall in safety. He admired, and he was a little frightened by, his mother's terrific volition to widen her existence. She would insist on doing everything that might be done, and nobody could stop her. Who would have dreamt that she, with her narrow, troubled past, and her passionate temperament rendered somewhat harsh by strange experiences, would, at the age of 46 or so, be careering about the country at the wheel of a motor car? But she would be a girl, and by her individual force she successfully carried it off. Those two plotters, she and his stepfather, had conspired to buy a motor car in secret from him. No letter from home had breathed a word of the motor car. He was thunderstruck and jealous. He had spent the whole of the Christmas holidays in that car, and in 4 days could drive better than his mother, and also, what was more difficult, could convince her obstinate self-assurance that he knew far more about the mechanism than she did. As a fact, her notions of the mechanism, though she was convinced of their rightness, were mainly fantastic. George, of course, had had to punish his parents. He considered it his duty to do so. "The least you can do," he had said discontentedly and menacingly, "the least you can do is to give me a decent motorbike." The guilty pair had made amends in the manner thus indicated for them. George gathered from various signs that his stepfather was steadily and rapidly growing richer. George had acted accordingly, not only in the matter of the motor bicycle, but in other matters. Now, on this June morning, he had just begun to breast the slope rising from the Hollow to Hyde Park Corner, when a boy shot out from behind a huge stationary dust cart on the left and dashed unregarding towards him. George shouted. The boy, faced with sudden death, was happily so paralyzed that he fell down, thus checking his momentum by the severest form of friction. George swerved aside, missing the small outstretched hands by an inch or two, but missing also by an inch or two the front wheel of a tremendous motor bus on his right. He gave a nervous giggle as he flashed by the high red side of the motor bus, and then he deliberately looked back at the murderous boy, who had jumped up. At the same moment, George was brought to a sense of his own foolishness in looking back by a heavy jolt. He had gone over half a creosoted wood block, which had somehow escaped from a lozenge-shaped oasis in the road, where 2 workmen were indolently using picks under the magic protection of a tiny, dirty red flag. Secure in the guardianship of that bit of bunting, which for them was as powerful and sacred as the flag of an empire, the 2 workmen gazed with indifference at George and at the deafening traffic which swirled, affronting but harmless, around them. George slackened speed, afraid lest the jar might have snapped the plates of his accumulator. The motor bicycle was a wondrous thing, but as capricious and delicate as a horse. For a trifle, for nothing at all, it would cease to function. The high-tension magneto and the float-fed carburetor, whose invention was to transform the motor bicycle from an everlasting harassment into a means of locomotion, were yet years away in the future. However, the jar had done no harm. The episode, having occupied less than 10 seconds, was closed. George felt his heart thumping. He thought suddenly of the recent Paris to Madrid automobile race, in which the elite of the world had perished. He saw himself beneath the motor bus, and a futile, staring crowd round about. Simply by a miracle was he alive. But this miracle was only one of a score of miracles. He believed strongly in luck. He had always believed in it. The smoke of the cigarette displayed his confidence to all Piccadilly. Still, his heart was thumping. And it had not ceased to thump when, a few minutes later, he turned into Manresa Road. Opposite the entrance to the alley of Romney Studios, there happened to be a small hiatus in the curbstone. George curved the machine largely round, and, mounting the pavement through this hiatus, rode gingerly up the alley, in defiance of the regulations of a great city, and stopped precisely at the door of number 6. It was a matter of honour with him to arrive thus. Not for a million would he have walked the machine up the alley. He got off, sounded a peremptory call on the horn, and tattooed with the knocker. No answer came. An apprehension visited him. By the last post on the previous night he had received a special invitation to breakfast from Marguerite. Never had he been kept waiting at the door. He knocked again. Then he heard a voice from the side of the studio. "Come round here, George." In the side of the studio was a very small window from which the girls, when unpresentable, would parley with early tradesmen. Agg was at the window. He could see only her head and neck framed by the window. Her short hair was tousled, and she held a dressing-gown tight about her neck. For the first time she seemed to him like a real feminine girl, and her tones were soft as they never were when Marguerite was present with her. "I'm very sorry," she said. "You woke me. I was fast asleep. You can't come in." "Anything up?" he questioned, rather anxiously. "Where's Marguerite?" "Oh, George, a dreadful night," she answered, almost plaintively, almost demanding sympathy from the male. She, Ag. "We were wakened up at 2 o'clock. Mr. Prince came round to fetch Marguerite to go to number 8. "To go to number 8?" he repeated, frightened and wondering why he should be frightened. "What on earth for?" "Mrs. Hame very ill." Ag paused. "Something about a baby." "And did she go?" "Yes, she put on her things and went off at once." He was silent. He felt the rough grip of destiny, of some strange power, irresistible and unescapable, just as he had momentarily felt it in the basement of number 8 more than 18 months before, when the outraged Mr. Hame had quarrelled with him. The mere idea of Marguerite being at number 8 made him feel sick. He no longer believed in his luck. "How soon do you think she'll be back?" I don't know, George. I should have thought she'd have been back before this." "I'll run round there," he said curtly. Ag was disconcertingly, astoundingly sympathetic. Her attitude increased his disturbance. 2. When George rang the bell at number 8 Alexandra Grove, his mysterious qualms were intensified. He dreaded the moment when the door should open, even though it should be opened by Marguerite herself. And yet he had a tremendous desire to see Marguerite, merely to look at her face, to examine it, to read it. His summons was not answered. He glanced about. The steps were dirty, the brass knob and the letter flap had not been polished. After a time he pushed up the flap and gazed within, and saw the interior which he knew so well, and which he had not entered for so many months. Nothing was changed in it, but it also had a dusty and neglected air. Every detail roused his memory. The door of what had once been his room was shut. He wondered what the room was now. This house held the greatest part of his history. It lived in his mind as vitally as even the boarding-house kept by his mother in a side street in Brighton, romantic and miserable scene of his sense of his childhood. It was a solemn house for him. Through the basement window on a dark night he had first glimpsed Marguerite. Unforgettable event. Unlike anything else that had ever happened to anybody. He heard a creak, and caught sight through the letter aperture of a pair of red slippers, and then the lower half of a pair of trousers descending the stairs, and he dropped the flap hurriedly. Mr. Hame was coming to open the door. Mr. Hame did open the door, started at the apparition of George, and stood defensively and forbiddingly in the very centre of the doorway. "Oh," said George nervously, "how is Mrs. Hame?" "Mrs. Hame is very ill indeed." The reply was emphatic and inimical. "I'm sorry." Mr. Hame said nothing further. George had not seen him since the previous Saturday, having been excused by Mr. Enright from the office on Monday on account of examination work. He did not know that Mr. Hame had not been to the office on Monday either. In the interval, the man had shockingly changed. He seemed much older and weaker too. He seemed worn out by acute anxiety. Nevertheless, he so evidently resented sympathy that George was not sympathetic, and regarded him coldly as a tiresome old man. The official relations between the two had been rigorously polite and formal. No reference had ever been made by either to the quarrel in the basement, or to the cause of it. And for the world in general, George's engagement had remained as secret as before. Marguerite had not seen her father in the long interval, and George had seen only the factotum of Lewis and Enright. But he now saw Marguerite's father again, a quite different person from the factotum. Strange how the house seemed forlorn. Something about a baby, Ag had said vaguely, and it was as though something that Mr. Hame and his wife had concealed had burst from its concealment and horrified and put a curse on the whole grove. Something not at all nice. What in the name of decent propriety was that slippered old man doing with a baby? George would not picture to himself Mrs. Hame lying upstairs. He did not care to think of Marguerite secretly active somewhere in one of those rooms. But she was there. She was initiated. He did not criticize her. "I should like to see Marguerite," he said at length. Despite himself, he had a guilty feeling. "My daughter." Mr. Hame took up the heavy roll. "Only for a minute," said George boyishly, and irritated by his own boyishness. "You can't see her, sir." "But if she knows I'm here, she'll come to me," George insisted. He saw that the old man's hatred of him was undiminished. Indeed, time had probably strengthened it. "You can't see her, sir. This is my house." George considered himself infinitely more mature than in the November of 1901, when the old man had worsted him. And yet he was no more equal to this situation than he had been to the former one. "But what am I to do, then?" he demanded, not fiercely, but crossly. "What are you to do? Don't ask me, sir. My wife is very ill indeed, and you come down the grove making noise enough to wake the dead." He indicated the motor bicycle, of which the silencer was admittedly defective. "And you want to see my daughter. My daughter has more important work to do than to see you. I never heard of such callousness. If you want to communicate with my daughter, you had better write, so long as she stays in this house." Mr. Hame shut the door, which rendered his advantage over George complete. From the post office nearly opposite the end of the grove, George dispatched a reply-paid telegram to Marguerite. "Where and when can I see you? George, Russell Square." It seemed a feeble retort to Mr. Hame, but he could think of nothing better. On the way uptown he suddenly felt not hungry, but empty, and he called in at a tea shop. He was the only customer, in a great expanse of marble-topped tables. He sat down at a marble-topped table. On the marble-topped table next to him were 24 sugar basins, and on the next to that a large number of brass bells, and on another one an infinity of cruets. A very slatternly woman was washing the linoleum in a corner of the floor. Two thin, wrinkled girls in shabby black were whispering together behind the counter. The cash den was empty. Through the open door he could keep an eye on his motor bicycle, which was being surreptitiously regarded by a boy theoretically engaged in cleaning the window. A big van drove up, and a man entered with pastry on a wooden tray, and bantered one of the girls in black. She made no reply, being preoccupied with the responsibility of counting cakes. The man departed, and the van disappeared. Nobody took the least notice of George. He might have been a customer invisible and inaudible. After the fiasco of his interview with Mr. Hame, he had not the courage to protest. He framed withering sentences to the girls in black, such as, "Is this place supposed to be open for business, or isn't it?" But they were not uttered. Then a girl in black, with a plain, ugly white apron and a dowdy white cap, appeared on the stairs leading from the basement, and removed from her passage a bar of stained wood, lettered in gilt, "Closed," and she halted at George's table. She spoke no word. She just stood over him, unsmiling, placid, flaccid, immensely indifferent. She was pale, a poor sort of a girl, without vigour, but she had a decent, honest face. She was not aware that she ought to be bright, welcoming, provocative, for a penny-farthing an hour. She had never heard of Hebe. George thought of the long, desolating day that lay before her. He looked at her seriously. His eyes did not challenge hers as they were accustomed to challenge Hebe's. He said, in a friendly, matter-of-fact tone, "A meat pie, please, and a large coffee." And she repeated in a thin voice, "Meat pie, large coffee." A minute later she dropped the order on the table, as if it might have been refuse, and with it a bit of white paper. The sadness of the city and the inexplicable sadness of June mornings overwhelmed George as he munched at the meat pie and drank the coffee, and reached over for the sugar and reached over for the mustard. And he kept saying to himself, "She doesn't see her father at all for nearly 2 years, and then she goes off with him like that in the middle of the night, at a word." 3. The office was not at its normal. The empty cubicle of the factotum looked strange enough. But there was more than that in the abnormality. There were currents of excitement in the office. The door of the principal's room was open, and George saw John Orgreave and Everard Lucas within, leaning over one of the great flat desks. The hour was early for Lucas, and self-satisfaction was on Lucas's face as he raised it to look at the entering of George. "I say," he remarked quietly through the doorway, "that town hall scheme is on again." "Oh," said George, depositing his hat and gloves and strolling into the principal's room. Good morning, Mr. Orgreave. Got the conditions there? For a moment his attitude of interest was opposed, but very quickly it became sincere. Astonishing how at sight of a drawing-board and a problem he could forget all that lay beyond them. He was genuinely and extremely disturbed by the course of affairs at Chelsea. Nevertheless, he now approached Mr. Orgreave and Lucas with eagerness, and Chelsea slipped away into another dimension. "No," said John Orgreave, "the conditions aren't out yet, but it's all right this time. I know for a fact." The offices of all the regular architectural competitors in London were excited that morning, for the conception of the Northern Town Hall was a vast one. Indeed, journalists had announced from their mysterious founts of information that the Town Hall would be the largest public building erected in England during half a century. The scheme had been the sport of municipal politics for many months, for years. Apparently it could not get itself definitely born. And now the town clerk's wife had brought about the august parturition. It is true that her agency was unintentional. The town clerk had belonged to a powerful provincial dynasty of town clerks. He had the illusion that without him a great town would cease to exist. There was nothing uncommon in this illusion, which indeed is rife among town clerks. But the town clerk in question had the precious faculty of being able to communicate it to mayors, aldermen, and councillors. He was a force in the municipal council. Voteless, he exercised a moral influence over votes, and he happened to be opposed to the scheme for the new town hall. He gave various admirable reasons for the postponement of the scheme, but he never gave the true reasons, even to himself. The true reasons were, first, that he hated and detested the idea of moving office, and second, that he wanted acutely to be able to say in the fullness of years that he had completed half a century of municipal work in one and the same room. If the pro-scheme party had had the wit to invent a pretext for allowing the town clerk to remain in the old municipal buildings, the scheme would instantly have taken life. The town clerk, being widowed, had consoled himself with a young second wife. This girl adored dancing. The town clerk adored her, and therefore, where she danced, he deemed it prudent to attend. Driving home from a January ball at 4 a.m., the town clerk had caught pneumonia. In a week he was dead, and his dynasty with him. In a couple of months the pro-scheme party had carried the council off its feet. Such are the realities, never printed in newspapers, of municipal politics in the grim north. Sketches of the site had appeared in the architectural press. John Orgreave and Lucas were pencilling in turn upon one of these, a page torn out of a weekly. George inserted himself between them, roughly towards Lucas and deferentially towards Mr. John. "But you've got the main axis wrong," he exclaimed. "How wrong?" John Orgreave demanded. "See here, give me the pencil, Luke." George felt with a little thrill of satisfaction the respect for him which underlaid John Orgreave's curt tone of a principal, and a principal from the Midlands. He did not miss either Lucas's quick, obedient, expectant gesture in surrendering the pencil. Ideas for the plan of the building sprang up multitudinously in his mind. He called, they came. He snatched towards a blank sheet of tracing paper and scrawled it over with significant lines. "That's my notion. I thought of it long ago," he said. "Or if you prefer—" The other two were impressed. He himself was impressed. His notion, which he was modifying and improving every moment, seemed to him perfect, and ever more perfect. He was intensely and happily stimulated in the act of creation, and they were all three absorbed. "Why hasn't my desk been arranged?" said a discontented voice behind them. Mr. Enright had arrived by the farther door from the corridor. Lucas glanced up. "I expect Hame hasn't come in to-day," he answered urbanely, placatingly. "Why hasn't he come?" "I hear his wife's very ill," said George. "Who told you?" "I happened to be round that way this morning." "Oh, I thought it was all over between you two." George flushed. Nothing had ever been said in the office as to his relations with Hame, though it was of course known that George no longer lodged with the factotum. Mr. Enright, however, often had disconcerting intuitions concerning matters to which Mr. Orgreave and Lucas were utterly insensible. "Oh, no," George haltingly murmured. "Well, this is all very well, this is." Mr. Enright ruthlessly proceeded, beginning to marshal the instruments on his desk. He had been a somewhat spectacular martyr for some time past. A mysterious facial neuralgia had harried his nights and days. For the greater part of a week he had dozed in an arm-chair in the office under the spell of 8 tabloids of aspirin per diem. Then a specialist had decided that 7 of his side teeth, already studded with gold, must leave him. Those teeth were not like any other person's teeth, and in Mr. Enright's mind the extracting of them had become a major operation, as, for example, the taking off of a limb. He had spent 3 days in a nursing home in Welbeck Street. His life was now saved, and he was a convalescent, and passed several hours daily in giving to friends tragi-farcical accounts of existence in a nursing home. Mr. Enright's career was one unending romance. "I was just looking at that Town Hall affair," said John Orgreave. "What Town Hall?" his partner snapped. "The Town Hall," answered the imperturbable John. "George here has got an idea." "I suppose you know Sir Hugh Corver, Baronet, is to be the assessor?" said Mr. Enright in a devastating tone. Sir Hugh Corver, formerly a mere knight, had received a baronetcy to Mr. Enright's deep disgust. Mr. Enright remarked that any decent-minded man who had been a husband and childless for 24 years would have regarded the supplementary honour as an insult, but that Sir Hugh was not decent-minded, and moreover was not capable of knowing an insult when he got one. This theory of Mr. Enright's, however, did not a bit lessen his disgust. "Oh, yes," John Orgreave admitted lamely. "I, for one, am not going in for any more competitions with Corver as assessor," said Mr. Enright. "I won't do it." Faces fell. Mr. Enright had previously published this resolve, but it had not been taken quite seriously. It was entirely serious. Neuralgia and a baronetcy had given it the consistency of steel. "It isn't as if we haven't got plenty of work in the office," said Mr. Enright. This was true. The firm was exceedingly prosperous. Nobody else spoke. "What can you expect from a fellow like Corver?" Mr. Enright cried, with a special glance at George. "He's the uppest tree of decent architecture." George's mood changed immediately. Profound discouragement succeeded to his creative stimulation. Mr. Enright had reason on his side. What could you expect from a fellow like Corver? With all the ardour of a disciple, George dismissed the Town Hall scheme, and simultaneously his private woes surged up and took full possession of him. He walked silently out of the room, and Lucas followed. As a fact, Mr. Enright ought not to have talked in such a way before the pupils. A question of general policy should first have been discussed in private between the partners, and the result then formally announced to the staff. Mr. Enright was not treating his partner with proper consideration, but Mr. Enright, as everyone said at intervals, was like that, and his partner did not seem to care greatly. Lucas shut the door between the principal's room and the pupils' room. "I say," said Lucas importantly, "I've got a show on tonight. Women. Café Royal. I want a 4th. You must come." "Yes," sneered George, "and what about my exam, I should like to know? Besides, I can't." The final was due to begin on Thursday. "That's all right," Lucas answered with tact. "That's all right. I'd thought of the exam, of course. You'll have tomorrow to recover. It'll do you all the good in the world, and you know you're more than ready for the thing. You don't want to be overtrained, my son. Besides, you'll sail through it. As for can't be damned. You've got to." The telegraph boy, after hesitating in the empty cubicle, came straight into the room. "Name of Cannon?" George nodded, trembling. The telegram read, "Impossible today. Marguerite." It was an incredible telegram, as much by what it said as by what it didn't say. It overthrew George. "7:45, and I'll drive you round," said Lucas. "'Tis well," said George. Immediately afterwards, Mr. Enright summoned Lucas.
End of Part 1, Chapter 6, Part 1. Part 1, Chapter 6, Part 2 of The Roll Call by Arnold Bennett.
This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers.
Part 1, Chapter 6, Part 2.
4. The two young men of fashion were silent that evening as they drove to the Café Royal in the car which Lucas loosely called my car, but which was his mother's, and only to be obtained by him upon his own conditions after delicate diplomacies. The chief of his conditions was that the chauffeur should not accompany the car. Lucas, having been engaged upon outdoor work for the firm, had not seen George throughout the day. Further, he was late in calling for George, and therefore rather exacerbated in secret. And if George had not been ready and waiting for him at the club, trouble might have arisen. George understood his host's mood and respected it. Lucas drove rapidly and fiercely, with appropriate frowns and settings of cruel teeth. His mien, indeed, had the arrogance of the performer who, having given only a fraction of his time to the acquirement of skill, reckons that he can beat the professional who has given the whole of his time. Lucas's glances at chauffeurs who hindered his swiftness were masterpieces of high disdain, and he would accelerate, after circumventing them, with positive ferocity. George himself, an implacable critic, could not find fault with the technique of Lucas's driving. But exacerbation tells, even in the young, and at Piccadilly Circus, Lucas, in obeying a too suddenly uplifted hand of a policeman, stopped his engine. The situation, horribly humiliating for Lucas, and also for George, provided pleasure for half the chauffeurs and drivers in Piccadilly Circus, and was the origin of much jocularity of a kind then fairly new. Lucas cursed the innocent engine, and George leapt down to wield the crank. But the engine, apparently resenting curses, refused to start again. No, it would not start. Lucas leapt down too. "Get out of the way," he muttered savagely to George, and scowled at the bonnet as if saying to the engine, "I'm not going to stand any of your infernal nonsense." But still the engine refused to start. The situation, humiliating before, was now appalling. Two entirely correct young gentlemen in evening dress, with light overcoats and opera hats, struggling with a refractory car that in its obstinacy was far more dignified than themselves, and the car obstructing traffic at the very centre of the world, at the very hour when the elect of Britain were driving by on their way to Tristan at the opera. Sebastians both, they were martyrized by the poisoned arrows of vulgar wit, shot at them from all sides, and especially from the lofty thrones of hansom cab drivers. The policeman ordered them to shove the car to the curb, and with the aid of a boy and the policeman himself, they did so, opposite the shuttered front of Swan and Edgar's. The two experts then examined the engine in a professional manner. They did everything but take it down. They tried in vain all known devices to conquer the recalcitrancy of engines, and when they reached despair and fury, George, startlingly visited by an idea, demanded, "Any petrol in the tank?" In those days men of fashion were apt to forget, at moments of crisis, that the first necessity of the engine was petrol. George behaved magnanimously. He might have extinguished Lucas with a single inflection, as Lucas, shamed to the uttermost, poured a spare half-tin of petrol into the tank. He refrained. In less than 1 minute, they were at the side entrance to the Café Royal, which less than a minute earlier had been inconceivably distant and unattainable. Lucas dashed first into the restaurant. To keep ladies waiting in a public place was for him the very worst crime, surpassing in turpitude arson, embezzlement, and the murder of innocents. The ladies must have been waiting for a quarter of an hour, half an hour. His reputation was destroyed. However, the ladies had not arrived. "That's all right," Lucas breathed at ease at last. The terrible scowl had vanished from his face, which was perfectly recomposed into its urbane, bland charm. "Now perhaps you'll inform me who they are, old man," George suggested, relinquishing his overcoat to a flunkey, and following Lucas into the cloister set apart for the cleansing of hands which have meddled with machinery. "The Wheeler woman is one, didn't I tell you?" Lucas answered, unsuccessfully concealing his pride. "Wheeler? Irene Wheeler, you know." George was really impressed. Lucas had hitherto said no word as to his acquaintance with this celebrated woman. It was true that recently Lucas had been spreading himself in various ways. He had even passed his intermediate, but George had not anticipated such a height of achievement as the feat of entertaining at a restaurant a cynosure like Irene Wheeler. George had expected quite another sort of company at dinner, for he had publicly dined with Lucas before. All day he had been abstracted, listless, and utterly desolate. All day he had gone over again and again the details of the interview with Mr. Hayne, his telegram to Marguerite, and her unspeakable telegram to him, hugging close a terrific grievance. Only from pique against Marguerite had he accepted Lucas's invitation. The adventure in Piccadilly Circus had somewhat enlivened him, and now the fluttering prospect of acquaintance with the legendary Irene Wheeler pushed Marguerite into the background of his mind, and excitement became quite pleasant. "And a Miss Ingram," Lucas added. "Not Lois Ingram," exclaimed George, suddenly dragging the names of Ingram and Wheeler out of the same drawer of his memory. "No, Lorenzin. But she has a sister named Lois. What do you know about her?" Lucas spoke challengingly, as if George had trespassed on preserves sacred to himself alone. He had not yet admitted that it was merely Mrs. John Orgreave who had put him in the way of Irene Wheeler. George was surprised and shocked that it had never occurred to him to identify Lois Ingram's wealthy friend, Miss Wheeler, with the Irene Wheeler of society columns of newspapers. And Lois Ingram rose in his esteem not because of the distinction of her friend, but because she had laid no boastful stress on the distinction of her friend. "Don't you remember," he said, "I told you once about a girl who jolly nearly got me into a motor accident, all through her fancying herself as a chauffeur? That was Lois Ingram. Paris girl. Same lot, isn't it?" "Ah, was that Lois?" Lucas murmured. "Well, I'm dashed." They returned in a hurry to the entrance hall, fearful lest the ladies might have arrived. However, the ladies had not arrived. Lucas had the inexpressible satisfaction of finding in an illustrated weekly a full-page portrait of Miss Irene Wheeler. "Here you are," he ejaculated with an air of use, as though he was habitually picking up from the tables of fashionable restaurants high-class illustrated papers containing portraits of renowned beauties, to whom he said, "Come," and they came. It was a great moment for Lucas. 10 minutes later the ladies very calmly arrived, seeming perfectly unaware that they were 3/4 of an hour behind time. Lucas felt that, much as he already knew about life, he had learned something fresh. To George, Irene Wheeler was not immediately recognizable as the original of her portrait. He saw the resemblance when he looked for it, but if after seeing the photograph he had met the woman in the street, he would have passed her by unknowing. At first he was disappointed in her. He had never before encountered celebrated people, except architects who, Enright always said, never could be really celebrated, and he had to learn that celebrated people seldom differ in appearance from uncelebrated people. Nevertheless, it was not to be expected that George should escape where the most experienced and the most wary of two capitals had not escaped. He did not agree that she was beautiful, but her complexion enthralled him. He had never seen such a complexion. Nobody had ever seen such a complexion. It combined extremely marvellous whites and extremely marvellous pinks, and the skin had the exquisite, incredible softness of a baby's. Next, he was struck by her candid, ingenuous, inquiring gaze, and by her thin voice with the slight occasional lisp. The splendid magnificence of her frock and jewels came into play later. Lastly, her demeanour imposed itself. That simple gaze showed not the slightest diffidence, scarcely even modesty. It was more brazen than effrontery. She preceded the other three into the restaurant, where electricity had finally conquered the expiring daylight, and her entry obviously excited the whole room. Yet, guided by 2 waving and fawning waiters, and 100 glances upon her, she walked to the appointed table without a trace of self-consciousness, as naturally as a policeman down the street. When she sat down, George on her right, Lucas on her left, and the tall, virginal Lorenzin Ingram opposite, she was the principal person in the restaurant. George had already passed from disappointment to an impressed nervousness. The inquisitive diners might all have been quizzing him instead of Irene Wheeler. He envied Lucas, who was talking freely to both Miss Wheeler and Lorenzin about what he had ordered for dinner. That morning, over a drawing-board and an architectural problem, Lucas had been humble enough to George, and George, by natural right, had laid the law down to Lucas. But now Lucas, who, George was obliged to admit, never said anything brilliant or original, was outshining him. It was unquestionable that in getting Irene Wheeler to dinner, Lucas, by some mysterious talent which he possessed, had performed a feat greater even than George had at first imagined, a prodigious feat. George waited for Irene Wheeler to begin to talk. She did not begin to talk. She was content with the grand function of existing. Lucas showed her the portrait in the illustrated paper which she had kept. She said that it was a comparatively old one, and had been taken at the Durbar in January. "Were you at the Durbar?" asked the simpleton George. Irene Wheeler looked at him. "Yes, I was in the Viceroy's house party," she answered mildly. And then she said to Lucas that she had sat 3 times to photographers that week. "They won't leave me alone," but that the proofs were none of them satisfactory. At this, Lawrencine Ingram boldly and blushingly protested, maintaining that one of them was lovely. George was attracted to Lawrencine, in whom he saw no likeness to her sister Lois. She could not long have left school. She was the product finished for the world. She had been taught everything that was considered desirable, even to the art of talking easily and yet virginally on all subjects at a table. And she was a nice, honest, handsome girl, entirely unspoilt by the mysterious operations practised upon her. She related how she had been present when a famous photographer arrived at Miss Wheeler's flat with his apparatus, and what the famous photographer had said. The boys laughed. Miss Wheeler smiled faintly. "I'm glad we didn't have to go to that play tonight," she remarked, quitting photography. "However, I shall have to go tomorrow night. I don't care for first nights in London, only they will have me go." In this last phrase, and in the intonation of it, was the first sign she had given of her American origin. Her speech was usually indistinguishable from English, which language she had in fact carefully acquired years earlier. George gathered that Lucas's success in getting Miss Wheeler to dinner was due to the accident of a first night being postponed at the last moment, and Miss Wheeler thus finding herself with an empty evening. He covertly examined her. Why was the feat of getting Miss Wheeler to dinner enormous? Why would photographers not leave her alone? Why would theatrical managers have her accept boxes gratis which they could sell for money? Why was she asked to join the viceregal party for the Durbar? Why was the restaurant agog? Why was he himself proud and flattered, yes, proud and flattered, to be seen at the same table with her? He was excessively rich, no doubt. She was reputed to be the niece of a railway man in Indianapolis, who was one of the major rivals of Harriman. She dressed superbly, perhaps too superbly, but there were innumerable rich and well-dressed women on earth. After all, she put her gold bag and her gloves down on the table with just the same gesture as other women did. And little big Lawrencine had a gold bag too. She was not witty. He questioned whether she was essentially kind. She was not young. Her age was an enigma. She had not a remarkable figure, nor unforgettable hair, nor incendiary eyes. She seemed too placid and self-centered for love. If she had loved, it must have been as she sat to photographers or occupied boxes on first nights, because they would have it so. George was baffled to discover the origin of her prestige. He had to seek it in her complexion. Her complexion was indubitably miraculous. He enjoyed looking at it, though he lacked the experience to know that he was looking at a complexion held by connoisseurs who do naught else but look at complexions, to be a complexion unique in Europe. George, unsophisticated, thought that the unaffected simplicity, far exceeding self-confidence, with which she acquiesced in her prestige was perhaps more miraculous than her complexion. It staggered him. The dinner was a social success. Irene Wheeler listened adroitly, if without brilliance, and after one glass of wine George found himself quite able to talk in the Enright manner about architecture and the profession of architecture, and also to talk about automobiles. The casualness with which he mentioned his final examination was superb. The examiners might have been respectfully waiting for him to arrive and discomfit them. But of course the main subject was automobiles. Even Lawrencine knew the names of all the leading makers, and when the names of all the leading makers had been enumerated and their products discussed, the party seemed to think that it had accomplished something that was both necessary and stylish. When the tablecloth had been renewed, and the solemn moment came for Everard Lucas to order liqueurs, George felt almost gay. He glanced round the gilded and mirrored apartment, now alluringly animated by the subdued yet vivacious intimacies of a score of white tables, and decided that the institution of restaurants was a laudable and agreeable institution. Marguerite had receded further than ever into the background of his mind, and as for the Bible, it had diminished to a formality. "And you?" Everard asked Lorenzine after Miss Wheeler. George had thought that Lorenzine was too young for liqueurs. She had had no wine. He expected her to say, "Nothing, thanks," as conventionally as if her late head-mistress had been present. But she hesitated, smiling, and then, obedient to the profound and universal instinct which seemed to guide all young women to the same liqueur, she said, "May I have a crème de menthe? I've never had crème de menthe." George was certainly shocked for an instant, but no one else appeared to be shocked. Miss Wheeler, in charge of Lorenzine, offered no protest. And then George reflected, and why not? Why shouldn't she have a crème de menthe? When Lorenzine raised the tiny glass to her firm, large mouth, George thought that the sight of the young virginal thing tasting a liqueur was a fine and beautiful sight. "It's just heavenly," murmured Lorenzine ecstatically. Miss Wheeler was gazing at George. "What's the matter?" he demanded, smiling, and rested one elbow on the table and looked enigmatically through the smoke of his cigar. "I was just wondering about you," said Miss Wheeler. Her voice, always faint, had dropped to a murmur which seemed to expire as it reached George's ear. "Why?" He was flattered. "I've been wanting to see you." "Really?" he laughed, rather too loudly. "What a pity I didn't know earlier." He was disturbed as well as flattered, for such a remark from such a person as Irene Wheeler to such a person as himself was bound to be disturbing. His eyes sought audaciously to commune with hers, but hers were not responsive. They were entirely non-committal. "You are the man that wouldn't let my friend Lois drive him in my car, aren't you?" "Yes," he said defiantly, but rather guiltily. "Did she tell you about that? It's an awful long time ago." "She told me something about it." "And you've remembered it all this long while?" "Yes," she answered, and her thin, queer tone and her tepid, impartial glance had the effect of a challenge to him to justify himself. "And don't you think I was quite right?" he ventured. "She drives very well." It was not the sort of answer he was expecting. His desire was to argue. "She didn't drive very well then," he said with conviction. "Was that a reason for your leaving her to drive home alone?" Women were astounding. "She ought to have let the chauffeur drive," he maintained. "Ah, a man mustn't expect too much from a woman." "But I was risking my life in that car. Do you mean to say I ought to have kept on risking it?" "I don't express any opinion on that. That was for you to decide. You must admit it was very humiliating for poor Lois." He felt himself cornered, but whether justly or unjustly he was uncertain. "Was she vexed?" "No, she wasn't vexed. Lois isn't the woman to be vexed. But I have an idea she was a little hurt." "Did she say so?" "Say so? Lois? She'd never say anything about anybody. Lois is a perfect angel. Isn't she, Lorenzine?" Lorenzine was being monopolized by Everard. "What did you say?" the girl asked, collecting herself. "I was just saying what an angel Lois is." "Oh, she is," the younger sister agreed with immense and sincere emphasis. George, startled, said to himself suddenly, "Was I mistaken in her? Some girls you are mistaken in. They're regular bricks, but they keep it from you at first." Somehow, in spite of a slight superficial mortification, he was very pleased by the episode of the conversation, and his curiosity was titillated. "Lois would have come tonight instead of Lorenzine," Miss Wheeler went on, "only she wasn't feeling very well." "Is she in London? I've only seen her once from that day to this, and then we didn't get near each other owing to the crush, so we didn't speak. It was at Mrs. Orgreave's." "Yes, I know." "Did she tell you?" "Yes." "Is she at your flat?" "Yes, but she's not well." "Not in bed, I hope, or anything like that?" "Oh, no, she's not in bed." Lorenzine threw laughingly across the table. "She's as well as I am." It was another aspect of the younger sister. When they left the restaurant, it was nearly empty. They left easily, slowly, magnificently. The largesse of Everard Lucas, his hat slightly raked, in the foyer and at the portico, was magnificent in both quantity and manner. There was no need to hurry. The hour, though late for the end of dinner, was early for separation. They moved and talked without the slightest diffidence, familiar and confident. The whole world was reformed and improved for them by the stimulus of food and alcohol. The night was sultry and dark. The two women threw their cloaks back from their shoulders, revealing the whiteness of toilettes. At the door, the headlights of Miss Wheeler's automobile shot horizontally right across Regent Street. The chauffeur recognized George, and George recognized the car. He was rather surprised that Miss Wheeler had not had a new car in 18 months. Lucas spoke of his own car, which lay beyond in the middle of the side street like a ship at anchor. He spoke in such a strain that Miss Wheeler deigned to ask him to drive her home in it. The two young men went to light the headlights. George noticed the angry scowl on Everard's face when 3 matches had been blown out in the capricious breeze. The success of the 4th match restored his face to perfect benignity. He made the engine roar triumphantly, imperiously sounded his horn, plunged forward, and drew the car up in front of Miss Wheeler's. His bliss, when Miss Wheeler had delicately inserted herself into the space by his side, was stern and yet radiant. The big car, with George and Lorenzin on board, followed the little one like a cat following a mouse, and Lorenzin girlishly interested herself in the chase. George, with his mind on Lois, kept saying to himself, "She's been thinking about that little affair ever since last November but one. They've all been thinking about it." He felt apprehensive, but his satisfaction amounted to excitement. His attitude was, "At any rate, I gave them something to think about." Also, he breathed appreciatively the atmosphere of the 3 women, 2 seen and 1 unseen. How extraordinarily different all of them were from Ag. They reminded him acutely of his deep need of luxury. After all, the life lived by those 2 men about town, George and Everard, was rather humdrum and monotonous. In spite of Everard's dash, and in spite of George's secret engagement, neither of them met enough women or enough sorts of women. George said to himself, "I shall see her tonight. We shall go up to the flat. She isn't in bed. I shall see her tonight." He wanted to see her because he had hurt her, and because she had remembered and had talked about him, and had raised curiosity about him in others. Was she really unwell, or had she been excusing herself? Was she an angel? He wanted to see her again in order to judge for himself whether she was an angel. If Lorenzin said she was an angel, she must be an angel. Lorenzin was a jolly, honest girl. To be in the car with her was agreeable, but she was insipid. So he assessed the splendidly budding Lorenzin, patronizing her a little. Miss Wheeler gave him pause. Her simple phrases had mysterious intonations. He did not understand her glance. He could not settle the first question about her, her age. She might be very wicked. Certainly she could be very ruthless. And he had no hold over her. He could give her nothing that she wanted. He doubted whether any man could. "Have you been in London long?" he asked Lorenzin. "A week," she said. "I came over with Miss Wheeler. I didn't think Mother would let me, but she did." "And did your sister come with you?" "No, Lois only came yesterday." "By herself?" "Yes." "I suppose you go about a lot?" "Oh, we do. It's such a change from Paris." "Well, I should prefer Paris." "You wouldn't. London's much more romantic. Paris is so hard and matter-of-fact." "So's London." She squirmed about lissomely on the seat. "You don't know what I mean," she said. "I never can make people see what I mean, about anything." He smiled indulgently and dropped the point. "Miss Wheeler taking you to Mrs. Orgreave's yet?" "Yes, we were there on Saturday afternoon." "Well, what do you think of Mrs. Orgreave?" "Oh, she's very nice," Lorenzin answered with polite tepidity, and added eagerly, "Mr. Orgreave's a dear." George was glad that she had not been enthusiastic about Mrs. Orgreave. Her reserve showed that she could discriminate. Ecstasy was not altogether a habit. If she said that Lois was an angel, Lois probably was an angel. The car stopped at the foot of a huge block of masonry in a vast, leafy square. George suddenly became very nervous. He thought, "I shall be seeing her in a minute." Then, as he got out of the car, he heard Miss Wheeler saying to Lucas, "Well, good night, and thank you so much. It's been most delightful. We expect you soon, of course." She actually was not asking them to go up. George was excessively disappointed. He watched Miss Wheeler and Lorenzine disappear into the rich and guarded interior with envy, as though they had entered a delectable paradise to which he could not aspire, and the fact that Miss Wheeler had vaguely invited him to call did not brighten him very much. He had assumed that he would see Lois, the angel, that night. 5. The young men finished the evening at Pickering's. Pickering's was George's club. George considered rightly that in the matter of his club he had had great luck. Pickering's was a small club, and it had had vicissitudes. Most men whose worldly education had been completed in St. James's were familiar with its historical name, but few could say offhand where it was. Its address was Candle Court, and Candle Court lay at the end of Candle Alley, a very short passage, between Duke Street and Berry Street. The court was, in fact, a tiny square of several houses, chiefly used by traders and agents of respectability, as respectability is understood in St. James's. It had a lamp-post of its own. The report ran, and was believed by persons entitled to an opinion, that the Duke of Wellington had for some years hidden there the lovely desire of his heart from an inquisitive West End. Pickering's had, of course, originally been a coffee-house. Later, like many other coffee-houses in the neighbourhood, it had developed into a proprietary club. Misfortunes due to the caprices of taste and to competition had brought about an arrangement by which the ownership was vested in a representative committee. The misfortunes had continued, and at the beginning of the century a crisis was reached, and Pickering's tried hard to popularise itself, thereby doing violence to its feelings. Rules were abated and the entrance fee fell. It was in this period that Everard Lucas, whose ears were always open for useful items, heard of it and suggested it to George. George wanted to join Lucas's club, which was in St. James's Street itself, but Lucas wisely pointed out that if they belonged to different clubs, each would in practice have 2 clubs. Moreover, he said that George might conceivably get a permanent bedroom there. The first sight of the prim, picturesque square, the first hint of scandal about the Duke of Wellington, decided George. It was impossible for a man about town to refuse the chance of belonging to a club in a court where the Duke of Wellington had committed follies. George was proposed, seconded, and duly elected, together with other new blood. Some of the old blood naturally objected, but the feud was never acute. Solely owing to the impression which his young face made on the powerful and aged hall porter, George obtained a bedroom. It was small and at the top of the house, but it was cheap. It solved the even more tiresome and uncomfortable problem of lodging, and further, it was a bedroom at Pickering's, and George could say that he lived at his club, an imposing social advantage. He soon learnt how to employ the resources of the club for his own utmost benefit. Nobody could surpass him in choosing a meal inexpensively. He could have his breakfast in his bedroom for 10p, or even 6p when his appetite was poor. He was well served by a valet who apparently passed his whole life on stairs and landings. This valet, courteous rather in the style of old Hame, had a brain just equal to the problems presented by his vocation. Every morning George would say, "Now, Downes, how soon can I have my bath?" Or, "Now, Downes, what can I have for breakfast?" And Downes would conscientiously cerebrate, and come forth after some seconds with sound solutions such as, "I'll see if I can put you in before Mr. de Gales, if you're in a hurry, sir," or, "Scrambled eggs, sir, it'll make a bit of a change." And when George agreed, Downes would exhibit a restrained but real satisfaction. Yes, George had been very lucky. The club, too, was lucky. The oldest member, who, being paralysed, had not visited the club for 11 years, died and bequeathed £10,000 to the institution where he'd happily played cards for several decades. Pickering's was refurnished, and the stringency of its rules re-established. The right wing of the committee wished that the oldest member could have managed to die a year or 2 earlier, and so obviated the crisis. It was recognised, however, by the more reasonable, that you cannot have everything in this world. Pickering's was very dull, but it was still Pickering's. George was often bored at Pickering's. He soon reached the stage at which a club member asserts gloomily that the club cookery is simply damnable. Nevertheless, he would have been desolated to leave Pickering's. The place was useful to him in another respect than the purely material. He learnt there the code which governs the familiar relations of men about town. On the night of the Café Royal dinner, George and Lucas reclined in 2 easy chairs in the inner smoking room of Pickering's. They were alone. Through the wide archway that marked the division between the inner and the outer smoking rooms, they could see one solitary old gentleman dozing in an attitude of abandonment, a magazine on his knees. Ashtrays were full of ash and cigarette ends and matches. Newspapers were scattered around, some folded inside out, some not folded, some whose component sheets had been divided for ever, like the members of a ruined family. The windows were open, and one gave a view of the court's watchful lamp-post, and the other of the house, now occupied by an art dealer and a commission agent, where the Duke had known both illusion and disillusion. The delicate sound of the collision of billiard balls came from somewhere, and the rat-tatting of a tape machine from somewhere else. The 2 friends had arrived at the condition of absolute wisdom and sagacity and tolerance which is apt to be achieved at a late hour in clubs by young and old men who have discussed at length the phenomena of society. "Well, I must be toddling," said Lucas, yawning as he looked idly at the coloured horses on each wall, who were forever passing winning posts, or soaring over bullfinches, or throwing riders into brooks. "Here, hold on," George protested. "It's early." "Is it?" They began again to smoke and talk. "Nice little thing. What's her name? What's her funny name?" "Lorenzine, do you mean?" "Yes." Lucas spoke coldly, with a careful indifference. George, to whom insight had not been denied, understood that Everard did not altogether care for Lorenzine to be referred to as a little thing, that he had rendered Lorenzine sacred by his secret approval. "I say," said George, sitting up slightly and increasing the intimacy of his tone, "devilish odd, wasn't it, that the Wheeler woman didn't ask us up?" Hitherto they had avoided this question in their profound gossip. It had lain between them untouched, like a substance positively dangerous and explosive. Yet they could not have parted without touching it, and George, with characteristic moral courage or rashness, had touched it first. Lucas was of a mind to reply succinctly that the Wheeler woman's conduct was not a bit devilish odd. But sincerity won. The dismissal, the entrance to the mansions, had affected him somewhat deeply. It had impaired the perfection of his most notable triumph. The temptation to release his feelings was too strong. "Well, if you ask me," he answered, "it was." After a little pause he went on, "Especially seeing that she practically asked me to ask them to dinner." His nice features loosened to dissatisfaction. "The deuce she did." "Yes, practically asked me. Anyhow, gave me the tip. What can you do?" He implied that, far from deriving unique and unhoped-for glory from the condescension of Irene Wheeler in consenting to dine with him, he had conferred a favour on her by his invitation. He implied that brilliant women all over London competed for his invitations. His manner was entirely serious. It probably deceived even himself. George's manner corresponded, instinctively, chivalrously. But George was not deceived, at any rate in the subconscious depth of his mind. "Exactly," murmured George. "Yes," said Lucas. "She said, 'I could bring Lorenzine with me if you could get another man. That would make her 4. She said she wanted to wake Lorenzine up." "Did you tell her you should ask me?" George questioned. "Oh, she seemed to know all about you, my boy." "Well, but she couldn't know all about me," said George insincerely. "Well, if you want to know, then, she suggested I should ask you." "But she's never seen me." "She's heard of you. Mrs. Orgreave, I expect." Odd. Odd. George now pretended to be academically assessing an announcement that had no intrinsic interest for him. In reality, he was greatly excited. "Well, you know what these sort of women are," Lucas summed up wisely, as if referring to truths of knowledge common among men of their kidney. "No, of course." The magazine slid from the knees of the sleeper. The sleeper snorted and woke up. The spell was broken. Lucas rose suddenly. "Bye-bye." He was giving an ultimatum as to his departure. George rose also, but slowly. "All that doesn't explain why she didn't ask us up," said he. But in his heart he thought he knew why Miss Wheeler hadn't asked them up. The reason was that she maliciously wanted to tantalize him, George. She had roused his curiosity about Lois, and then she had said to herself, "You think you're going to see her tonight, but you just aren't." Such, according to George, was Irene Wheeler the illustrious. He reflected on the exasperating affair until he had undressed and got into bed. But as soon as he had put out the light, Marguerite appeared before him, and at the back of her were the examiners for the final. He slept ill.
End of Part 1, Chapter 6, Part 2. Part 1, Chapter 7, Part 1 of The Roll Call by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 1, Chapter 7, Part 1.
The Rupture. 1. During the whole of the next day, George waited for a letter from Marguerite. There was nothing at the club by the first post. He went to the office, hoping that as he had addressed his telegram from Russell Square, she might have written to Russell Square. There was nothing at Russell Square. At lunchtime no word had arrived at the club. When the office closed, no word had arrived at the office. The last post brought nothing to the club. He might have sent another telegram to Alexandra Grove, but he was too proud to do so. He dined alone and most miserably at the club. Inspired by unhappiness and resentment, he resolved to go to bed. In bed he might read himself to sleep. But in the hall of the club his feet faltered. Perhaps it was the sight of hats and sticks that made him vacillate, or a glimpse of reluctantly dying silver in the firmament over Candle Court. He wavered. He stood still at the foot of the stairs. The next moment he was in the street. He decided to call on Agg at the studio. Agg might have the clue to Marguerite's astounding conduct, though he had it not. He took a hansom after saying he would walk. He was too impatient for walking. Possibly Marguerite would be at the studio. Possibly a letter of hers had miscarried. Letters did miscarry. He was in a state of peculiar excitement as he paid the cabman, an enigma to himself. The studio was quite dark. Other studios showed lights, but not Agg's. From one studio came the sound of a mandolin. He thought it was a mandolin, and the sound seemed pathetic, tragic to his ears. Agg was perhaps in bed. He might safely arouse her. She would not object. But no, he would not do that. Pride again. It would be too humiliating for him, the affianced, to have to ask Agg, "I say, do you know anything about Marguerite?" The affianced ought to be the leading authority as to the doings of Marguerite. He turned away, walked a little, and perceived the cabman swinging himself cautiously down from his perch in order to enter a public house. He turned back. Marguerite, too, might be in bed at the studio. Or the girls might be sitting in the dark, talking, a habit of theirs. Fanciful suppositions. At any rate, he would not knock at the door of the studio, would not even enter the alley again. What carried him into the Fulham Road and westwards as far as the workhouse tower and the corner of Alexandra Grove? Feet. But surely the feet of another person over which he had no control. He went in the lamplit dimness of Alexandra Grove like a thief. He crept into it. The silver had not yet died out of the sky. He could see it across the spaces between the dark houses. It was sad in exactly the same way as the sound of the mandolin had been sad. What did he mean to do in the grove? Nothing. He was just walking in it by chance. He could indeed do nothing, for if he rang at number 8, old Hame would again confront him in the portico. He passed by number 8 on the opposite side of the road. No light showed, except a very dim glow through the blind of the basement window to the left of the front door. Those feet beneath him strolled across the road. The basement window was wide open. The blind being narrower than the window frame, he could see through the railings into the room within. He saw Marguerite. She was sitting in an uncomfortable posture in the rather high-seated armchair in which, formerly, when the room was her studio, she used to sit at her work. Her head had dropped on one shoulder. She was asleep. On the table a candle burned. His heart behaved strangely. He flushed. All his flesh tingled. The gate creaked horribly as he tiptoed into the patch of garden. He leaned over the little chasm between the level of the garden and the window, and supported himself with a hand on the lower sash. He pushed the blind sideways with the other hand. "Marguerite!" in a whisper, then louder. "Marguerite!" She did not stir. She was in a deep sleep. Her hands hung limp. Her face was very pale and very fatigued. She liberated the same sadness as the sound of the mandolin and the gleam of silver in the June sky, but it was far more poignant. At the spectacle of those weary and unconscious features, and of the soft bodily form, George's resentment was annihilated. He wondered at his resentment. He was aware of nothing in himself but warm, protective love. Tenderness surged out from the impenetrable secrecy of his heart, filled him, overflowed, and floated in waves towards the sleeper. In the intense sadness and in the uncertainty of events, he was happy. An older man might have paused, but without hesitancy George put his foot on the window-sill, pushed down the window farther, and clambered into the room in which he had first seen Marguerite. His hat, pressing back with the blind, fell off and bounced its hard felt on the floor, which at the edges was uncarpeted. The noise of the hat and the general stir of George's infraction disturbed Marguerite, who awoke and looked up. The melancholy which she was exhaling suddenly vanished. Her steady composure in the alarm delighted George. "Couldn't wake you," he murmured lightly. It was part of his Five Towns upbringing to conceal excitement. "Saw you through the window." "Oh, George, was I asleep?" Pleasure shone on her face. He deposited his stick and sprang to her. He sat on the arm of the chair. He bent her head back and examined her face. He sat on her knee and held her. She did not kiss. She was kissed. He liked that. Her fatigue was adorable. "I came here for something, and I just sat down for a second because I was so tired, and I must have gone right off." "No, no." The admonishing negative was to stop him from getting up off her knee. She was exhausted, yet she had vast resources of strength to bear him on her knee. She was wearing her oldest frock. It was shabby, but it exquisitely suited her then. It was the frock of her capability, of her great labours, of her vigil, of her fatigue. It covered, but did not hide, her beautiful contours. He thought she was marvellously beautiful, and very young, far younger than himself. As for him, he was the dandy, in striking contrast to her. His dandyism as he sat on her knee pleased both of them. He looked older than his years. His shoulders had broadened, his dark moustache thickened. In his own view he was utterly adult, as she was in hers. But their young faces, so close together, so confident, were touchingly immature. As he observed her grave satisfaction at his presence, the comfort which he gave her, he felt sure of her, and the memory of his just resentment came to him, and he was tenderly reproachful. "I expected to hear from you," he said. The male in him relished the delicate accusation of his tone. Marguerite answered with a little startled intake of breath. "She's dead." "Dead?" "She died this afternoon. The layer out left about half an hour ago." Death parted them. He rose from her knee, and Marguerite did not try to prevent him. He was profoundly shocked. With desolating vividness he recalled the Sunday afternoon when he had carried upstairs the plump living woman, now dead. He had always liked Mrs. Lobb. It was as Mrs. Lobb that he thought of her. He had not seen much of her. Only on that Sunday afternoon had he and she reached a sort of intimacy, unspoken but real. He had liked her. He had even admired her. She was no ordinary being, and he had sympathized with her for Marguerite's quite explicable defection. He had often wished that those two, the charwoman and his beloved, could somehow have been brought together. The menaces of death had brought them together. Mrs. Lobb was laid out in the bedroom which he had once entered. Mrs. Lobb had been dying while he dined richly with Miss Wheeler and Laurentiu, and while he talked cynically with Everard Lucas. And while he had been resenting Marguerite's neglect, Marguerite was watching by the dying bed. Ah, the despicable superficialities of restaurants and clubs! He was ashamed. The mere receding shadow of death shamed him. "The baby's dead too, of course," Marguerite added. "She ought never to have had a baby. It seems she had had 2 miscarriages. There were tears in Marguerite's eyes and in her voice. Nevertheless, her tone was rather matter-of-fact as she related these recondite and sinister things. George thought that women were very strange. Imagine Marguerite quietly talking to him in this strain. Then the sense of the formidable secrets that lie hidden in the histories of families, and the sense of the continuity of individual destinies, overwhelmed him. There was silence. "And your exam begins tomorrow," whispered the astonishing Marguerite. "Where's the old gentleman?" "He's sitting in the parlour in the dark." It was a terrible house. They two intimidated and mournful in the basement, the widower solitary on the ground floor, the dead bodies, the wastage and futility of conception and long bearing, up in the bedroom, and in all the house the light of one candle. George suddenly noticed then that Marguerite was not wearing the thin, delicate ring which he had long ago given her. Had she removed it because of her manual duties? He wanted to ask the question, but even unspoken it seemed too trivial for the hour. There was a shuffling sound beyond the door, and a groping on the outer face of the door. Marguerite jumped up. Mr. Hames stumbled into the room. He had incredibly aged. He looked incredibly feeble. But as he pointed a finger at George, he was in a fury of anger, and his anger was senile, ridiculous, awful. "I thought I heard voices," he said, half squeaking. "How did you get in? You didn't come in by the door. Out of my house. My wife lying dead upstairs, and you choose this night to break in." He was implacable against George, absolutely, and George recoiled. The opening of the door had created a draught in which the candle flame trembled, and the shadow of the old man trembled on the door. "You better go. I'll write," Marguerite murmured to George very calmly, very gently, very persuasively. She stood between the two men. Her manner was perfect. It eternally impressed itself on George. "Father, come and sit down." The old man obeyed her. So did George. He snatched his hat and stick. By the familiar stone steps of the basement and along the familiar hall, he felt his way to the door, turned the familiar knob, and departed. 2. The examination began the next day. Despite his preoccupation about Marguerite, George's performances during the first days were quite satisfactory to himself. Indeed, after a few minutes in the examination room, after the preliminary critical assessing of the difficulty of the problems in design and the questions, and of his ability to deal with them, George successfully forgot everything except the great 7-day duel between the self-constituted autocratic authorities, backed by prestige and force, and the aspirants who had naught but their wits to help them. He was neither a son, nor a friend, nor a lover. He ceased to have human ties. He had become an examinee. Marguerite wrote him 2 short letters which were perfect, save that he always regarded her handwriting as a little too clerical, too like her father's. She made no reference whatever to the scene in the basement room. She said that she could not easily arrange to see him immediately, and that for the sake of his exam he ought not to be distracted. She would have seen him on the Saturday, but on Saturday George learnt that her father was a little unwell, and required, even if he did not need, constant attention. The funeral, unduly late, occurred by Mr. Hames' special desire on the Sunday, most of which day George spent with Everard Lucas. On the Monday he had a rendezvous at 8 o'clock with Marguerite at the studio. She opened the door herself, and her welcome was divine. Her gestures spoke, delicate and yet robust in their candour. But she was in deep mourning. "Oh," he said, holding her. "You're wearing black, then?" "Of course," she answered sweetly. "You see, I had to be there all through the funeral, and Father would have been frightfully shocked if I hadn't been in black, naturally." "Of course," he agreed. It was ridiculous that he should be surprised and somewhat aggrieved to find her in mourning. Still, he was surprised and somewhat aggrieved. "Besides," she added vaguely. And that besides disquieted him and confirmed his grievance. Why should she wear mourning for a woman to whom she was not related, whom she had known simply as a charwoman, and who had forced her to leave her father's house? There was no tie between Marguerite and her stepmother. George, for his part, had liked the dead woman, but Marguerite had not even liked her. No, she was not wearing black in honour of the dead, but to humour the living. And why should her father be humoured? George privately admitted the unreasonableness, the unsoundness of these considerations. Obviously, mourning wear was imperative for Marguerite. Nevertheless, they were present in his mind. "That frock's a bit tight, but it suits you," he said, advancing with her into the studio. "It's an old one," she smiled. "An old one?" "It's one I had for Mother." He had forgotten that she had had a mother, that she had known what grief was only a very few years earlier. He resented these bereavements and the atmosphere which they disengaged. He wanted a different atmosphere. "Is the exam really all right?" she appealed to him, taking both his hands and leaning against him and looking up into his face. "What did I tell you in my letter?" "Yes, I know." "The exam is as right as rain." "I knew it would be." "You didn't." He laughed. He imitated her. "Is the exam really all right?" She just smiled. He went on confidently. "Of course, you never know your luck, you know. There's the Viva tomorrow. Where's old Ag?" "She's gone home." Thoughtful child. "How soon will she be back?" "About 9, said Marguerite, apparently unaware that George was being funny. 9? "Oh, George," Marguerite exclaimed, breaking away from him. "I'm awfully sorry, but I must get on with my packing." "What packing?" "I have to take my things home." "What home?" "Father's, I mean." She was going to live with her father, who would not willingly allow him, George, to enter the house. How astounding girls were! She had written to him twice without giving the least hint of her resolve. He had to learn it, as it were, incidentally, through the urgency of packing. She did not tell him she was going. She said she must get on with her packing. And there, lying on the floor, was an open trunk, and 2 of her drawing boards already had string round them. George inquired, "How is the old man to-day?" "He's very nervy," said Marguerite, briefly and significantly. "I'd better light the lamp. I shall see better." She seemed to be speaking to herself. She stood on a chair and lifted the chimney off the central lamp. George absently passed her his box of matches. As she was replacing the chimney, he said suddenly in a very resolute tone, "This is all very well, Marguerite, but it's going to be jolly awkward for me." She jumped lightly down from the chair like a little girl. "Oh, George, I know," she cried. "It will be awkward for both of us, but we shall arrange something." She might have resented his tone. She might have impulsively defended herself. But she did not. She accepted his attitude with unreserved benevolence. Her gaze was marvellously sympathetic. "I can't make out what your father's got against me," said George angrily, building his vexation on her benevolence. "What have I done, I should like to know?" "It's simply because you lived there all that time without him knowing we were engaged. He says if he'd known he would never have let you stay there a day." She smiled, mournfully, forgivingly, excusingly. "But it's preposterous." "How it is." "And how does he behave to you? Is he treating you decently?" "Oh, fairly. You see, he's got a lot to get over. And he's most frightfully upset about his wife. Well, you saw him yourself, didn't you?" "That's no reason why he should treat you badly." "But he doesn't, George." "Oh, I know, I know. Do you think I don't know? He's not even decent to you. I can hear it in your voice. Why should you go back and live with him if he isn't prepared to appreciate it?" "But he expects it, George. And what am I to do? He's all alone. I can't leave him all alone, can I?" George burst out. "I'll tell you what it is, Marguerite. You're too good-natured. That's what it is. You're too good-natured. And it's a very bad thing." Tears came into her eyes. She could not control them. She was grieved by his remark. "I'm not, George, truly. You must remember father's been through a lot this last week. So have I." I know, I admit all that. But you're too good-natured, and I'll stick to it." She was smiling again. "You only think that because you're fond of me. Nobody else would say it, and I'm not. Help me to lift this trunk onto the chest." While the daylight withdrew, and the smell of the lamp strengthened and then faded, and the shadows cast by the lamp rays grew blacker, she went on rapidly with her packing, he serving her at intervals. They said little. His lower lip fell lower and lower. The evening was immensely, horribly different from what he had expected and hoped for. He felt once more the inescapable grip of destiny fastening upon him. "Why are you in such a hurry?" he asked, after a long time. "I told father I should be back at 9:15. This statement threw George into a condition of total dark disgust. He made no remark. But what remarks he could have made, sarcastic, bitter, unanswerable. Why, indeed, in the name of heaven, should she promise her father to be back at 9:15, or at 9:15 anything? Was she a servant? Had she no rights? Had he himself, George, no rights? A little before 9, Ag arrived. Marguerite was fastening the trunk. "Now be sure, Ag," said Marguerite. "Don't forget to hang out the Carter Paterson card at the end of the alley tomorrow morning. I must have these things at home tomorrow night for certain. The labels are on, and here's twopence for the man." "Do I forget?" reported Ag cheerfully. "By the way, George, I want to talk to you." She turned to Marguerite and repeated in quite a different voice, "I wanted to talk to him, dear, tonight. Do let him stay, will you?" Marguerite gave a puzzled assent. "I'll call after I've taken Marguerite to Alexandra Grove, Ag, on my way back to the club." "Oh, no, you won't," said Ag. "I shall be gone to bed then. Look at that portrait and see how I've worked. My family's concerned about me. He wants me to go away for a holiday." George had not till then noticed the portrait at all. "But I must take Marguerite along to the Grove," he insisted. "She can't go alone." "And why can't she go alone? What sort of a conventional world do you think you live in? Don't girls go home alone? Don't they come in alone? Don't I? Anybody would think, to listen to some people, that the purdah flourished in Chelsea. But it's all pretence. I don't ask for the honour of a private interview with you every night. You've both of you got all your lives before you, and for once in a way Marguerite's going out alone. At least you can take her to the street, I don't mind that. But don't be outside more than a minute." Ag, who had sat down, rose and slowly removed her small hat. With pins in her mouth, she said something about the luggage to Marguerite. All right," George surrendered gloomily. In truth, he was not sorry to let Marguerite depart solitary, and Ag's demeanour was very peculiar. He would have been almost afraid to be too obstinate in denying her request. He had never seen her hysterical, but a suspicion took him that she might be capable of hysteria. You never knew with that kind of girl, he thought sagaciously. In the darkness of the alley, George said to Marguerite, feigning irritation, "What on earth does she want?" "Ag, oh, it's probably nothing. She does get excited sometimes, you know." The two girls had parted with strange, hard demonstrations of affection from Ag. "I suppose you're right," said George coldly. "Tomorrow, darling," she replied, quite simply and gravely. Her kiss was warm, complete, faithful, very loving, very sympathetic. Nothing in her demeanour as she left him showed that George had received it in a non-committal manner. Yet she must have noticed his wounded reserve. He did not like such duplicity. He would have preferred her to be less miraculously angelic. When he re-entered the studio, Ag, who very seldom smoked, was puffing violently at a cigarette. She reclined on one elbow on the settee, her eyes fixed on the portrait of herself. George was really perturbed by the baffling queerness of the scenes through which he was passing. "Look here, infant in arms," she began immediately. "I only wanted to say 2 words to you about Marguerite. Can you stand it?" There was a pause. George walked in front of her, hiding the easel. "Yes," he said gruffly. "Well, Marguerite's a magnificent girl. She's extraordinarily capable. You think she could look after herself as well as anyone. But she can't. I know her far better than you do. She needs looking after. She'll make a fool of herself if she isn't handled." "How do you mean?" "You know what I mean." "Do you mean about the old man?" "I mean about the perfectly horrid old man. If I was in your place, if I was a man," she said passionately, "do you know what I should do with Marguerite? I should carry her off. I should run away with her. I should drag her out of the house, and she should know what a real man was. I'm not going to discuss her with you. I'm not going to say any more at all. I'm off to bed. But before you go, I do think you might tell me my portrait's a pretty good thing." And she did not say any more.
End of Part 1, Chapter 7, Part 1. Part 1, Chapter 7, Part 2 of The Roll Call by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 1, Chapter 7, Part 2.
3. The written part of the examination lasted 4 days, and then there was an interval of 1 day in which the harassed and harried aspirants might restore themselves for the 2 days' ordeal of the viva voce. George had continued to be well satisfied with his work up to the interval. he considered that he had perfectly succeeded in separating the lover and the examinee, and that nothing foreign to the examination could vitiate his activity therein. It was on the day of repose, a Wednesday, that a doubt suddenly occurred to him as to the correctness of his answer in the construction paper to a question which began with the following formidable words: "A girder, freely supported at each end and 40 feet long, carries a load of 6 tons at a distance of 6 feet from one end, and another load of 10 tons." Thus it went on for 10 lines. He had always been impatient of detail, and he hated every kind of calculation. Nevertheless, he held that calculations were relatively easy, and that he could do them as well as the driest duffer in the profession when he set his mind to them. But the doubt as to the correctness of his answer developed into a certainty. Facing the question in private again, he obtained 4 different solutions in an hour. It was John Orgreave who ultimately set him right, convicting him of a most elementary misconception. Forthwith his faith in his whole construction paper vanished. He grumbled that it was monstrous to give candidates an unbroken stretch of 4 hours' work at the end of a 4-day effort. Yet earlier he had been boasting that he had not felt the slightest fatigue. He had expected to see Marguerite on the day of repose. He did not see her. She had offered no appointment, and he said to himself that he had not the slightest intention of running after her. Such had become the attitude of the lover to the beloved. On the Thursday morning, however, he felt fit enough to face a dozen oral examiners, and he performed his morning exercises in the club bedroom with a positive ferocity of vigour. And then he was gradually overtaken by a black moodiness which he could not explain. He had passed through similar though less acute moods as a boy, but this was the first of the inexplicable sombre humours which at moments darkened his manhood. He had not the least suspicion that prolonged nervous tension due to 2 distinct causes had nearly worn him out. He was melancholy, and his melancholy increased. But he was proud, he was defiant. His self-confidence, as he looked back at the years of genuine hard study behind him, was complete. He disdained examiners. He knew that with all their damnable ingenuity they could not floor him. The crisis arrived in the afternoon of the first of the 2 days. His brain was quite clear. Thousands of details about drainage, ventilation, shoring, architectural practice, lighting, subsoil specifications, iron and steel construction, underpinning, the properties of building materials, strains, thrusts, water supply. Thousands of details about his designs, the designs in his testimonies of study, the design for his thesis, and the designs produced during the examination itself. All these peopled his brain, but they were in order, they were under control, they were his slaves. For 4.5 hours off and on he had admirably displayed the reality of his knowledge, and then he was sent into a fresh room to meet a fresh examiner. There he stood in the room alone, with his designs for a small provincial town hall, a key plan, several 1/8 scale plans, a piece of half-inch detail, and 2 rough perspective sketches which he knew were brilliant. The room was hot. Through the open window came the distant sound of the traffic of Regent Street. The strange melancholy of a city in summer floated towards him from the outside, and reinforced his own. The examiner, who had been snatching tea, entered briskly and sternly. He was a small, dapper, fair man of about 50, with wonderfully tended fingernails. George despised him because Mr. Enright despised him, but he had met him once in the way of the firm's business, and found him urbane. "Good afternoon," said George politely. The examiner replied, trotting along the length of the desk with quick, short steps, "Now, about this work of yours, I've looked at it with some care." His speech was like his demeanour and his fingernails. Bore, thought George, but he could not actively resent the slight. He glanced round at the walls. He was in a prison. He was at the mercy of a tyrant vested with omnipotence. The little tyrant, however, was superficially affable. Only now and then in his prim, courteous voice was there a hint of hostility and cruelty. He put a number of questions, the answers of which had to be George's justification. He said, and "Ah," and "Really?" He came to the matter of spouting. "Now, I object to hopperheads," he said. "I regard them as unhygienic." And he looked coldly at George with eyebrows lifted. George returned the gaze. "I know you do, sir," George replied. Indeed, it was notorious that hopperheads to vertical spouting were a special antipathy of the examiner's. He was a famous faddist. But the reply was a mistake. The examiner, secure in his attributes, ignored the sally. A little later, taking up the general plan of the town hall, he said, "The fact is, I do not care for this kind of thing. The whole tendency—" "Excuse me, sir," George interrupted, with conscious and elaborate respectfulness, "but surely the question isn't one of personal preferences. Is the design good, or is it bad?" "Well, I call it bad," said the examiner, showing testiness. The examiner, too, could be impulsive, was indeed apt to be short-tempered. The next instant he seized one of the brilliant perspective sketches, and by his mere manner of holding it between his thumb and finger, he sneered at it and condemned it. He snapped out, not angrily, rather pityingly, "And what the devil's this?" George, furious, retorted, "What the hell do you think it is?" He had not foreseen that he was going to say such a thing. The traffic in Regent Street, which had been inaudible to both of them, was loud in their ears. The examiner had committed a peccadillo, George a terrible crime. The next morning the episode, in various forms, was somehow common knowledge and a source of immense diversion. George went through the second day, but lifelessly. He was sure he had failed. Apart from the significance of the fact that the viva voce counted for 550 marks out of a total of 1,200, he felt that the Royal Institute of British Architects would know how to defend its dignity. On the Saturday morning, John Orgreave had positive secret information that George would be plucked. 4. On that same Saturday afternoon, George and Marguerite went out together. She had given him a rendezvous in Brompton Cemetery, choosing this spot partly because it was conveniently near, and partly in unconscious obedience to the traditional instinct of lovers for the society of the undisturbing dead. Each of them had a roofed habitation, but neither could employ it for the ends of love. Number 8 was barred to George as much by his own dignity as by the invisible sword of the old man, and of course he could not break the immemorial savage taboo of a club by introducing a girl into it. The Duke of Wellington himself, though Candle Court was his purdah, could never have broken the taboo of even so modest a club as Pickering's. Owing to the absence of Agg, who had gone to Wales with part of her family, the studio in Manresa Road was equally closed to the pair. Marguerite was first at the rendezvous. George saw her walking sedately near the entrance. Despite her sedateness, she had unmistakably the air of waiting at a tryst. Anybody at a glance would have said that she was expecting a man. She had the classical demure innocency of her situation. George did not care for that. Why? She, in fact, was expecting a man, and in expecting him she had nothing to be ashamed of. Well, he did not care for it. He did not care for her being like other girls of her class. In his pocket he had an invitation from Miss Wheeler for the next evening. Would Miss Wheeler wait for a man in a public place, especially a cemetery? Would Lois Ingram? Would Lorenzin? He could not picture them so waiting. Oh, simpleton, unlearned in the world! A snob, too, no doubt. He actually thought that Hyde Park would have been better than the cemetery for their rendezvous. And illogical. If number 8 had been open to them, and the studio and the club, he would have accepted with gusto the idea of an open-air rendezvous. But since there was no alternative to an open-air rendezvous, the idea of it humiliated and repelled him. Further, in addition to her culpable demure innocency, Marguerite was wearing black. Of course she was. She had no choice. Still, he hated her mourning. Moreover, she was too modest. She did not impose herself. Some girls wore mourning with splendid defiance. Marguerite seemed to apologize, seemed to turn the other cheek to death. He arrived critical, and naturally he found matter to criticize. Her greeting showed quite candidly the pleasure she had in the sight of him. Her heart was in the hand she gave him. He felt its mystic throbbings there. "How are things?" he began. "I rather thought I should have been hearing from you." He softened his voice to match the tenderness of her smile, but he did it consciously. She replied, "I thought you'd have enough to worry about with the exam without me." It was not a wise speech, because it implied that he was incapable of being worried, of being disturbed in the effort of absorption necessary for the examination. He laughed a little harshly. Well, you see the result." He had written to tell her of the disastrous incident, and that failure was a certainty. A sort of shame had made him recoil from telling her to her face. It was easier to be casual in writing than in talking. The letter had at any rate tempered for both of them the shock of communication. Now he was out of humour with her because he had played the ass with an ass of an examiner, not because she was directly or indirectly responsible for his doing so, simply because he had done so. She was the woman. It was true that she, in part, was indirectly responsible for the calamity, but he did not believe it, and anyhow would never have admitted it. "Oh, George, what a shame it was!" As usual, not a trace of reproach from her, an absolute conviction that he was entirely blameless. "What shall you do? You'll have to sit again." "Sit again? Me?" he exclaimed haughtily. "I never shall. I've done with exams." He meant it. "But shall you give up architecture, then?" "Certainly not. My dear girl, what are you thinking of? Of course I shan't give up architecture. But you needn't pass any exams to be an architect. Anybody can call himself an architect and be an architect without passing exams. Exams are optional. That's what makes old Enright so cross with our beautiful profession." He laughed again, harshly. All the time, beneath his quite genuine defiance, he was thinking what an idiot he had been to cheek the examiner, and how staggeringly simple it was to ruin years of industry by one impulsive moment's folly, and how iniquitous was a world in which such injustice could be. Marguerite was puzzled. In her ignorance she had imagined that professions were inseparably connected with examinations. However, she had to find faith to accept his dictum, and she found it. "Now, about this afternoon," he said, "I vote we take a steamboat down the river. I've made up my mind I must have a look at Greenwich again from the water, and we both need a blow." "But won't it take a long time?" she mildly objected. He turned on her violently and spoke as he had never spoken. "What if it does?" He knew that she was thinking of her infernal father, and he would not have it. He remembered all that Ag had said. Absurdly, Ag had shown nerve, too much nerve, to tackle him in the way she did, and the more he reflected upon Ag's interference, the more he resented it as impertinent. Still, Ag had happened to talk sense. "Oh, nothing," Marguerite agreed, quickly, fearfully. "I should like to go. I've never been. Do we go to Chelsea Pier? Down Fernshaw Road will be the nearest." "We'll go down Beaufort Street," he decided. He divined that she had suggested Fernshaw Road in order to avoid passing the end of the Grove, where her father might conceivably see them. Well, he was not going out of his way to avoid her father. Nay, he was going slightly out of his way in order to give her father every chance of beholding them together. Although the day was Saturday, there was no stir on Chelsea Pier. The pier-keeper, indeed, was alone on the pier, which rose high on the urgent flood tide, so that the gangway to it sloped unusually upwards. No steamer was in sight, and it seemed impossible that any steamer should ever call at that forlorn and decrepit platform that trembled under the straining of the water. Nevertheless, a steamer did after a little while appear round the bend in Battersea Reach. She dropped her funnel, aimed her sharp nose at an arch of Battersea Bridge, and finally, poising herself against the strong stream, bumped very gently and neatly into contact with the pier. The pier-keeper went through all the classic motions of mooring, unbarring, barring, and casting off, and in a few seconds the throbbing steamer, which was named with the name of a great Londoner, left the pier again with George and Marguerite on board. Nobody had disembarked. The shallow and handsome craft, flying its gay flags, crossed and recrossed the river, calling at 3 piers in the space of a few minutes. But all the piers were like Chelsea Pier. All the pier-keepers had the air of castaways upon shaking islets. The passengers on the steamer would not have filled a motor bus, and they carried themselves like melancholy adventurers who have begun to doubt the authenticity of the inspiration which sent them on a mysterious quest. Such was travel on the Thames in the years immediately before Londoners came to a final decision that the Thames was meant to be ignored by the genteel town which it had begotten. George and Marguerite sat close together near the prow, saying little, the one waiting to spring, the other to suffer onslaught. It was in Lambeth Reach that the broad, brimming river challenged and seized George's imagination. A gusty, warm, south-west wind met the rushing tide and blew it up into foamy waves. The wind was powerful, but the tide was irresistible. Far away, Land's End having divided the Atlantic surge, that same wind was furiously driving vast waters up the English Channel and round the Forelands, and also vast waters up the west coast of Britain. The twin surges had met again in the outer estuary of the Thames, and joined their terrific impulses to defy the very wind which had given them strength, and the mighty flux swept with unregarding power through the mushroom city, whose existence on its banks was a transient episode in the everlasting life of the river. The river seemed to threaten the city that had confined it in stone, and George, in the background of his mind, which was obsessed by the tormenting enigma of the girl by his side, also threatened the city. With the uncompromising arrogance of the student who has newly acquired critical ideas, he estimated and judged it. He cursed the Tate Gallery, and utterly damned Dalton's works. He sternly approved Lambeth Palace, the Houses of Parliament, Westminster Abbey, Somerset House, Waterloo Bridge, and St. Paul's. He cursed St. Thomas's Hospital and the hotels. He patronised New Scotland Yard. The Isambard Brunel penetrated more and more into the heart of the city, fighting for every yard of her progress. Flags stood out straight in the blue sky, traversed by swift white clouds. Huge rudderless barges, each with a dwarf in the stern, struggling at a giant's oar, were borne westwards, broadside on, like straws upon the surface of a hurrying brook. A launch with an orchestra on board flew gaily past. Tugs with a serpentine tail of craft threaded perilously through the increasing traffic. Railway trains, cabs, coloured omnibuses, cyclists, and footfarers mingled in and complicated the scene. Then the first ocean-going steamer appeared, belittling all else. And then the calm, pale beauty of the Custom House at last humbled George, and for an instant made him think that he could never do anything worth doing. His pride leapt up, unconquerable. The ocean-going steamers, as they multiplied on the river, roused in him wild and painful longings to rush to the ends of the earth and gorge himself on the immense feast which the great romantic earth had to offer. "By Jove!" he exclaimed passionately, "I'd give something to go to Japan." "Would you?" Marguerite answered with mildness. She had not the least notion of what he was feeling. Her voice responded to him, but her imagination did not respond. True, as he had always known, she had no ambition. The critical quality of his mood developed. The imperious impulse came to take her to task. "What's the latest about your father?" he asked, with a touch of impatient, aggrieved disdain. Both were aware that the words had opened a crucial interview between them. She moved nervously on the seat. The benches that ran along the deck rails met in an acute angle of the stem of the steamer, so that the pair sat opposite each other, with their knees almost touching. He went on, "I hear he hasn't gone back to the office yet." "No," said Marguerite, "but he'll start again on Monday, I think." "But is he fit to go back? I thought he looked awful." She flushed slightly at the indirect reference to the episode in the basement on the night of the death. "It will do him good to go back," said Marguerite. "I'm sure he misses the office dreadfully." George gazed at her person. Under the thin glove he suddenly detected the form of her ring. She was wearing it again, then. He could not remember whether she had worn it at their last meeting in Agg's studio. The very curious fact was that at their last meeting he had forgotten to look for the ring. Not only was she wearing the ring, but she carried a stylish little handbag which she had given her. When he bought that bag in the Burlington Arcade, it had been a bag like any other bag. But now it had become part of her, individualized by her personality, a mysterious and provocative bag. Everything she wore, down to her boots and even her bootlaces so neatly threaded and knotted, was mysterious and provocative. He examined her face. It was marvellously beautiful. It was ordinary. It was marvellously beautiful. He knew her to the depths. He did not know her at all. She was a chance acquaintance. She was a complete stranger. "How are you getting on with him? You know, you really ought to tell me." "Oh, George," she said, earnestly vivacious, "you're wrong in thinking he's not nice to me. He is. He's quite forgiven me." "Forgiven you?" George took her up. "I should like to know what he had to forgive." "Well," she murmured timorously, You understand what I mean?" He drummed his elegant feet on the striated deck. Out of the corner of his left eye he saw the medieval shape of the tower rapidly disappearing. In front were the variegated funnels and masts of fleets gathered together in St. Catherine's Dock and London Dock. The steamer gained speed as she headed from Cherry Gardens Pier towards the middle of the river. She was a frail trifle compared with the big boats that lined the wharves, but in herself she had size and irresistible force, travelling quite smoothly over the short, riotous, sparkling waves which her cutwater divided and spurned away on either side. Only a tremor faintly vibrated throughout her being. "Has he forgiven you for being engaged?" George demanded with rough sarcasm. She showed no resentment of his tone, but replied gently, "I did try to mention it once, but it was no use. He wasn't in a condition. He made me quite afraid. Not for me, of course, but for him." "Well, I give it up," said George. "I simply give it up. It's past me. How soon's he going to be in condition? He can't keep us walking about the streets forever." "No, of course not." She smiled to placate him. There was a pause, and then George, his eyes fixed on her hand, remarked, "I see you've got your ring on." She too looked at her hand. "My ring? Naturally. What do you mean?" He proceeded cruelly, "I suppose you don't wear it in the house, so that the sight of it shan't annoy him?" She flushed once more. "Oh, George, dear!" Her glance asked for mercy, for magnanimity. "Do you wear it when you're in the house, or don't you?" Her eyes fell. "I daren't excite him. Truly I daren't. It wouldn't do. It wouldn't be right." She was admitting George's haphazard charge against her. He was astounded, but he merely flung his head and raised his eyebrows. He thought, "And yet she sticks to it. He's nice to her. My God!" He said nothing aloud. The Royal Hospital, Greenwich, showed itself in the distance like a domed island rising fabulously out of the blue-green water. Even far off, before he could decipher the main contours of the gigantic quadruple pile, the vision excited him. His mind, darkened by the most dreadful apprehensions concerning Marguerite, dwelt on it darkly, sardonically, and yet with pleasure. And he proudly compared his own disillusions with those of his greatest forerunners. His studies, and the example of Mr. Enright, had inspired him with an extremely enthusiastic worship of Inigo Jones, whom he classed, not without reason, among the great creative artists of Europe. He snorted when he heard the Royal Hospital referred to as the largest and finest charitable institution in the world. For him it was the supreme English architectural work. He snorted at the thought of that pompous and absurd monarch James I ordering Inigo Jones to design him a palace surpassing all palaces, and choosing a sublime site therefore, and then doing nothing. He snorted at the thought of that deluded monarch Charles I ordering Inigo Jones to design him a palace surpassing all palaces, and receiving from Inigo Jones the plans of a structure which would have equalled in beauty and eclipsed in grandeur any European structure of the Christian era, even Chambord, even the Escurial, even Versailles, and then accomplishing nothing beyond a tiny fragment of the sublime dream. He snorted at the thought that Inigo Jones had died at the age of nearly 80, ere the foundations of the Greenwich Palace had begun to be dug, and without having seen more than the fragment of his unique white hall, after a youth spent in arranging masks for a stupid court, and an old age spent in disappointment. But then no English monarch had ever begun and finished a palace. George wished, rather venturesomely, that he had lived under Francis I. The largest and finest charitable institution. The ineffable William and Mary had merely turned it into a charitable institution because they did not know what else to do with it. The mighty halls, which ought to have resounded to the laughter of the mistresses of Charles II, were diverted to the inevitable squalor of almsgiving. The mutilated victims of the egotism and the fatuity of kings were imprisoned there together under the rules and regulations of charity, the cruelest of all rules and regulations. And all was done meanly, that is, all that interested George. Christopher Wren, who was building St. Paul's and fighting libels and slanders at a salary of £200 a year, came down to Greenwich, and for years worked immortally for nothing amid material difficulties that never ceased to multiply. And he too was beaten by the huge monster. Then Vanbrugh arrived, and blithely finished in corrupt brick and flaming manifestations of decadence that which the pure and monumental genius of Inigo Jones had first conceived. The north frontages were marvels of beauty. The final erections to the south amounted to an outrage upon Jones and Wren. Still, the affair was the largest and finest charitable institution on earth. What a country, thought George, hugging injustice. So it had treated Jones and Wren and many another. So it had treated Enright. And so it was already treating him, George. He did not care. As the steamer approached Greenwich and the details of the aborted parish grew clearer, and he could distinguish between the genius of Jones and the genius of Wren, he felt grimly and victoriously sure that both Jones and Wren had had the best of the struggle against indifference and Philistinism, as he too would have the best of the struggle, though he should die obscure and in penury. He was miserable and resentful, and yet he was triumphant. The steamer stopped at the town pier. "Are we there?" said Marguerite. "Already?" "Yes," he said, "and I think we may as well go back by the same steamer." She concurred. However, an official insisted on them disembarking, even if they meant to re-embark at once. They went ashore. The facade of the Palace Hospital stretched majestically to the left of them, in sharp perspective, a sensational spectacle. "It's very large," Marguerite commented. Her voice was nervous. "Yes, it's rather more than large," he said dryly. He would not share his thoughts with her. He knew that she had some inklings of taste, but in that moment he preferred to pretend that her artistic perception was on a level with that of William and Mary. They boarded the steamer again and took their old places, and the menacing problem of their predicament was still between them. "We can have some tea downstairs if you like," he said, after the steamer had turned round and started upstream. She answered in tones imperfectly controlled, "No, thank you. I feel as if I couldn't swallow anything." And she looked up at him very quickly, with the embryo of a smile, and then looked down again very quickly, because she could not bring the smile to maturity. George thought, "Am I going to have a scene with her on the steamer?" It would not matter much if a scene did occur. There was nobody else on deck forward of the bridge. They were alone. They were more solitary than there might have been in the studio, or in any room at number 8. The steamer was now nearly heading the wind, but she travelled more smoothly, for she had the last of the flood tide under her. George said, kindly and persuasively, "Upon my soul, I don't know what the old gentleman's got against me." She eagerly accepted his advance, which seemed to give her courage. "But there's nothing to know, dear. We both know that. There's nothing at all. And yet, of course, I can understand it. So can you. In fact, it was you who first explained it to me. If you'd left number 8 when I did, and he'd heard of our engagement afterwards, he wouldn't have thought anything of it. But it was you staying on at the house that did it, and him not knowing of the engagement. He thought you used to come to see me at nights at the studio, me and Ag, and make fun of everything at number 8, especially of his wife. He's evidently got some idea in his head, and there's no getting it out again." "But it's childish." "I know. However, we've said all this before, haven't we?" "But the idea's got to be got out of his head again," said George vigorously, more dictatorially and less persuasively than before. Marguerite offered no remark. "And after all," George continued, "he couldn't have been so desperately keen on your stepmother. When he married her, your mother hadn't been dead so very long, had she?" "No, but he never cared for mother anything like so much as he cared for Mrs. Lobley, at least not as far back as I can remember. It was a different sort of thing altogether. I think he was perfectly mad about Mrs. Lobley. Oh, he stood mother's death much, much better than hers. You've no idea." "Oh, yes, I have. We know all about that sort of thing," said George, the man of the world, impatiently. Marguerite said tenderly, "It's broken him." "Nonsense." "It has, George." Her voice was very soft. But George would not listen to the softness of her voice. "Well," he objected firmly and strongly, "supposing it has, what then? We're sorry for him. What then? That affair has nothing to do with our affair. Is all that reason why I shouldn't see you in your own home? Or are we to depend on Ag when she happens to be at her studio? Or are we always to see each other in the street, or in museums and things, or steamers, just as if you were a shop girl? We may just as well look facts in the face, you know." She flushed. Her features changed under emotion. "Oh, George, I don't know what to do." "Then you think he's determined not to have anything to do with me?" She was silent. "You think he's determined not to have anything to do with me, I say?" "He may change," Marguerite murmured. "May change be dashed. We've got to know where we stand." He most surprisingly stood up, staring at her. She did not speak, but she lifted her eyes to his with timid courage. They were wet. George abruptly walked away along the deck. The steamer was passing the custom house again. The tide had now almost slacked. Fresh and heavier clouds had overcast the sky. All the varied thoughts of the afternoon were active in George's head at once. Architecture, architects, beauty, professional injustices, girls, his girl. Each affected the others, for they were deeply entangled. It is a fact that he could not put Inigo Jones and Christopher Wren out of his head. He wondered what had been their experiences with women. Histories and textbooks of architecture did not treat of this surely important aspect of architecture. He glanced at Marguerite from the distance. He remembered what Ag had said to him about her. But what Ag had said did not appear to help him practically. Why had he left Marguerite? Why was he standing 30 feet from her and observing her inimically? He walked back to her, sat down, and said calmly, "Listen to me, darling. Suppose we arrange now, definitely, to get married in 2 years' time. How will that do for you?" "But, George, can you be sure that you'll be able to marry in 2 years?" He put his chin forward. "You needn't worry about that," said he. "You needn't think because I've failed an exam. I don't know what I'm about. You leave all that to me. In 2 years I shall be able enough to keep a wife, and well. Now, shall we arrange to get married in 2 years' time?" "It might be a fearful drag for you," she said, "because, I don't really earn very much." "That's not the point. I don't care what you earn. I shan't want you to earn anything, so far as that goes. Any earning that's wanted I shall be prepared to do. I'll put it like this. Supposing I'm in a position to keep you, shall we arrange to get married in 2 years' time?" He found a fierce pleasure in reiterating the phrase. "So long as that's understood, I don't mind the rest. If we have to depend on Ag, or meet in the streets, never mind. It'll be an infernal nuisance, but I expect I can stand it as well as you can. Moreover, I quite see your difficulty, quite. And let's hope the old gentleman will begin to have a little sense." "Oh, George, if only he would!" He did not like her habit of "Oh, George, oh, George." "Well?" He waited, ignoring her pious aspiration. "I don't know what to say, George." He restrained himself. "We're engaged, aren't we?" She gave no answer, and he repeated, "We're engaged, aren't we?" "Yes." "That's all right. Well, will you give me your absolute promise to marry me in 2 years' time, if I'm in a position to keep you? It's quite simple. You say you don't know what to say, but you've got to know what to say." As he looked at her averted face, his calmness began to leave him. "Oh, George, I can't promise that," she burst out, showing at length her emotion. The observant skipper on the bridge noticed that there were a boy and a girl forward having a bit of a tiff. George trembled. All that Ag had said recurred to him once more. But what could he do to act on it? Anger was gaining on him. "Why not?" he menaced. "It would have to depend on how father was. Surely you must see that." "Indeed I don't see it. I see quite the contrary. We're engaged. You've got the first call on me, and I've got the first call on you, not your father." The skin over his nose was tight, owing to the sudden swelling of 2 points, one on either side of the bone. "George, I couldn't leave him again. I think now I may have been wrong to leave him before. However, that's over. I couldn't leave him again. It would be very wrong. He'd be all alone." "Well, then let him be friends with me." "I do wish he would." "Yes, well, wishing won't do much good. If there's any trouble, it's entirely your father's fault, and what I want to know is, will you give me your absolute promise to marry me in 2 years' time?" "I can't, George. It wouldn't be honest. I can't. I can't. How can you ask me to throw over my duty to father?" He rose and walked away again. She was profoundly moved, but no sympathy for her mitigated his resentment. He considered that her attitude was utterly monstrous. Monstrous! He could not find a word adequate for it. He was furious. His fury increased with each moment. He returned to the prow, but did not sit down. Don't you think, then, you ought to choose between your father and me?" he said, in a low, hard voice, standing over her. "What do you mean?" she faltered. "What do I mean? It's plain enough what I mean, isn't it? Your father may live 20 years yet. Nobody knows. The older he gets, the more obstinate he'll be. We may be kept hanging about for years and years and years indefinitely. What's the sense of it? You say you've got your duty, but what's the object of being engaged?" "Do you want to break it off, George?" "Now, don't put it like that. You know I don't want to break it off. You know I want to marry you. Only you won't, and I'm not going to be made a fool of. I'm absolutely innocent." "Of course you are," she agreed eagerly. "Well, I'm not going to be made a fool of by your father. If we're engaged, you know what it means. Marriage. If it doesn't mean that, then I say we've no right to be engaged." Marguerite seemed to recoil at the last words, but she recovered herself. And then, heedless of being in a public place, she drew off her glove and drew the engagement ring from her finger and held it out to George. She could not speak. The gesture was her language. George was extremely staggered. He was stupefied for an instant. Then he took the ring, and under an uncontrollable savage impulse he threw it into the river. He did not move for a considerable time, staring at the river in front. Neither did she move. At length he said in a cold voice, without moving his head, "Here's Chelsea Pier." She got up and walked to the rail amidships. He followed. The steamer moored. A section of rail slid aside. The pier-keeper gave a hand to Marguerite, who jumped onto the pier. George hesitated. The pier-keeper challenged him testily. "Now then, are you coming ashore, or aren't ye?" George could not move. The pier-keeper banged the rail to close the gap, and cast off the ropes, and the steamer resumed her voyage. A minute later George saw Marguerite slowly crossing the gangway from the pier to the embankment. There she went. She was about to be swallowed up in the waste of human dwellings, in the measureless and tragic expanse of the indifferent town. She was gone. Curse her with her reliability. She was too reliable. He knew that. Her father could rely on her. Curse her with her outrageous, incredibly cruel and unjust sense of duty. She had held him once. Once the sight of her had made him turn hot and cold. Once the prospect of life without her had seemed unbearable. He had loved her instinctively and intensely. He now judged and condemned her. Her beauty, her sweetness, her belief in him, her reliability, these qualities were neutralized by her sense of duty, awful, uncompromising, blind to fundamental justice. The affair was over. If he knew her, he knew also himself. The affair was over. He was in despair. His mind went round and round like a life prisoner exercising in an enclosed yard. No escape. Till then he had always believed in his luck. Infantile delusion. He was now aware that destiny had struck him a blow once for all. But of course he did not perceive that. He was too young, not ripe, for such a blow. The mark of destiny was on his features, and it was out of place there. He had lost Marguerite. And what had he lost? What was there in her? She was not brilliant. She had no position. She had neither learning nor wit. He could remember nothing remarkable that they had ever said to each other. Indeed, their conversations had generally been rather banal. But he could remember how they had felt, how he had felt, in their hours together. The sensation communicated to him by her hand when he had drawn off her glove in the tremendous silence of the hansom. Marvellous, exquisite, magical sensation that no words of his could render. And there had been others as rare. These scenes were love. They were Marguerite. They were what he had lost. Strange that he should throw the ring into the river. Nevertheless, it was a right gesture. She deserved it. She was absolutely wrong. He was absolutely right. She had admitted it. Towards him she had no excuse. Logistically, her attitude was absurd. Yet no argument would change it. Stupid, that's what she was. Stupid and ruthless. She would be capable of martyrizing the whole world to her sense of duty, her damnable, insane sense of duty. She was gone. He was ruined. She had ruined him. But he respected her. He hated to respect her, but he respected her. A thought leapt up in his mind, and who could have guessed it? It was the thought that the secrecy of the engagement would save him from a great deal of public humiliation. He would have loathed saying, "We've broken it off."
End of Part 1, Chapter 7, Part 2. Part 1, Chapter 8, Part 1 of The Roll Call by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 1, Chapter 8, Part 1.
Inspiration. 1. George, despite his own dispositions as he went up in the lift, to obviate the danger of such a mishap, was put out of countenance by the overwhelming splendour of Miss Irene Wheeler's flat, and he did not quite recover his aplomb until the dinner was nearly finished. The rooms were very large and lofty. They blazed with electric light, though the day had not yet gone. They gleamed with the polish of furniture, enamel, book-bindings, marble, ivory, and precious metals. They were ennobled by magnificent pictures, and purified by immense quantities of lovely flowers. George had made the mistake of arriving last. He found in the vast drawing-room 5 people who had the air of being at home and intimate together. There were, in addition to the hostess, Lois and Laurentin Ingram, Everard Lucas, and a Frenchman from the French embassy whose name he did not catch. Miss Wheeler wore an elaborate oriental costume, and apologized for its simplicity on the grounds that she was fatigued by a crowded and tiresome reception which she had held that afternoon, and that the dinner was to be without ceremony. This said, her conversation seemed to fail, but she remained by George's side, apart from the others. George saw not the least vestige of the ruinous disorder which, in the society to which he was accustomed, usually accompanied a big afternoon tea, or any sign of a lack of ceremony. He had encountered 2 male servants in the hall, and had also glimpsed a mulatto woman in a black dress and a white apron, and a Frenchwoman in a black dress and a black apron. Now a 3rd manservant entered, bearing an enormous silver-gilt tray, on which were multitudinous bottles, glasses, decanters, and jugs. George comprehended that aperitifs were being offered. The tray contained enough cocktails and other combinations, some already mingled and some not, to produce a factitious appetite in the stomachs of a whole platoon. The girls declined. Miss Wheeler declined. The Frenchman declined. George declined, from prudence and diffidence. Only Lucas took an aperitif, and he took it, as George admitted, in style. The manservant, superbly indifferent to refusals, marched processionally off with the lady's tray. The great principle of conspicuous ritualistic waste had been illustrated in a manner to satisfy the most exacting standard of the leisured class, and incidentally a subject of talk was provided. George observed the name of Renoir on the gorgeous frame of a gorgeous portrait in oils of the hostess. "Is that a Renoir?" he asked the taciturn Miss Wheeler, who seemed to jump at the opening with relief. "Yes," she said with her slight lisp. "I'm glad you noticed it. Come and look at it. Do you think it's a good one? Do you like Renoir?" By good fortune, George had seen a Renoir or 2 in Paris under the guidance of Mr. Enright. They stared at the portrait together. "It's awfully distinguished," he decided, employing a useful adjective which he had borrowed from Mr. Enright. "Isn't it?" she said, turning her wondrous complexions towards him and admiring his adjective. "I have a Boldini, too." He followed her across the room to the Boldini portrait of herself, which was dazzling in its malicious flattery. "And here's a Nicholson," she said. Those 3 portraits were the most striking pictures in the salon, but there were others of at least equal value. "Are you interested in fans?" she demanded, and pulled down a switch which illuminated the interior of a large cabinet full of fans. She pointed out fans painted by Lamy, Glaze, Jacquemont. "This one is supposed to be a Lancret," she said, "but I'm not sure about it, and I don't know anybody that is. Here's the latest book on the subject." She indicated Lady Charlotte Schreiber's work in 2 volumes, which, bound in vellum and gold, lay on a table. "But of course it only deals with English fans. However, Condor is going to do me a couple. He was here yesterday to see me about them, Of course you know him. What a wonderful man! The only really cosmopolitan artist in England, I say, now Beardsley's dead. I've got a Siegfried drawing by Beardsley. He was a great friend of mine. I adored him." "This is a fine thing," said George, touching a bronze of a young girl on the same table as the books. "You think so?" Miss Wheeler responded uncertainly. "I suppose it is. It's a Gilbert. He gave it to me. But do you really think it compares with this Barrier? It doesn't, does it?" She directed him to another bronze of a crouching cheetah. So she moved him about. He was dazed. His modest supply of adjectives proved inadequate. When she paused, he murmured, "It's a great room you've managed to get here." "Ah," she cried thinly, "but you've no idea of the trouble I've had over this room. Do you know it's really 2 rooms? I had to take 2 flats in order to fix this room." She was launched on a supreme topic, and George heard the full history. She would not have a house. She would have a flat. She instructed house agents to find for her the best flat in London. There was no best flat in London. London landlords did not understand flats, which were comprehended only in Paris. The least imperfect flats in London were 2 on a floor, and as their drawing-rooms happened to be contiguous on their longer sides, she had the idea of leasing 2 intolerable flats so as to obtain 1 flat that was tolerable. She'd had terrible difficulties about the central heating. No flats in London were centrally heated, except in the corridors and on the staircases. However, she had imposed her will on the landlord, and radiators had appeared in every room. George had a vision of excessive wealth subjugating the greatest artists and riding with implacable egotism over the customs and institutions of a city obstinately conservative. The cost and the complexity of Irene Wheeler's existence amazed and intimidated George, for this double flat was only one of her residences. He wondered what his parents would say if they could see him casually treading the oak parquetry and the heavy rugs of the resplendent abode. And then he thought, the humble and suspicious upstart, there must be something funny about her, or she wouldn't be asking me here. They went into dinner without ceremony. George was last, the hostess close to his side. "Who's the Frenchman?" he inquired casually, with the sudden boldness that often breaks out of timidity. "I didn't catch." "It's Monsieur de Faucambeau," said Miss Wheeler, in a low voice of sincere admiration. "He's from the embassy. Most interesting man. Been everywhere. Seen everything. Read everything. Done everything." George could not but be struck by the ingenuous earnestness of her tone, so different from the perfunctory accents in which she had catalogued her objects of art. The dining-room, the dinner, and the service of the dinner were equally superb. The broad table seemed small in the midst of the great mysterious chamber, of which the illumination was confined by shades to the centre. The glance, wandering round the obscurity of the walls, could rest on nothing that was not obviously in good taste and very costly. The 3 men-servants, moving soundless as phantoms, brought burdens from a hidden country behind a gigantic screen, and at intervals in the twilight near the screen could be detected the transient gleam of the white apron of the mulatto, whose sex clashed delicately and piquantly with the grave, priest-like performances of the male menials. The table was of mahogany, covered with a sheet of plated glass. A large gold épergne glittered in the middle. Suitably dispersed about the rim of the board were 6 rectangular islands of pale lace, and on each island lay a complete set of the innumerable instruments and condiments necessary to the proper consumption of the meal. Thus every diner dined independently, cut off from his fellows, but able to communicate with them across expanses of plate glass over mahogany. George was confused by the multiplicity of metal tools and crystal receptacles. He alone had 4 wine-glasses, but in the handling of the tools he was saved from shame by remembering the maxim, a masterpiece of terse clarity worthy of a class which has given its best brains to the perfecting of the formalities preliminary to deglutition. Take always from the outside. The man from the French embassy sat on the right of the hostess, and George on her left. George had Lois Ingram on his left. Lorenzen was opposite her sister. Everard Lucas, by command of the hostess, had taken the foot of the table, and was a sort of Mr. Vice. The 6 people were soon divided into 2 equal groups, one silent and the other talkative, the talkative 3 being Monsieur de Faucambeau, Lorenzen, and Lucas. The diplomatist, though he could speak diplomatic English, persisted in speaking French. Lorenzin spoke French quite perfectly, with exactly the same idiomatic ease as the Frenchman. Lucas neither spoke nor understood French. He had been to a great public school. Nevertheless, these three attained positive loquacity. Lucas guessed at words, or the Frenchman obliged with bits of English, or Lorenzin interpreted. Lorenzin was far less prim and far more girlish than at the Café Royal. She kept all the freshness of her intensely virginal quality, but she was at ease. Her rather large body was at ease, continually restless in awkward and exquisite gestures. She laughed at ease, and made fun at ease. She appeared to have no sex consciousness, nor even to suspect that she was a most delightful creature. The conversation was disjointed in its gaiety, and had no claim to the attention of the serious. Lorenzin said that Lucas ought really to know French. Lucas said he would learn if she would teach him. Lorenzin said that she would teach him if he would have his first lesson instantly during dinner. Lucas said that wasn't fair. Lorenzin said that it was. Both of them appealed to M. de Fauconbleau. M. de Fauconbleau said that it was fair. Lucas said that there was a plot between them, but that he would consent to learn at once if Lorenzin would play the piano for him after dinner. Lorenzin said she didn't play. Lucas said she did. M. de Fauconbleau, invoked once again, said that she played magnificently. Lorenzin blushed and asked M. de Fauconbleau how he could, and so on indefinitely. It was all naught. Yet the taciturn three, smiling indulgently and glancing from one to another of the talkers, as taciturn and constrained persons must, envied their peculiar ability to maintain a rush and gush of chatter. George was greatly disappointed in Lois. In the period before dinner his eyes had avoided her, and now, since they sat side by side, he could not properly see her without deliberately looking at her, which he would not do. She gave no manifestation. She was almost glum. Her French, though free, was markedly inferior to Lorenzin's. She denied any interest in music. George decided with self-condemnation that he had been deliberately creating in his own mind an illusion about her. On no other hypothesis could either his impatience to meet her tonight, or his disappointment at not meeting her on the night of the Café Royal dinner, be explained. She was nothing, after all, and he did not deeply care for Miss Irene Wheeler, whom he could watch at will. She might be concealing something very marvellous, but she was dull, and she ignored the finer responsibilities of a hostess. She collected many beautiful things, she had some knowledge of what they were, she must be interested in them, or why should she trouble to possess them? She must have taste. And yet had she taste? Was she interested in her environment? A tone, a word, will create suspicion that the exhibition of expertise for hours cannot allay. George did not like the Frenchman. The Frenchman was about 30, small, thin, fair, with the worn face of the man who lives several lives at once. He did not look kind, he did not look reliable, and he offered little evidence in support of Miss Wheeler's ardent assertion that he had been everywhere, seen everything, read everything, done everything. He assuredly had not, for example, read Verlaine, who was mentioned by Miss Wheeler. Now George had read one or two poems of Verlaine, and thought them unique. Hence he despised M. de Fauconbleau. He could read French in a way, but he was incapable of speaking a single word of it in the presence of compatriots. The least monosyllable would have died on his lips. He was absurdly envious of those who could speak two languages. He thought sometimes that he would prefer to be able to speak two languages than to do anything else in the world. Not to be able to speak two languages humiliated him intensely. He decided to take up French seriously on the morrow, but he had several times arrived at a similar decision. If Lois was glum, George too was glum. He wished he had not come to the dinner. He wished he could be magically transported to the solitude of his room at the club. He slipped into a reverie about the Marguerite affair. Nobody could have divined that scarcely 24 hours earlier he had played a principal part in a tragedy affecting his whole life. He had borne the stroke better than he otherwise would have done, for the simple reason that nobody knew of his trouble. He had not to arrange his countenance for the benefit of people who were aware of what was behind the countenance. But also he was philosophical. He recognized that the Marguerite affair was over. She would never give way, and he would never give way. She was wrong, He had been victimized. He had behaved with wisdom and with correctness, save for the detail of throwing the ring into the Thames. Ag's warnings and injunctions were ridiculous. What could he have done that he had not done? Run away with Marguerite? Carried her off? Silly. No, he was well out of the affair. He perceived the limitations of the world in which Marguerite lived. It was a world too small and too austere for him. He required the spaciousness and the splendour of the new world in which Irene Wheeler and the Ingrams lived. Yea, though it was a world that excited the sardonic in him, he liked it. It flattered authentic, if unsuspected, appetites in him. Still, the image of Marguerite inhabited his memory. He saw her as she stood between himself and old Hame in the basement of number 8. He heard her. She was absolutely unlike any other girl. She was so gentle, so acquiescent. Only she put her lover second to her father. What would Miss Wheeler think of the basement of number 8? The chatterers, apropos of songs in musical comedies, were talking about a French popular song concerning Boulanger. You knew Boulanger, didn't you, Jules? Miss Wheeler suggested. Monsieur de Fauconbleau looked round, content. He related, in English, how his father had been in the very centre of the Boulangist movement, and had predicted disaster to the General's cause from the instant that Madame de Bonnemar came on the scene. Out of consideration for the girls, Monsieur de Fauconbleau phrased his narrative with neat discretion. His grandfather also had been of his father's opinion, and his grandfather was in the Senate, and had been minister at Brussels. He affirmed that Madame de Bonnemar had telegraphed to Boulanger to leave Paris at the very moment when his presence in Paris was essential, and Boulanger had obediently gone. He said that he always remembered what his mother had said to him. A clever woman irregularly in love with a man may make his fortune, but a stupid woman is certain to ruin it. Finally, he related how he, Jules de Fauconbleau, had driven the General's carriage on a famous occasion through Paris, and how the populace, in its frenzy of idolatry, had even climbed onto the roof of the carriage. "And what did you do then?" George demanded, in the hard tone of a cross-examiner. "I drove straight on," said Monsieur de Fauconbleau, returning George's cold stare. This close glimpse into history, into politics and passion, excited George considerably. He was furiously envious of Monsieur de Fauconbleau, who had been in the middle of things all his life, whose father, mother, and grandfather were all in the middle of things. Monsieur de Fauconbleau had an immense and unfair advantage over him. To whatever heights he might rise, George would never be in a position to talk as Monsieur de Fauconbleau talked of his forebears. He would always have to stand alone and to fight for all he wanted. He could not even refer to his father. He scorned Monsieur de Fauconbleau because Monsieur de Fauconbleau was not worthy of his heritage. Monsieur de Fauconbleau was a little rotter, yet he had driven the carriage of Boulanger in a crisis of the history of France. Miss Wheeler, however, did not scorn Monsieur de Fauconbleau. On the contrary, she looked at him with admiration, as though he had now proved that he had been everywhere, seen everything, and done everything. George's mood was black. He was a nobody. He would always be a nobody. Why should he be wasting his time and looking a fool in this new world? 2. After dinner, in the drawing-room which had cost Irene Wheeler an extra flat, there was, during coffee, a certain amount of general dullness, slackness, and self-consciousness, which demonstrated once more Miss Wheeler's defects as a hostess. Miss Wheeler would not, or could not, act as shepherdess and inspirer to her guests. She reclined, and charmingly left them to manufacture the evening for her. George was still disappointed and disgusted, for he had imagined, very absurdly as he admitted, that artistic luxuriousness always implied social dexterity and the ability to energize and reinvigorate diversion without apparent effort. There were moments during coffee which reminded him of the maladroit hospitalities of the Five Towns. Then Everard Lucas opened the piano, and the duel between him and Lorenzin was resumed. The girl yielded. Electric lights were adjusted. She began to play, while Lucas, smoking, leaned over the piano. George was standing by himself at a little distance behind the piano. He had perhaps been on his way to a chair when suddenly caught and immobilized by one of those hazards which do notoriously occur, the victim never remembers how, in drawing-rooms. Hands in pockets, he looked aimlessly about, smiling perfunctorily, and wondering where he should settle, or whether he should remain where he was. In the deep embrasure of the large east bow window, Lois was lounging. She beckoned to him, not with her hand, but with a brief, bright smile. She smiled rarely, and with a lifting of the chin. He responded alertly and pleasurably, and went to sit beside her. Such invitations from young women holding themselves apart in obscurity are never received without excitement, and never unanswered. Crimson curtains of brocaded silk would have cut off the embrasure entirely from the room had they been fully drawn, but they were not fully drawn. One was not drawn at all, and the other was only half drawn. Still, the mere fact of the curtains, drawn or undrawn, did morally separate the embrasure from the salon, and the shadows thickened in front of the window. The smile had gone from Lois's face, but it had been there. Sequins glittered on her dark dress, the line of the low neck of which was distinct against the pallor of the flesh. George could follow the outlines of her slanted, plump body from the hair and freckled face down to the elaborate shoes. The eyes were half closed. She did not speak. The figure of Lorenzen, whose back was towards the window, received an aura from the electric light immediately over the music stand of the piano. She played brilliantly. She played with a brilliance that astonished George. She was exceedingly clever, was this awkward girl who had not long since left school. Her body might be awkward, but not her hands. The music radiated from the piano and filled the room with brightness, with the illusion of the joy of life, and with a sense of triumph. To George it was an intoxication. A manservant entered with a priceless collection of bonbons, some of which he deferentially placed on a small table in the embrasure. To do so, he had to come into the embrasure, disturbing the solitude, which already begun to exist, of Lois and George. He ignored the pair. His sublime indifference seemed to say, "I am beyond good and evil." But at the same time it left them more sensitively awake to themselves than before. The hostess indolently muttered an order to the man, and, in passing the door on his way out, he extinguished several lights. The place and the hour grew romantic. George was impressed by the scene, and he eagerly allowed it to impress him. It was to him a marvellous scene. The splendour of the apartment, the richly attired girls, the gay, exciting music, the spots of highlight, the looms, the glimpses everywhere of lovely objects. He said to himself, "I was born for this." Lois turned her head slowly and looked out of the window. "Wonderful view from here," she murmured. George turned his head. The flat was on the 6th story. A slope of central London lay beneath. There was no moon, but there were stars in a clear night. Roofs, lighted windows, lines of lighted traffic, lines of lamps patterning the invisible meadows of a park, hiatuses of blackness. Beyond, several towers scarcely discernible against the sky, the towers of Parliament and the high tower of the Roman Catholic Cathedral. These were London. "You haven't seen it in daytime, have you?" said Lois. "No, I'd sooner see it at night." "So would I." The reply, the sympathy in it, the soft, thrilled tone of it, startled him. His curiosity about Lois was being justified after all, and he was startled too at the extraordinary surprises of his own being. Yesterday he had parted from Marguerite, not 10 years ago, but yesterday. And now already he was conscious of pleasure, both physical and spiritual, in the voice of another girl, heard in the withdrawn obscurity of the embrasure. Yes, and a girl whom he had despised. Yesterday he had seriously believed himself to be a celibate for life. He had dismissed for ever the hope of happiness. He had seen naught but a dogged and eternal infelicity. And now he was, if not finding happiness, expecting it. He felt disloyal, less precisely to Marguerite than to a vanished ideal. He felt that he ought to be ashamed. For Marguerite still existed. She was existing at that moment less than 3 miles or somewhere over there in the dark. "See the cathedral tower?" he said. "Yes," she answered. "What a shame Bentley died, wasn't it?" He was more than startled now. He was amazed and enchanted. Something touching and strange in her voice, usually hard, something in the elegant fragility of her slipper. Everybody knew that Bentley was the architect of the cathedral, and that he had died of cancer on the tongue. The knowledge was not esoteric. It did not by itself indicate a passion for architecture or a comprehension of architecture. Yet when she said the exclamatory words, leaning far back in the seat, her throat emerging from the sequined frock, her tapping slipper peeping out beneath the skirt, she cast a spell on him. He perceived in her a woman gifted and endowed. This was the girl whom he had bullied in the automobile. She must have bowed in secret to his bullying. Though he knew she had been hurt by it, she had given no sign of resentment, and her voice was acquiescent. Above all, she had remembered him. "You only like doing very large buildings, don't you?" she suggested. "Who told you?" "Everard." "Oh, did old Lucas tell you? Well, he's quite right." He had a sudden desire to talk to her about the great municipal building in the north that was soon to be competed for. He yielded to the desire. She listened, motionless. He gave vent to his regret that Mr. Enright absolutely declined to enter for the competition. He said he had ideas for it, and would have liked to work for it. "But why don't you go in for it yourself, George?" she murmured gravely. "Me?" he exclaimed, almost frightened. "It wouldn't be any good. I'm too young. Besides—" "How old are you?" 21. "Good heavens, you look 25 at least. I know I should go in for it if I were you, if I were a man." He understood her. She could not talk well. She could not easily be agreeable. She could easily be rude. She could not play the piano like the delightful Lorenzin. But she was passionate, and she knew the force of ambition. He admired ambition perhaps more than anything. Ambition roused him. She was ambitious when she drove the automobile and endangered his life. She had called him by his Christian name quite naturally. There was absolutely no nonsense about her. Now Marguerite was not in the slightest degree ambitious. The word had no significance for her. "I couldn't," he insisted humbly. "I don't know enough. It's a terrific affair." She made no response, but she looked at him, and suddenly he saw the angel that Irene Wheeler and Lorenzin had so enthusiastically spoken of at the Café Royal. "I couldn't," he murmured. He was insisting too much. He was insisting against himself. She had implanted the idea in his mind. Why had he not thought of it? Certainly he had not thought of it. Had he lacked courage to think of it? He beheld the idea as though it was an utterly original discovery, revolutionary, dismaying, and seductive. His inchoate plans for the building took form afresh in his brain, and the luxury by which he was surrounded whipped his ambition till it writhed. Curious, she said no more. After a moment she sat up and took a sweet. George saw in a far corner Jules de Cavrombleau talking very quietly to Irene Wheeler, whose lackadaisical face had become ingenuous and ardent as she listened to him under the shelter of the dazzling music. George felt himself to be within the sphere of unguessed and highly perturbing forces.
End of Part 1, Chapter 8, Part 1.